The Wandmaker of Hogwarts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. The magical journey begins. Liu Sen was pushing a shopping cart filled with new and interesting things he had just bought. A stack of freshman magic textbooks, a complete set of crucibles and glass bottles, 3 sets of wizard robes and protective gloves made of dragon skin. That's right, Liu Sen is about to become a little wizard and go to the legendary Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to study. Liu Sen was shocked beyond words when he received the admission letter. He was originally a member of the army of time travelers and lived a peaceful life in the original Earth's celestial empire. Unexpectedly, after an accident, he inexplicably turned into a baby. When he opened his eyes, Liu Sen has black hair and blue eyes and is a mixed race of Chinese and Western. His father in this life is a pure Chinese, a university physics professor. His mother is a native British, working as a financial investment consultant for a large company. He always thought that he had returned to the ordinary 80s and that God had given him a script to be reborn as a tycoon in Europe and the United States. When Liu Sen was 3 years old, his mother Julie used Liu Sen's New Year's money for the next 10 years to invest in a small company selling computers. You should know that the computer giant IBM was at its peak at that time, and the small company was abused and on the verge of bankruptcy. Who would have thought that a year later, the market value of the small company would soar, and the dividends would make people count the money until their hands cramped. This is all basic operation for Liu Senator. After all, the small company is called Apple, and the ups and downs of boss jobs can bring him many opportunities to get rich. Later, Liu invested in Walmart, Gillette razors, Chrysler cars. Often these junk stocks that were inconspicuous at the time made his family rich with their returns a few years later. Just when he was preparing to continue to take advantage of the information gap of the times and start his legendary life of getting rich, the owl delivering the letter crashed into his window. Unlike Liu Sen's petrified reaction on the spot, Liu Sen's parents were surprisingly calm when they saw the Hogwarts admission letter. Even when the short Professor Flitwick came to visit and performed a levitation spell, Liu Sen's parents remained calm throughout the whole process. Little wizards from Muggle families will have their teachers visit their homes before they enter school. After Professor Flitwick left, "Why are you so calm? This is a magic school. There is magic in this world. You don't believe it? It's normal not to believe it. After all, Dad, you have a doctorate in physics, and Mom, you graduated from the Department of Finance at Oxford." Liu Sen's father: "Believe it. I told you that your grandfather learned magic when he was a child." Liu Sen: "Huh? The stories you told me when I was a kid are true? My great-grandfather's family is full of wizards." "What position did your great-grandfather hold in the Chinese cultivation world, similar to the European wizarding world?" "At that time, China was at war. Your grandfather felt that China had already won the battle in the cultivation world, but the people were still in dire straits, so he went abroad to study science." "Or did we?" "You were one of the first batch of returned scientists and weapons design experts in New China. Under the influence of your grandfather, you also became fascinated with scientific research. Later, you went abroad to study and met my mother. Then I was born. I found out later, but this story about the magic family is actually true." Liu Sen's father added, "In China, we should call it a cultivation family, and your grandfather's research major is nuclear physics." Liu Sen turned stiffly to look at his mother and asked, "Do you know that my grandfather's story is true?" "Oh, I know. But your uncle and I's biological parents are both wizards. We have no magical talent, so we were sent to a boarding house. They called us dumb." Liu Sen's father said softly, hugging his wife's shoulders. "Yes, Squib. Your grandparents are both wizards, and they are from a branch of a large family. I heard it from your uncle. I was only 3 years old at that time. Your uncle was only 8 years old. They are really too much. Do you know We haven't received a letter or a greeting card in all these years. Not even once. Both Liusen and his son wanted to comfort her, but Mrs. Liu didn't seem very sad. Liusen, no wonder you never mentioned them. I thought you and your uncle were orphans, and the stories your uncle told me were all true. I didn't remember anything at that time, but your uncle remembered everything, and was even sadder. He often drank alone. But it didn't matter, we all made a lot of money later. We lived a good life, so Liusen, who was destined to be connected with magic, happily came to Diagon Alley and started his shopping journey before school until the shopping list in his hand was almost completed. The amount of gold jar lying in his pocket had not dropped much. Weighing the heavy bag, Liusen said helplessly, my parents are too worried about the prices here. They force me to exchange so much money at Gringotts. I have to deposit some of it back later. The wizarding world is too backward. They still use metal currency, and what the hell are these conversion units? 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles. 1 silver sickle equals 29 bronze nuts. Despite all the complaints, Liusen still couldn't hide his joy. In his previous life, he liked this magical world very much, and now the door to the magical world has been opened to him. Let me see what I haven't bought yet. Smocks, hat, cloak, book, all bought. What else? A wand. After asking 3 adult wizards, I finally found this shabby little shop in an inconspicuous location. It was really small and shabby, with faded cushions in the window and a solitary magic wand on a dusty display stand. The paint on the door had peeled off in gold letters, which read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands, since 382 BC. His. What a great wand making shop. No, a wand making shop. With the sound of a clear bell, Liusen pushed open the door of the store, but the scene before him somewhat ruined the atmosphere. The house was in a mess, with boxes, wands, and wrapping papers piled all over the floor, as if a husky had just run over the house not long ago. And a grey-haired old man was waving the magic wand in his hand, patiently cleaning up everything with magic, making the wands that had not found their owners float up and return to the boxes where they were originally placed. As he sorted, he kept muttering, there has never been a situation like this before. Of course, this is the boy who lived, and that phoenix feather just happened to be. Oh, what a magical coincidence. Let me see. Walnut unicorn tail hair, of course, it should be placed here. What about you? Willow phoenix tail feather, I remember you. Let me see. Yes, it's right here. Ah, what a mess. Haven't been this messy in years. Hello, Liu.Sen's voice finally caught the old man's attention. Oh. Hello young sir, I'm sure you need a handy wand. Yes, my name is Liusen. Are you Mr. Ollivander? I heard many freshmen discussing their wands on the street, including their parents' wands, all of which were made by you. This is really amazing. Oh, of course kiddo. Ollivander started in 382 BC, a skill passed down through our family for generations. Haha, hearing the old man's proud response, Liusen also smiled. This old man made wands for all the teachers and students of Hogwarts, and even almost all the wands in the entire British wizarding world were made by him. He was also one of the 3 great wand making masters in Europe. Such a wand making master deserves respect and praise. Ollivander swung his wand faster, and soon there was room to move around in the store again. Don't mind me kid, sometimes, well, the rare times people choose their wands they lose control a little bit. Then Liusen thought he was back in the clothing store, because Ollivander, like Mrs. Platinum in the dress shop, used a ruler to measure his arm length, height, head circumference and other dimensions. After staring at Liusen for a while, the old craftsman had a clue in his mind. Then, let's start with this one. 9.5 inches, Hollywood, with a core made of fireball dragon nerves. Give it a try. Liu.Sen took it and thought to himself, is this a magic wand? It looks so clean, and it would take some time to find it among the dead branches if it fell in the woods. Maybe not every one of them is so pristine, but judging from the appearance alone it is hard to believe that wizards cannot perform complex magic without this tree fork. Wave it, kit. Liu.Sen came back to his senses and quickly waved the branch. imagining it as a command staff. The air in front of him contained not only oxygen, nitrogen, and dust, but also an energy called magic power. There was a dull sound, accompanied by a burst of sparks, and the wand boxes that had just been neatly stacked in the corner of the wall opened and closed automatically one after another, and if you listened carefully, you could hear a rhythm point. If the force wasn't so strong and the stacked boxes seemed to be tipping over. Liu would have liked to listen to what song it was, but he caught a glimpse of the old man's quickly extended hand, and Liu quickly put the wand in Ollivander's hand. It feels good, Liu said happily. Not bad. Ollivander shook his head slightly, took back his wand without surprise, and found another 1 point after that. He tried more than 10 or 20 wands in succession. Liu only remembered that the opening and closing of the magic wand box had a rhythm of "We Will Rock You" point, but Ollivander was scratching his grey hair anxiously. Impossible. How come 2 of them are like this today? Ollivander muttered in a low voice. Liu also put away his playful thoughts. In fact, he really wanted to find his own magic wand as soon as possible. After all, it was the most crucial prop for learning magic. It's okay, kid, remember it's the wand that chooses its master, not the master that chooses the wand. But then the two tried almost all the wands, and even Ollivander, who had been a professional wand maker for many years, lost his composure. From his mumbling words, he even showed deep doubts about his craftsmanship. Impossible. Even the boy was found. Liu Sen's heart began to beat fast, but he calmed himself down and comforted him. Don't worry, maybe my posture or mentality is wrong. Maybe I can find it after trying a few more times. But Ollivander looked helpless and aggrieved, and opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Seeing the old man's expression, Liu Sen also realized the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that he was a dud? No, it couldn't be a dud. As long as he receives the notice, it means he has a talent for magic, and it is impossible for him not to be able to buy his own wand. In that short moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but were ejected one by one. Confused, Liu Sen paced back and forth in the messy wand shop. He picked up a thick log from Ollivander's desk, and started beating it with his hands. You said it's possible that my talent is too strong, so I can't find it. Well, let's not talk about this possibility for now. Then, is it possible that a wand suitable for me has not been made yet? Liu Sen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had finally come into contact with the magical world of magic, and no one would be willing to let it end before it even began. He waved the black log in his hand, which was as good as a rolling pin, and spoke at an unnaturally fast speed. Mr. Ollivander, you must have a way, right? You can't let me go to school without a wand. In his excitement, he even forgot to address the old man with respect, let alone notice his expression of disbelief and shock. Liu Sen gestured at the black log in his hand. How about you customize one for me? There must be some unused material or core material combination, right? Price is not a problem. Master Ollivander, startled, looked at Liu Sen and the log in his hand. Faced with such a meaningful gaze, Liu Sen lowered his head and looked at his hands. Chapter 2 Magic and Science. Liu's backyard, basement. The instrument cannot detect any value, but the indicator light is being interfered with by some kind of energy. This is unscientific. Of course this is not scientific. This is a magic, Dad. How can you say that magicians' affairs are scientific? But science is about exploring the unknown, finding the truth in chaos. Finding the rules will explain everything. The sound of the door opening interrupted the father and son, who were concentrating on their research. Zhao Sen. Guo Zhang. Do you want to eat? Coming. Immediately. They both returned at the same time. Liu Guozhang opened the fully enclosed composite glass cover and retrieved Liu Sen's magic wand from among the various instruments. After careful feeling, there was a slight tingling sensation in the palm of my hand, as if I was stroking a sweater full of static electricity. Liu Sen's mother also tried it and said in anger, "Is this thing leaking electricity? Is it broken? The magic wand is very dangerous. You should start studying with simple things." Liu said as he took back the magic wand. Father Liu pushed up his glasses and said, "We Chinese don't use magic wands. I've never heard your grandfather mention that." Then he set his sights on the other end of the basement. "I think these magic props will be enough for me to study for a long time. Can you leave your backpack behind when the time comes, dear Professor Liu? I had it custom made for me. I need it when school starts, otherwise all that luggage would be a pain in the ass." He was referring to the backpack Liu Sen had specially customized, the space inside of which had been expanded by the traceless extension spell. At first, Liu Sen couldn't understand why everyone in the magic world was still pushing heavy luggage when there was a spell called the traceless stretch spell. After Liu Sen looked around Diagon Alley and found that he couldn't buy a box or bag that could stretch without a trace, he asked someone and finally understood. The traceless extension charm is a relatively difficult spell. Most wizards who can cast the traceless extension charm are not short of money, while wizards who are short of money usually do not have very high magical attainments. This results in things modified by the traceless stretching spell not being so popular that they can be bought in any store, and the more crucial point is that this thing is time limited. It's okay to compress the space in your tent into 3 bedrooms and a living room when you go out temporarily, but after a day or two the space will return to its original state, and you will have to deal with your luggage all over again. For people with low magical attainments, the traceless extension spell may fail in the middle of use, causing the luggage to explode all over the floor. And if you want to stabilize the expanded space for a long time, you have to use some special magic materials, which will be expensive. Therefore, for the sake of both trouble and cost saving, most families do not own a suitcase modified with the traceless stretching spell. The magical world can be cleaned up with a wave of the hand, but there are still many dirty and messy shops and hotels. Some places in the magical world are really hard to understand. Liu Sen could only complain helplessly. Fortunately, Liu Sen had plenty of money, so he spent a lot of money to customize a backpack. The internal space was about the size of 2 bedrooms, which was long-term stable. He put his luggage in it and was ready to go. The father and son got up and went to the restaurant. The meal had already been heated up. Their enthusiasm for a search had not diminished since Liu Sen came back from Diagon Alley with his purchases. They had been tinkering in the basement for 3 days. Liu was not jealous of all the magic props, such as the set of brass scales and tin-plated crucibles. It's too outdated. It can only be used as a toy. To be honest, the old gram scale I gave to interns is 700 times more accurate than your artwork. And that set of crucibles, my god, are they really not afraid of interference from the ingredients? The melting point of tin is only 231.88 degrees Celsius, and it easily reacts chemically with hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, and nitric acid. It's unscientific to use this kind of vessel to heat materials. We stopped using it more than 100 years ago, when the 2 men sat down at the dining table. Liu's father was still persuading Liu Sen to bring a precision electronic scale that could weigh a hair and a ceramic crucible that could withstand 1300 degrees of heat. "Dad, I have to go to Diagon Alley again. You know, I can't practice magic at home," Liu Sen said while eating. "Of course, let's go together. I want to buy a few more newspapers, as well as their cameras and films." Liu replied after a moment of thought. "By the way, remind me to buy a new pair of dragon leather gloves. The previous ones were burned by you," Liu Sen said helplessly. When Julie heard this, she glared at her husband. Liu hurriedly said, "Don't be angry, dear. I just want to know the heat resistance limit of dragon skin, and also want to measure the tensile strength and chemical stability. If we can study the structural characteristics of dragon skin, there will be so many places where it can be applied." Super insulation layer. Liu Sen interrupted. Liu praised, "Yes, there are also bulletproof vests and spacesuits, even new energy materials. It's a pity that I don't have a talent for magic, and your grandfather passed away early, otherwise I would have been able to study these things a long time ago." The 2 of them finished their food in a few bites. "I'm done," they said at the same time, and stood up and ran straight to the garage. "Wait. for me. I have an appointment to go to Gringotts with your uncle. The Leaky Cauldron, room 3rd floor. Liu took out the experimental equipment from his backpack with great effort, while Professor Liu skillfully adjusted and arranged them. Liu took out his magic wand. Although it was black and ugly, he found that every magic had a cool special effect of lightning. And it was quite powerful, but it's not all advantages. The lightning core brings special effects, while also bringing the properties of lightning, sensitive and violent. If you don't control the strength of many small magics, serious deviations will occur. For example, the repair spell that Liu practices the most. This kind of magic that can restore objects to their original state as if they were traveling back in time, is very valuable for research. In order to verify whether the molecular structure and physical properties of the object have changed after being repaired, Professor Liu asked Liu to perform it countless times. During the practice, Liu discovered that even with the repair spell, if there was a trace of distracting thoughts in his mind, or if his power was not well controlled, it would cause terrible consequences. For example, if he uses the repair spell on a torn piece of paper, and the magic power fluctuates too much during the casting process, he will get a compressed abstract ball of paper. But if the magic power is output too quickly, and imagines the process of paper production, then he will get a handful of wood chips. Liu was thinking wildly, if he used the repair spell on a diamond with all his strength, would he get a piece of carbon? Liu didn't dare to tell his father, otherwise, with his scientific enthusiasm, he would definitely buy a big diamond immediately. While Liu was practicing the contents of the elementary magic textbook, Liu Guozhan was tirelessly debugging the instruments that were interfered with by magic point. When Liu was practicing the lighting technique fluorescent flash, which couldn't be simpler, Liu's father stopped and said thoughtfully, "You said the light emitted from the tip of the magic wand is the result of the transformation of the internal magic power, or is it the magic power that oscillates the spectrum of invisible light to change the frequency and turn it into visible light?" Liu also has an exploratory spirit towards magic and his imagination runs wild. "I'll try to change the output of magic power. Can you help me with the instrument?" On the other side, Julie and Liu's Uncle Bell walked into Gringotts together, followed by an elderly witch. "Ahem. We need to exchange gold galleons," Julie said to the fairy who was concentrating on weighing gold galleons. "A property transfer contract is also needed," Bell added. Half an hour later, the brother and sister sent the witch away and found 2 more property deeds in their hands. After a quiet conversation with Bell, Julie turned back to the cold and serious goblin and said, "We want to get a mortgage." An hour after leaving, they returned to Gringotts with a down-and-out middle-aged wizard. "We want to transfer money." It was completely dark when Liu and his family returned home. The dining table was filled with packed meals and wizarding specialties purchased from Diagon Alley. "I haven't had butterbeer for many years. It still tastes like the one I remember." Bell sighed after taking a sip of the beer with a rich malt aroma and smooth taste. "Uncle, when I was a child you told me that you ate chocolate that moved, and broad beans that could spit fire. Let's go to Diagon Alley to look for them next time." Liu said expectantly. Bell ruffled Liu's hair so hard that he quickly dodged it. He took a sip of wine and said, "Don't worry, little Liu Senator. There are so many delicious and fun things in the magic world. You two should save some cauldron cake for me. I'm starving. Julie, I'm so hungry." Liu Guozhan. The 2 men's answers were brief and vague, their mouths full of food. Several people were starving. Liu and his son conducted magic experiments in the hotel room for a whole day. Both of them gained a lot and were still not satisfied. They discussed going to the basement to conduct experiments that did not require magic. Julie and Bell, a brother and sister, began to invest in the wizarding world in a professional manner. So far, the two have bought 7 shops and 6 houses in Liu's name. They also plan to invest in some magic companies. After a period of investigation, the two applied for a large loan from Gringotts and used the loan to reinvest In fact, it was not that they did not have funds, but this was more challenging and more profitable. The brother and sister who were abandoned by their wizard family have been working in the financial industry in the Muggle world for many years. Julie is an investment consultant for a large company, and Belle is even more powerful. He is an investment banker with a certain reputation in the industry. Over the years, the two's desire for money has never been satisfied. They use making money to gain a sense of accomplishment and security. Their resentment towards their family has never ceased, but they have no place to vent it. That magical world is like a mirage, and two people without magical talent cannot reach it at all point. Now that Liu Sen has obtained the qualifications to become a wizard, he has rekindled their deep-seated belief in resisting the injustice of fate. The brother and sister then started by purchasing real estate, confident that they could replicate their success in the Muggle world in the wizarding world. Liu Sen, congratulations, you are a rich second generation now, Julie said as she brushed off the cake crumbs on her body. Haha, mom. Be low-key. Isn't that what I am? Liu Sen said with a smile. No, Liu Sen, this time, you are the rich second generation of the magic world. Uncle Bell took out a stack of contracts and slammed them on the table. Liu Sen scanned them one by one and expressed his approval of the two people's day's results. This was not the first time that his uncle and mother had done such a lavish act. Suddenly, he frowned and found a key point. Wait, why are all my names on it? This is a reward from your mom. Do you think it's too much? Julie, this is a gift from your uncle. Don't you want it? Belle said. Yes, yes, yes. I want as much as you can get. Thank you, both bosses. Liu Sen was secretly happy, but it was not entirely because of the small amount of money, but because, Dad, look, the house in Diagon Alley. We don't have to rent a hotel to do research, Professor. Liu said happily. Great. I can bring all the experimental equipment with me. There were about 2 weeks left before school started. On this day, Liu Sen and his son did not go to Diagon Alley to do scientific research. Instead, they stayed at home to organize their research notes and looked up at the sky from time to time. When did Uncle say we'll arrive? Liu Sen couldn't help but ask. It should be soon. Liu Guozhan raised his hand to look at his watch. The two men looked up again to make sure there were no messengers such as owls or pigeons flying towards their yard. When the two men sat back in their chairs and began to discuss the use of the illumination spell, a small falling sound reached the ears of father and son. The two turned around and saw a wooden sword stuck in the empty space in the backyard. A small package the size of a palm was tied to the hilt. Chapter 3, The Hogwarts Train. Time flies and it is September 1st, and there is still half an hour before the train departs. The Liu Sen family walked around King's Cross Station. If it weren't for a senior classmate pushing an owl who disappeared behind the wall, they wouldn't have been sure of the entrance to platform 9. After all, it looked like a stone pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Liu Sen waved goodbye to his parents, who were seeing him off, tightened the backpack on his back, then took a deep breath and crashed into the thick and magical wall between platforms 9 and 10. Behind the wall is a completely different scene. It is already 1991, but the train about to depart is still a steam locomotive. Liu Sen certainly didn't believe that this thing was powered by high pressure steam, and it was even more impossible for him to believe that there was a train conductor covered in black dust and wielding a coal shovel hidden in the front of the train. After all, this was a magical world. But this is still too backward. After all, one of the purposes of using trains to pick up students is to hide them and not attract the attention of muggles. And the concealment function of a steam train running on mountain railways has been weakened year by year, even to the point of being incongruous. Liu Sen couldn't help but shake his head. The information and technology in the magic world were so closed and backward. Thick smoke billowed from the locomotive, and the platform was filled with students and parents dragging heavy luggage. Compared to them, Liu Sen's luggage couldn't be simpler. Just a backpack. He now has 2 pieces of space expansion equipment. One is a backpack on his shoulder, which contains the size of 2 bedrooms. The other one was a school admission gift given to him by Huaza's uncle. The space inside was still unknown. Liu Sen had to wait until he had mastered the Liu family's magic before he could open the internal space point. It was still early and many students had not yet boarded the train, so he walked along the back of the train and chose an empty carriage near the rear. Liu Sen put down his backpack, took out his grandfather's notebook, flipped through a few pages, and put it back in his bag. During this period of time, Liu's boxing has been mastered by heart, and he and his father practice more than 10 times every day. In the few days before school started, it attracted the attention of Julie and Belle, 2 siblings, and Liu Sen and his father served as instructors for a few days. The introductory spells that follow are similar to European magic, each with its own advantages and disadvantages in terms of convenience. Although Chinese magic does not require the use of a wand, you have to practice drawing talismans on talisman paper in the early stages. Therefore, Liu Sen still focuses on school magic at this stage point. When your spirit is more solid and your magic power is more abundant, you can study the advanced Chinese techniques. After rummaging through his backpack, he wanted to take out the textbook standard spells, elementary, but he was conflicted when he thought of his magic wand. So he found an extracurricular book called Chemical Materials. This was something Liu Sen had specially found at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. He wanted to know if there was any hope for the appearance of his wand. It's as thick as a beer bottle cap, as long as an A4 paper, and black. In Arlavender's words, it's 12 inches long, and made of extremely hard lightning struck mahogany. It's so tempting to throw it away. It looks like a rolling pin. But all spells have lightning effects, which is pretty cool. Just then, the door of the train compartment was opened. A thin boy poked his head in and asked in a not very confident tone, "Excuse me, can I sit here?" Of course, this is just me. Liu Sen made room for him and helped the thin boy put away his large suitcase and owl cage. "That's a lot of luggage, mate. But your owl is so pretty. Did you buy it in Diagon Alley?" The boy was very happy that Liu Sen praised his owl, and he instantly became cheerful. "Yes, it's awesome there. I love Diagon Alley so much. But I didn't buy the owl. It was given to me by Hagrid, the Hogwarts Ranger." After hearing this, Liu Sen finally understood why this person looked familiar. Black hair, green eyes, and a pair of round glasses fixed with tape. You're not Harry, are you? This person is Harry Potter." Harry was surprised, even though he had been recognized many times since entering the wizarding world. He was still a little uncomfortable with everyone knowing him. He hurriedly smoothed his bangs, thinking that the lightning-shaped scar had exposed his identity. My name is Liu Sen, and I'm a first-year student." Liu Sen introduced himself first. "Harry Potter, I'm a new student this year too," Harry replied quickly. Liu Sen sighed silently. "It's troublesome. I just want to study magic quietly. If I catch up with Harry in the same class, there will be no peace in the future. But let's make the best of it and think on the bright side. At least we know about the major events that happened in the school during the past 7 years, and we can avoid danger and seek good fortune." After thinking this through, Liu Sen decided to let things take their own course. At this time, the sound of a family's conversation came from outside the car window, attracting his and Harry's attention. The children had fiery red hair, and 2 of them were twins. The 4 boys said goodbye to their mother and little sister in a chattering voice, and it was obvious that their home must be very lively at ordinary times, considering that Harry had never enjoyed the warmth of a family. Liu Sen did not disturb Harry, who was in a trance. Liu Sen also listened for a while. The Weasley family must have recognized Harry just now. At this time, Mrs. Weasley said to the children beside the train, "No wonder the child looks lonely. You are not allowed to look at his scar for a while. And you are not allowed to ask what happened at that time. Do you hear me?" It wasn't until the train started and the mother and daughter who had seen him off disappeared that Harry came to his senses. The topic returned to Diagon Alley, and as both were rookies entering the wizarding world, the two soon had a lively conversation. After a while, the sliding door of the compartment was opened again, and a red-haired boy joined their compartment. He was the youngest brother of the family who had just been outside the car window. He introduced himself. "My name is Ron Weasley. Are you first years too?" Liusen had already figured out who this person was and replied, yes, we are also in the first grade. I'm Liusen, and he is. Liu. Sen looked at the latter with encouragement. Harry Potter. As soon as he finished speaking, the twin brothers entered the compartment. Hey, Ron. George and I are going to walk around the middle carriage. Hey, Fred. Did anyone mention Harry Potter just now? Oh my god. Could it be that you really are? They immediately noticed the scar on Harry's forehead that was becoming more and more obvious. Apparently, Harry's bangs had a temper of their own and were not willing to cover up the lightning point under the expectant gazes of Ron and the twins. Harry had no choice but to generously push aside his bangs so that the three of them could see clearly. These three completely forgot what their mother had just told them. Fred and George are a pair of funny people. They have a tacit understanding with each other and like to play mischief. They are good at creating an atmosphere. They are never quiet wherever they go, unless they are secretly doing something. Liusen had a good impression of them, or rather, their whole family was very nice. As a member of the 28 pureblood families, the Weasley family was really approachable. After the twins left, the carriage became quiet again. You don't seem curious at all? Ron asked Liu Senator. What are you curious about? Liusen asked puzzledly. Ron said matter-of-factly, Harry, he's Harry Potter. You barely even looked at the lightning-shaped scar. Well, maybe it's because I was born in an ordinary world. I mean a muggle family. I just heard about Harry not long ago, and I don't know much about him yet. Liusen thought for a while and replied casually. This made Ron very excited, and he could hardly wait to introduce Harry's legendary story. At this time, Harry said, are there no wizards in your family? Liusen thought for a moment and replied, well, there should be many wizards in my family in my hometown in China, but my father is not a wizard. In fact, I only knew that my father was not lying to me after I received the admission letter. My mother's situation is similar. So your parents are both squibs. Oh, sorry, but it's good that at least you're a wizard, Ron said bluntly. At this time Harry asked, Ron, are all your family members wizards? Ron, yes, all wizards. But my mother has a distant cousin who is a squib. We don't usually talk about him. He lives with the muggles. I heard he's an accountant. Do muggles have Gringotts? Liusen, there are many banks that have the same function as Gringotts. My uncle is a bank investor, and he is also a squib. After I'm admitted, my family can legitimately enter the wizarding world again. Harry, cool. It would be nice if I had been exposed to the wizarding world earlier. I live with my aunt and uncle and they don't tell me about the wizarding world. The three of them had a lively discussion about the two worlds. Sometimes Liusen and Harry told Ron about life in the muggle world, and Ron was stunned by the various details of ordinary people's lives most of the time. Liusen and Harry just stared at each other as Ron told them about the common sense and experiences of the wizarding world. The three of them got along very well, and had endless topics to talk about. Before we knew it, the train had arrived at a field. The whistle made a whistling sound, which combined with the clanging sound of the tracks, made people feel inexplicably happy. At this time, the sound of a cart came from outside the door. The saleswoman opened the compartment door and asked in a kind voice, kids, do you want to buy something to eat? Ron's face turned red. He raised a bag and shook it, saying a little embarrassedly, no need. Mom brought me a sandwich. Sen looked at the dazzling array of snacks and goods on the bus, and his mind could not help but ring. Beer, liquor, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, grilled fish fillets. Come on, lift your feet. While Harry was distracted, he had already taken out a handful of gold galleons. It turned out that Harry didn't understand the exchange rate in the wizarding world even better than Liu Senator. In the end, he only spent 11 silver sickles and 7 copper nuts to bring back a lot of snacks. Remember, he bought some of each. The prices were quite touching. Liusen also bought a lot. He was also not short of money. The two local tycoons almost bought the whole car of goods under Ron's envious eyes. After the empty cart went away, Ron took out the sandwich in frustration. Mom always forgets that I don't like canned corned beef. Harry, generously took out a box of pumpkin pie and handed it to Ron and Liusen. I bought too much. Let's take turns eating. Liusen took a pie without hesitation, tasted it, and it tasted surprisingly good. Ron, I'll trade my hamburger for your sandwich. Liusen brought hamburgers and a family bucket. He felt that the things on the train were just snacks, so it would be safer to bring some in advance. Besides, the little wizards must have never eaten muggle food, so it was a good opportunity to let his future classmates have a taste. You won't like it. It's too dry. My mother is too busy. She has to take care of our whole family. Ron blushed again and gratefully took the delicious food handed over by the two. The three of them enjoyed the meal very much. Harry had seldom eaten fried chicken and hamburgers before. After all, the delicious food was reserved for his cousin Ali. He was lucky to have some french fries on a normal day. Ron stuffed his mouth with fried food and kept exclaiming, I didn't expect muggle food to be so delicious. Harry, do you eat this every day? At the same time, he vaguely introduced the pictures in the chocolate frog to Harry and Liusen. The three of them ate and drank on the train and were very comfortable. At this time, there was a knock on the cubicle door. It was Neville, a shy round-faced boy who was looking for his toad in each cubicle. The forgetful child was so anxious that he started crying. Liusen had some impression of him among the actors in the movie version, except for a certain academic master who had always been the handsome one. The rest of the male protagonists and supporting actors all grew ugly. Only Neville made a comeback, and it was as if he had a completely different face when he grew up. And the same is true in the plot. He was not good at anything when he was young, but he changed a lot in the later period. Liusen wanted to help Neville, but he didn't know where the toad was hiding. He wanted to use the flying spell, but it was a high-level spell and Liusen hadn't learned it by himself yet. Just as Neville turned to leave with tears in his eyes, Liusen stopped him. Neville, the summoning charm can help you find the toad. Neville immediately looked at Liusen expectantly, but I won't. Neville lowered his head again with a sad face. Liusen looked at Ron with a smile. Ron was stunned. I don't know it either. That's a spell that only seniors can use. It's very difficult. My brother practiced it during the holidays. Neville's eyes suddenly lit up with stars, and his face was full of anticipation. Ron frowned, thought for a moment, and said in a tangled way, okay, I'll take you to find my brother Percy, but don't expect him to help you. He always has a bad face. Liu-Sen took out a large bucket of popcorn and gave it to Ron. I'll go with you. He's a supervisor, and he might be happy to help the lower grade students. I also want to see what the flying spell looks like. Ron suddenly felt motivated after having the delicious food, so he walked to the front of the carriage while eating, where there was a rest compartment specially designated for supervisors. Their carriage was at the back, and they walked a long way before they found Percy, who was talking about his ideal life with a pretty female supervisor. Percy seemed very impatient when being interrupted, but faced with the opportunity to show himself, he still gave it face and cast the flying spell. Here comes the toad. About 10 seconds later, a toad flew from a corner into Percy's hand. You're lucky. There's only one toad on the entire train. Liv. This is my Liv. Neville was so happy that he quickly hugged his pet tightly in his arms. Nice flying spell. Senior, you are awesome. Liusen clapped his hands. Percy was a dogmatic person, but he was not a bad person at heart. Appropriate praise was better than anything else. Percy's face flushed, and he tried not to look too proud, and he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly to the others, like a leader who had just finished speaking. Percy was very pleased with Neville's grateful look and Liusen's praise, and he even looked at his stupid brother more favorably. Before leaving, Liusen invited Percy and Ron to their carriage to enjoy delicious food together. As Ron's new friend, after being politely rejected, Liusen gave Percy 2 bottles of fatty happy water. This is a drink that muggles love very much. It is considered a local specialty of the muggle world. Senior, you must try it. By the way, I heard that your father, Mr. Weasley, is an official of the Ministry of Magic and has always been committed to protecting muggles. I really want to visit him if I have the chance. We will definitely have a lot to talk about. After some polite exchanges, Liusen and his companions said goodbye to Percy and the female supervisor named Penelope, and returned to their own carriage. Neville, with a silly smile on his face, held the toad he had recovered, and was pulled back to the carriage by Liusen to eat. After they got to know each other, Ron said, "Neville, I don't know why you're crying. If I had a toad, I'd throw it away. Toads are no longer popular now." Then, he took out his pet mouse and said, "This is Scabbers. My brother Percy didn't want him. Although he only knows how to sleep in, lose his hair, and has missing fingers. If he is lost, well, I will also go find him, but I won't be as anxious as you. Scabbers is already very old. It would be normal if he stopped moving one day." Liu-Sen stared at the ugly mouse and thought for a long time. It seemed that this thing was a character in the plot. Yes, this guy was very impressive. This was an old man, and he was the kind who betrayed his brothers shamelessly. "Should we do something?" Ron waved his hand in front of Liusen's face. "What are you thinking about, man? You're smiling strangely." Liu-Sen came back to his senses. "Oh, nothing. I was thinking we might have to change into robes. You guys talk first." After saying that, he dove into the backpack and followed the ladder inside into the expanded space. Chapter 4. What blessing is Ma? "Ron, you'll be surprised when you come back." He then pulled out his somewhat worn wand and prepared to perform a spell to change the color of Scabbers. Just then the door was opened again. "Has any of you seen Neville's toad? Oh Neville, have you found the toad?" The person who spoke was a young girl with thick brown hair, and her tone was a bit arrogant, as if she was the president of the student union. Neville said in panic, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Thank you, Hermione. We just asked Ron's brother to help us find it. He used a spell and rifle flew over here." Liusen had just changed into his robe at this time. When he heard the conversation above, he immediately sighed. "Why are all three little ones here?" He slowly climbed up the ladder, half of his body exposed, and secretly glanced at the legendary goddess who was the dream of countless Otacus. Her hair was messy and seemed not to have been carefully taken care of, and there were light freckles on her face. Apart from her huge front teeth, the most impressive thing is her eyes, which feel a little domineering. During this distracted moment, Hermione noticed him. Liusen didn't think any more and climbed out of the backpack in a few steps. "Hello there." Hermione just nodded to Liusen, then took a curious look at Liusen's backpack. "Nice expansion backpack. I will make one myself after I learn the traceless extension spell." Then he looked at Ron with pride and said, "Oh, are you going to show off your magic? Then open our eyes." After saying that, he sat down and motioned Ron to continue. Ron looked at Liusen with a complicated look, as if to say, "Who is this? Brother, please help me say something. I can't continue acting." Liusen smiled. He didn't want to miss this fateful play, so he pretended not to see it and gave a cheering look. "Go ahead, Ron. Don't be scared." Ron had no choice but to continue. He coughed lightly and pointed his worn-out paint-chipped second-hand wand at Scabbers, saying, "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine, turn this silly fat mouse yellow." He shouted and waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained grey and even turned over in his sleep. Hermione couldn't help but sneered. "Are you sure you are reciting a spell? The effect is not very good. I taught myself a few simple spells at home, and they were all successful. I also taught myself the first grade textbook and memorized it all. I have been an excellent student since I was a child. I was very happy when I received the admission letter. I can finally learn something more challenging." After previewing the textbook, I also bought a lot of reference books and read them all during the holidays. Finally, the day of school has come. "My name is Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Harry and Ron were surprised by the other party's rapid-fire speeches and the fact that he had memorized all the textbooks in advance, but Liusen didn't feel anything. The wisest of the three little ones, the future Miss Know-It-All, she memorizes the basics. Although Liusen also prepared a little bit, 95%, not much. "I'm Ron Weasley." Liusen Harry Potter as expected. Miss Know-It-All who was born a muggle but knew everything about Harry, was surprised when she saw him point, but after all, she didn't grow up in a wizarding family, so the surprise soon passed. Her attention returned to the mouse in Ron's hand. She wanted to show it off too. Hermione took out her wand from her pocket and chanted the spell skillfully. Just as she said, she had really finished studying simple magic by herself. Spots turned red in an instant. This was already the beginning of transfiguration. Ordinary first year students might need half a year to be able to use it skillfully. She tossed her hair back, unable to conceal her pride, and looked at Ron with a playful look. She had turned her fur into the color of Ron's hair. After finishing, Hermione started to giggle arrogantly again, and even glanced provocatively at Liusen and the wand exposed at his waist. She laughed even more happily. Liusen shook his head and said, "I wanted to keep a low profile, but now that I'm looked down upon, I might as well show off my skills." He took out the rolling pin from his pocket calmly, looked at the people in the car, and then quickly chanted a spell point. When the last word was uttered, a dazzling lightning shot out from the tip of the wand. After a fleeting flash of light, Banban woke up from his sleep and almost jumped out of Ron's hands. Ron thought Liusen had pronounced the spell wrong. Why did it feel like he was going to kill Banban? But the next moment, Banban's body paused, turned from red to brown, and his hair grew instantly. Scabbers suddenly turned into a furball, and his short limbs couldn't even reach Ron's hands. A few people took a closer look and saw that Scabbers was now dark brown, with long, dense and slightly curly hair. If Hermione had held it in her hand, no one would have suspected that it was a bunch of hair she had cut off. Harry and Ron burst out laughing instantly, and even the honest Neville couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing like a pig. Hermione's eyes instantly became wet, and she covered her mouth and angrily fled the carriage. "Hey, why are you crying? Are you so weak?" Liusen thought about it and wondered if a butterfly effect would occur if the friendship of the Iron Triangle was destroyed because of himself. If the Iron Trio fails to form a team, who will lead Harry and Ron to fight Voldemort? Him? Forget it. So Liusen said seriously, "Harry, Ron, Neville, we shouldn't have laughed at others just now. Classmates should learn from each other and help each other. Let's go." Making a female classmate cry is not a gentlemanly thing to do. So, Liusen pulled Ron and Harry, who were laughing the most, and took the initiative to admit his mistakes. After the four of them persuaded Hermione, they finally stopped crying. Liusen thought, what a close call. Miss Know-It-All has such a strong sense of self-esteem. From now on, if she wants to be number one, I will definitely only be number two. After inviting Hermione back to the compartment, he took out his ridiculously ugly wand, which made her burst into laughter. Liusen, who was determined to do it, introduced the origin and characteristics of his magic wand. He also performed a few small magic tricks. The main purpose was to let everyone see the lightning special effects. It was really a show of skill. By the way, Hermione, what is the key to the repairing spell? I can never get the feel for it. Liu-Sen deliberately gave the other party a chance to show off, and silently gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart. Ahem, you haven't even learned such a simple spell. What a waste of your wand. Remember, Hermione smiled again, and she was very happy that she had surpassed Liusen in knowledge again. Liusen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hermione regain her confidence and smile, and the atmosphere in the carriage became much more peaceful. So he continued to look for a target to cast the spell in the compartment. "Hey, Harry, I almost forgot. Maybe it's time to get your glasses fixed." Harry's glasses were covered with tape, but when he heard Liusen's words, he hurriedly tried to take them off. "Wait, your wand has lightning. I think I should." Before he could finish, Liusen had already finished the repair spell, and it shot out from the rolling pin wand. It was really a shot, with an arc of electricity, and landed accurately on Harry's glasses, who wouldn't be scared when faced with lightning so close to his nose. Harry opened his mouth in fear, and half of the chocolate frog jumped out of his mouth. After Harry took a few breaths and took off his glasses, he found that the glasses, which were originally broken into several pieces and wrapped with tape, were now as good as new, with no trace of being broken at all. "It's amazing. Thanks Liusen." but could you please tell me in advance next time? Harry said in shock. Ron laughed out loud, or rather squealed, and his mouth was so full of long sticks of fudge and chocolate frogs that he had trouble speaking. Hermione shook her head helplessly. She looked at the sky outside the train and calculated the time. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. You'd better change into your robes quickly, otherwise you'll be too late. Liu Sen then said, you can change clothes in my backpack. There is enough space. After saying that, he smiled and signaled Hermione not to avoid it. Harry and the other two hesitated for a moment, then took out their robes and lined up to enter Liu Sen's expanded backpack. After they changed their clothes, they talked about the interesting things that happened when they received their acceptance letters. When Liu Sen saw the friendship between the three little ones gradually building up, he suddenly felt like an old father who was worried about his stupid children. However, the tranquility in the carriage was soon broken. As a few people were chatting, the compartment door was suddenly slammed open and 3 people walked in. The boy in the middle was pale, his face full of arrogance. Unlike Hermione's arrogance brought by the confidence of a top student, this boy had a mysterious self-confidence that no one was as noble as him. His eyes were full of contempt, and he looked around with his nose point. He was followed by 2 strong guys who seemed like his personal bodyguards, but unfortunately they didn't look very smart. The pale-faced boy glanced at Liu Sen and Hermione, then looked at Ron's red hair and old robes with contempt, and snorted disdainfully. When he turned to Harry Potter, he saw his scar that could not be hidden, so the boy said, it seems that the rumors are true. You are Harry Potter? I'm Draco Malfoy, from a noble pure-blood family. You know, it's better to stay away from some questionable people, or you will be affected. At this point, Malfoy looked at Ron provocatively again. Ron's face turned red with anger and he clenched his fists. If Harry and Neville hadn't held him down, he would have rushed forward. Seeing that Liu Sen and Hermione were also looking at Malfoy with unfriendly faces, Harry suddenly felt confident and said to Malfoy coldly, you are not welcome here. Leave now. I can tell who are the bad ones. Malfoy sneered, we don't plan to leave. You have so much food, why don't you try it together? After that, the 3 of them went to grab the candies and snacks on the seats. Ha ha ha, so it's a hungry beggar. Come and see. Liu Sen laughed loudly on purpose. Several cubicles nearby heard that there was something exciting to watch, so they opened their doors and looked over here. Malfoy was stunned when he heard this, threw down the candy in his hand, and said angrily, what do you mean? Do you want to fight? Malfoy is an annoying purist. He is very proud. He loves to take advantage of others. He likes to bully the weak, and he fears the strong. After thinking about this, Liu Sen decided to teach him a lesson. Fight? How could that be? We are all freshmen. We should help each other. Are you hungry? There are still a lot of leftovers here. Don't hesitate. I can give you the chicken bones and leftover pies. As he spoke, Liu Sen pointed to the family bucket box on the ground, which was full of garbage. Ignoring Malfoy's angry face, he continued, TSK. No way, no way, you're drooling at the sight of chicken bones? This is muggle food. Malfoy, how long have you not had a full meal? Malfoy was furious. No one had ever ridiculed him like this before, especially since the other person didn't look like a pureblood at all. Malfoy flew into a rage when he heard the snickers and discussions coming from the corridor behind him. My name is Draco Malfoy. My father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic and a director of Hogwarts. Which one are you? Tell me your name. He took out his wand and was eager to try. Why? Want to discuss magic? A hungry horse picking up food? A beggar picking up chicken bones? Liu Sen made Malfoy furious with just a few casual words. When it comes to sarcasm, these 11-year-old rookies are no match at all. Just as Malfoy was about to cast a curse, Liu Sen also took out his wand. The other party was visibly stunned when he saw the rolling pin. At this moment, Liu Sen's spell was already released softly, fluorescent flashing. A revised version of fluorescent flashing, Liu Sen's original magic. With the help of the rolling pin special effects and the techniques figured out by Liu Sen and his son, a meter-long dark purple lightning flame was stimulated from the front end of the magic wand, condensing without dissipating. I don't know which muggle-born little wizard who was watching exclaimed when he saw this scene. Lightsaber. It's a lightsaber. He is a GD knight. Liusen nearly sprained his waist and nearly dropped his rolling pin and magic wand. He picked up the rolling pin again without making a sound. Under the illumination of the dark purple thunder flame lightning sword, Liusen's face was uncertain, which gave Malfoy a somewhat eerie feeling. The thunder flame lightning sword is full of intimidation, and what makes it even cooler than the Star Wars lightning sword is that there is lightning swelling on the sword, and from time to time there is a crackling sound of electric arcs. Upon closer inspection, you can see thousands of lightning flashes surging, and no one dares to touch it directly. Liusen moved the tip of the sword to the empty can on the ground, and just swept it lightly. The can was immediately cut with a red crack. The wisps of green smoke were burned again by the leaked electric arc, and disappeared into thin air. The sword was raised and pointed at Malfoy, who stepped back hastily, fearing that he would be touched by the lightning flame lightning sword. He brought 2 followers with him, and was in a dilemma under the gaze of other students, but he still said fiercely, "You are awesome this time. We will see." Just as he was about to leave, one of the henchmen suddenly screamed, and his hand was bitten tightly by a group of dark brown hair monsters. "Scabbers!" shouted Ron. "That's Scabbers whose transfiguration charm hasn't failed." "Well done, Pettigrew. I decided not to feed, poison, you for the time being." Liusen thought to himself. The farce ended quickly, and Malfoy and his gang fled. The students and other carriages were attracted by Liusen's lightning lightsaber and Ron's extremely hairy rat, and watched for a long time. The crowd did not disperse until the train slowed down, and was about to arrive at the station. "So cool. What kind of magic is that?" Ron asked impatiently, after closing the cubicle door. It's just a simple variation of the illumination technique." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Neville, who had a low sense of presence, looked at him with deep contempt. "Who are you kidding? That's illumination?" At the strong request of several people, Liusen read out the words clearly and loudly. "Merlin's bit. Is it really illumination? Can fluorescent flashes be like this? How is this possible?" Ron exclaimed. Harry and Neville also couldn't believe it, but neither of them doubted life as much as Hermione. "It's just that the ending of the pronunciation is different from the standard lighting spell, and the range of motion is different. The effect shouldn't be so ridiculously different." The top student girl became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She snatched Liusen's rolling pin and chanted a spell quickly, and many more. Sizzle. Crackle. RRRRR. Hermione felt as if she had touched high voltage electricity, and her entire body's bones were flickering under the fierce electric shock. It only took a second for Hermione to throw away her wand with her legs shaking, and she coughed twice, spitting out a puff of black smoke. If Harry and Ron hadn't supported her in time, the elementary school bully would have fallen to the ground. Hermione stared at the ceiling with dull eyes, tears in her eyes, silent and not understanding what was happening. Liusen came back to his senses and helplessly held his forehead with his hand. "My wand can't be snatched away by force, and it's not easy to control. It's over. The good impression he just established is ruined." Chapter 5 What to think about when sorting. Although Liusen quickly used the cleansing spell to restore Hermione's clothes before she could recover from the shock, and considerately turned her messy and naturally curly hair into smooth and flowing straight hair, the shocked Miss Know-It-All still rolled her eyes at Liusen frequently. Liusen was helpless and had to concentrate on experiencing the boat trip from Hogsmeade Station to Hogwarts. The rocking boat carried the first-year students across the Black Lake, and the majestic Hogwarts castle was seen in the distance. All the freshmen''s eyes were attracted by the castle. Everyone was full of anticipation at the thought of attending such a beautiful and mysterious school in the future. As they approached the cliff on which the castle stood, it seemed to tower above them. "Draw your heads," Hagrid shouted as the first boats approached the cliffs. After getting off the boat, Hagrid led the freshmen up the winding stairs and handed the breathless children over to Vice Principal McGonagall, who came to greet them. At this time, Professor McGonagall told the little wizards that the sorting ceremony was about to begin. and introduced the situation of the 4 colleges. Hogwarts was founded by 4 founders, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin, and 4 colleges were established in their names, with the lion, badger, eagle and snake as the college symbols respectively. The separation ceremony is to decide which college you will study in for the next 7 years, and to strive for the most credits for your college and win the college cup. The characteristics of the 4 houses are as different as their mascots. Slytherin's snake represents pure blood and power, Gryffindor's lion represents integrity and courage, Ravenclaw's eagle represents wisdom and knowledge, Hufflepuff's badger represents diligence and loyalty, which is actually quite embarrassing, as they usually pick the remaining children. However, as far as LIUSEN knew, Dumbledore himself actually thought that the division of the colleges was too arbitrary. Not only did it label the children too early, it also divided the wizarding community, causing the already small number of young wizards to oppose each other. Especially Slytherin and Gryffindor, they were notoriously at odds with each other. After listening to Professor McGonagall's introduction, the young wizards all seemed a little nervous before entering school. They were all frightened by their families with all kinds of bizarre ways of selecting houses. This seemed to be a small tradition, and the fooled little wizards were all very frightened at this moment. For example, Ron, his 5 brothers didn't tell him how to be sorted into houses, and he thought he had to fight a troll in public to determine which house he belonged to. LIUSEN is not worried about the troll, he is worried about the sorting hat's ability to read people's minds. If his identity as a time traveler hidden among the crowd were to be exposed, he wondered if he would be locked in a glass jar by the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic and labeled slice of an unknown stowaway from time and space. In order to deal with such an extreme tragedy, LIUSEN prepared several plans at home. Although he didn't know whether he could hide it from the sorting hat, in order to enter the magical world, LIUSEN had to bite the bullet. After the sorting began, the young wizards breathed a sigh of relief. They no longer needed to fight a life and death battle with a troll or recite the history of magic in public, which was as thick as a dictionary. All they needed to do to be sorted was to wear a shabby magic hat that could speak. The little wizards were no longer panicked, but LIUSEN was very panicked. At this time, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in her hand. Whoever's name I call now will put on his hat and sit on his stool until he is sorted, she said. Hannah Abbott, here it comes. The legendary Hannah Abbott, a nervous little girl with a red face and 2 blonde braids. She stumbled out of the line, shielding her eyes as she put on the sorting hat. Soon the sorting hat called out, Hufflepuff. The people at the table on the right immediately applauded, welcoming Hannah to join Hufflepuff. When the first letter of the name reached L, Professor McGonagall finally shouted, LIUSEN, LIU. SEN took a deep breath, quietly put away the rolling pin in his loose robe, and silently started to implement the plan in his mind. Looking back at Harry and Hermione, who were already sitting in the Gryffindor seats and waving to cheer him up, LIUSEN resolutely sat down on the chair and was put on the dirty and tattered hat that sounded so bad. LIUSEN first gave himself a psychological hint in advance. I like to read novels, time travel novels, science fiction novels, and imagine myself as the protagonist. I have traveled through time and space, fought dragons alone, eaten golden food in the Hobbit village, caught Pokemon in the Naruto village, and collected 7 Dragon Balls on the Grand Line to make a wish to become a Superman. He did whatever he wanted to cover up his identity as a time traveler. At the same time, let the magic wand release electric current to sting your palms, use the pain to clear your brain, and further interfere with your heart rate and brain waves. Then he recalled the history of magic textbooks and the basic magic spellcasting essentials that he had studied before. He tried to let the sorting hat see his intelligence and eagerness to learn. Yes, LIUSEN's plan is to join Ravenclaw, which is full of nerds. This is a relatively safe plan. After all, showing one's inner talent is much easier than showing bravery. All he has to do is memorize the book. It is more difficult to show bravery. Should I let the sorting house watch how I tease Malfoy? Finally, to be on the safe side, LIUSEN swallowed his saliva deliberately, imagining what kind of delicious food would appear at the banquet later. Chicken legs, potatoes, pumpkin juice. Well, British cuisine is a far cry from Chinese cuisine, but since he has shown his foodie side, he should be able to be assigned to Hufflepuff. This strategy is used as a backup point under the gaze of many teachers and young wizards. The Sorting Hat showed a complex expression with its dirty and torn folds forming its mouth and eyes. Suddenly, a voice that only Liu could hear rang in his mind. Wow, you are the little wizard who has added the most drama to yourself in the past 100 years. Ha ha ha. Liu Sen immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, oh no, I'm exposed. Will I be expelled from school or sent to be sliced? If I hold the Sorting Hat hostage, I wonder if my chance of escaping will be even 1%. It's over. Don't worry, little one. Over the centuries, I have seen countless little wizards with secrets, but don't worry, I have the wisdom and heart of 4 great wizards. I don't care about your origins, and I won't tell anyone. Liu Sen felt relieved a little. This was actually within his deduction, but he had expected the probability to be very low. Thank you for your tolerance and understanding. My little secret is not worth mentioning. I believe you must have met many people with special pasts like me, right? Liu Sen's heart moved, and he planned to ask if there were other time travelers, but the Sorting Hat is very strict. Oh, no. Every child is unique, who can tell? I think we should place you in the right house as soon as possible. Kit, great. Mr. Sorting Hat, thank you for your help. After a brief silence, Liu Sen asked doubtfully, how is it? Which hospital do you think is more suitable for me to go to? I'm not picky. The Sorting Hat chuckled. Haha, are you sure? Smart kid, there is no doubt that you are not lacking in wisdom. Ravenclaw will allow you to make many like-minded friends. But don't forget that you also have the blood of an ancient wizard family in your body. Slytherin will allow you to realize your ambitions faster towards glory. Haha, as for greed, who doesn't have a greed? Hufflepuff will not reject an excellent little wizard like you. You can become the best among them. There is no doubt about that. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Nothing can be hidden from your clever mind. I think it's alright, Ravenclaw is, but before Liu Sen could make a choice, the Sorting Hat interrupted him and continued, what makes you unique and valuable is not your wisdom, bloodline or anything else, but, Liu Sen's eyes lit up, but, it's courage, Kit. What determines a person's success is the precious qualities hidden deep in his heart. Did you see my courage in fighting against the bullies who bullied the weak? Or did you see my pursuit of truth and my determination to conduct dangerous magic and technology experiments without fear of the Ministry of Magic's ban? Or did you see my determination to invest everything in a junk company when I was a child? Or, before Liu Sen could continue to beautify himself, the Sorting Hat couldn't stand it anymore. Bah, you shameless bastard. It's rare to see you talk about fighting, messing around, and taking advantage of others in such a nice way. Ahem. You are just being prejudiced. How could I fight? That was self-defense. We were so weak, helpless, and pitiful at that time. Alright. Let's not talk about that anymore. You dared to make up lies and tricks to deceive the smartest magical creature in the world. This is really brave. Oh, I remember you wanted to kidnap me and run away just now. You are really fearless. I think Gryffindor is very suitable for you, although Liu Sen coveted Gryffindor. Gryffindor was the most difficult to achieve in his plan. At this moment, he was as happy as if he had won the lottery. Gryffindor. Liu Sen breathed a sigh of relief when the Sorting Hat called out the name of the house point. After thanking the Sorting Hat, he walked briskly to the Gryffindor table and sat next to Harry Point. The Weasley greeted him happily not far away, welcoming him to the Gryffindor family. Point after all the young wizards were assigned. An old man wearing a star and moon robe and with a long silver beard stood up in the center of the teaching seats. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Point. He opened his arms to welcome the students, and there was a light in his kindness eyes. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, fools, crybabies, scum, twist. Thank you everyone. The students clapped their hands in confusion. The lower grade students were seeing such a strange speech for the first time and they exchanged glances with each other in confusion. Dumbledore sat back in his chair and snapped his fingers, and suddenly a wide variety of food appeared on the dining table. Liu was also a little confused. He was still thinking about Dumbledore's extremely brief opening speech. Liu had never seen this in his life. At that time, the school leaders' speeches took at least half an hour. No matter whether the students below were shivering in the rain or in the cold wind, the school leaders never cared about the students' lives. That's all? What do you mean? Liu asked with a puzzled look on his face. Many first year students were also completely confused, such as Harry. Is he a little crazy? At this time, Percy, who was across from them, whispered, "What? He's a genius. The greatest Hogwarts headmaster ever. The best wizard in the world. But he's a little crazy. Do you want some potatoes only?" Then did Harry notice the food on the plate? The child, who had never had a full meal since childhood, suddenly felt like he was in heaven. Liu didn't take the grilled sausages, baked potatoes, fried steak, and grilled chicken legs seriously. The dishes were okay, with plenty of servings, but what the hell was going on with this big plate of mint candies mixed in with them? He took a bite of ribs and asked Percy Sr., "What did the principal mean just now?" Harry also slowed down his chewing and turned to look over. Percy swallowed the potato, took a sip of pumpkin juice and said, "There are many theories. Some say it is a blessing from Latin magic runes, and some say it is a complicated riddle, but that is not reliable. It is actually very simple." Percy looked around. Although Ron didn't stop chewing the chicken leg, he also looked at the third brother who was supervising the students curiously. Hermione frowned, wondering if there was any relevant record in a history of Hogwarts. In the distance, several young wizards also leaned over and listened attentively. Percy liked this feeling very much. He continued, "Idiot, Crimmerby, scum, and twisted. These are the impressions or opinions of the students of the four houses on the other houses. For example, the little eagles of Ravenclaw. They think they are the smartest and everyone else is." Chapter 6, Self-Defense. Really? After dinner, under the guidance of the class leaders and supervisors, the students from the four colleges began to return to their dormitories, climb through the intricate and randomly deformed stairs. Although Liu felt it was novel, he was more helpless to complain, because there were too many stairs, and it was too troublesome. Most of the little wizards were in no mood to look at their surroundings. They were tired and sleepy. Ron and Harry, in particular, had such bloated stomachs that it was extremely difficult for them to walk. They even had to support each other to keep up with the group. As they passed a corridor, Percy, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. A short ugly ghost with evil eyes was floating in the air. It was the annoying Peeves. He controlled a bundle of sticks to float in the air, intending to play a trick on the first year students. "Peeves, get out of here now, or I'll tell the bloody Baron you were causing trouble in this corridor." The bloody Baron is the ghost of Slytherin. He has a dull look in his eyes and his body is covered with bloodstains left over from his death. He is a guy that neither the young wizards nor the ghosts dare to look directly into the eye. Although Percy used the name of the bloody Baron to scare Peeves, the other party obviously did not want to give up this prank. "Hehe. This new kid doesn't know how powerful I am. Watch out." The wooden stick floating in the air suddenly flew towards the Gryffindor team. Although Percy and several senior students used their wands to cast spells to deflect most of them, many sticks and debris still hit the team. Harry and Ron, who were already dazed and supporting each other as they moved forward, were greatly embarrassed by the sudden attack. Liu was right behind the two of them. He was just raising his head to take out his wand and was about to deflect the wooden stick when he was suddenly bumped by the two idiots in front of him. He immediately stopped casting the spell and became flustered. Fortunately, his wand was thick enough to be used as a melee weapon for blocking, otherwise he would have been hit in the face. Unfortunately, Peeves, who was having fun, noticed Liu's actions and saw his wand blocking the wooden stick. Ha 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 ha. Look at that stupid little wizard. His wand is even thicker than Peeves' stick. It's hilarious. Did you steal the house elf's rolling pin? Ha ha ha. His laughter suddenly made the scene extremely quiet, and the originally noisy corridor was filled with only Peeves' laughter. Everyone's eyes turned to Liu Sen and looked at his wand. I don't know which little wizard couldn't hold back his laughter. After a chuckle, a lot of laughter and whispers were heard around Liu Sen. But PPGUI was not willing to give up. He controlled the fallen sticks to float again and threw them at Liu Sen one by one. Liu Sen's area was immediately cleared, leaving only Percy, who was still shouting and firing several spells at Peeves. But Peeves is a special ghost. Not only does he have the characteristic of being unable to be touched by real objects like ordinary ghosts, but he can also control objects to levitate and attack. According to legend, it is a special spirit condensed from the naughty thoughts of little wizards. Percy's spell was like a stone thrown into the black lake. It only caused a few ripples on Peeves' body, but had no effect at all. This made Peeves even more arrogant, and he laughed weirdly. Oh ha ha ha. The silly little devil used a rolling pin as a wand, and the senior wizard was even dumber than that, and wanted to use a spell to attack Lord Peeves. Ahem. The men and women in the portraits in the corridor ran out of their frames and went to the nearest place to watch the excitement. Liu Sen's anger had accumulated to its peak. When a new round of wooden sticks attacked him, Liu Sen secretly revealed an evil smile, but shouted loudly, "Don't come over here." At the same time, the magic wand in his hand triggered a thunder flame that was 10 times more intense than the one on the train. With a wave of his hand, a 10-meter long thunder flame instantly crossed the corridor. When the lightning sword blade swept past like a meteor and disappeared, everyone gasped. Only then did the little wizard, who was standing close by, feel the heat of the light burning his face. Some little witch in the crowd let out a brief scream, but no one paid any attention to her as everyone's eyes were fixed firmly on their heads. A sword mark with a burnt outside and red inside was left on the ceiling of the corridor. The bricks and stones were instantly burned into a dark red color by the high temperature, like lava that was about to melt. This is Hogwarts Castle. Every corner is protected by magic. Several picture frames near the ceiling were swept by the aftermath, broken into 2 pieces and slowly burning. The people in the painting were watching the fun somewhere else and luckily escaped the disaster, but they were all terrified at this moment. Peeves in the air had long disappeared, and a few sharp-eyed little wizards caught the scene. The moment the Lei Yan sword touched Peeves, his body exploded like a punctured water ball. The head was not completely shattered, but was blown away by the impact of the explosion, spinning through the wall and disappearing. Some panicked little wizard shouted in panic, "He killed Peeves. He actually killed a ghost." The narrow corridor suddenly became noisy again. There was a larger space around Liu Sen, and only a few familiar people like Harry dared to approach. I was acting in self-defense. Testify for me. It was Peeves who attacked first. Liu Sen pretended to be calm at this moment, but in fact, he could not stand steadily, and his head was dizzy. The explosive attack just now drained almost all the magic power. This is the first time to experiment with such a high intensity. Well, it can be called serious lighting technique. 40-meter broadsword mode. Fred said excitedly in the crowd. How did you do that? That's so cool. We've been wanting to do this for a long time. George's eyes sparkled as he said, listen, buddy. How about we trade 10, no, 21 of those dung balls for this move of yours? This move is absolutely powerful. Percy was still serious. He shouted, quiet, quiet, senior students, please organize some discipline. See if anyone is hurt. While the little wizards were in chaos, a shout as loud as a megaphone came from outside the crowd. Quiet, everyone be quiet. Liu Sen saw Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses and an emerald green robe, rushing over angrily. She had a wand in her hand, and she must have cast loud voice just now. Percy pushed his way through the crowd, ready to tell Professor McGonagall about the situation. Thank you, Percy. I heard from the portrait that, before she could finish her words, Professor McGonagall saw the cool sword marks on the ceiling and the smoking photo frame. Professor McGonagall took off her glasses in surprise. It was obvious that this scene was completely beyond her imagination. This has never happened before. It has never happened since the school was founded. This is outrageous. Such a serious thing happened right after the opening party. Who? Which senior student did it? I will deduct 50 points. Not 100 points. Professor McGonagall is not only the vice headmaster, but also the head of Gryffindor House, but she is meticulous in her work and even wants to deduct points from her own house. This is no problem for Snape. Probably point everyone stepped back and let LIUSEN outpoint LIUSEN. 10 minutes later, LIUSEN was brought by Professor McGonagall to an ugly monster statue on the 3rd floor. Ice. Lemon. The statue moved upon hearing the command and moved aside, revealing the entrance to the principal's office behind it. As the majestic lion eagle statue inside rotates, a spiral staircase is revealed. The spiral staircase automatically ascended slowly to the 8th floor. LIUSEN felt that the dizziness caused by overdrawing magic power was now more serious. The walls of the principal's office were covered with portraits of successive Hogwarts headmasters. Some of them were snoring, while others had heard about what had just happened and were dropping by to chat with each other, while at the same time sizing up this problem student who had caused trouble on the first day of school. LIUSEN looked around. This was a large circular duplex office, beautiful and grand. On the 2nd floor, and on both sides of the stairs are shiny bookcases, and on the top is a wrinkled sorting hat, but it is sleeping. LIUSEN remembered that there was a sword inside the hat. Next year, Harry will pull out the sword of Gryffindor and stab the basilisk. Neville also pulled it out during the final battle, cut off the snake's head, and destroyed one of the Horcruxes of the noseless monster. Turning his head, his eyes swept over the strange little ornaments and candies on the principal's desk. He fell on the cabinet in the corner, where there should be a stone basin, which will appear a few years later. Did I forget something? LIUSEN still felt dizzy and his magic power was overdrawn. Turning around, I saw the legendary creature with fiery red feathers on a shelf, the phoenix. LIUSEN remembered that the phoenix was called Fawkes or something, and it was the sacred bird that protected the Dumbledore family. The phoenix has many magical powers. It can teleport people without regard to spatial restrictions. Its tears can heal wounds and detoxify, and its feathers are precious materials for wands. The wands of Harry and Voldemort contain the feathers of this phoenix. When LIUSEN looked at Fawkes, Fawkes also opened his beautiful eyes from his sleep. He also looked at LIUSEN curiously and slowly spread his beautiful head, feathers and wings. LIUSEN remembered that when he was in the 2nd grade, Fawkes used his tears to save Harry, and it could even cure the poison of the basilisk. I wonder if I will have the chance to collect 2 of them. Its magical teleportation ability is even more powerful than apparition. Dumbledore can use it to escape the Ministry of Magic in the future. He's awesome. This is worth studying. I put it in my notebook when I go out. It's easy to forget when I have a headache. Just as LIUSEN was teasing Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore, wearing a loose bathrobe, walked down the spiral staircase. It seems that Fawkes likes you very much, kid, he said in a light voice. The lazy old dang looked even older, but he still couldn't tell that he was already over 100 years old. But it seemed that he would die in 6 years. LIUSEN thought. Professor McGonagall, who had sent LIUSEN over, said anxiously, Albus, you should have seen this. This kid almost ripped open the ceiling. He also burned 7 portraits. And Peeves was killed by him. This is probably the most serious case of vandalism in history. Is it serious? 7 years later, the noseless monster brought his little brothers to kill in and almost flatten the school. That would be serious. LIUSEN thought secretly. Dumbledore's hands trembled, and after thinking for a moment, he peeled off a cockroach and threw it into his mouth, a kind of cockroach-shaped candy that moves. Wand 1. Seeing that McGonagall glared at him, Dumbledore turned the candy box towards LIUSEN again, his half-moon glasses glowing slightly. LIUSEN shook his head vigorously. I respectfully decline. Old Dumbledore had a strong taste. I remember when he visited Harry, he ate a bowl of earwax flavored beans. And he didn't spit it out. He just chewed it. Minerva, don't worry. The portraits have told me what happened, and as long as no students are hurt it's fine. But Peeves was killed by this child. Professor McGonagall frowned. Oh, Minerva, don't let appearances blind you. Peeves won't die. He's very special. Dumbledore said with a smile. That's right. Ghosts are all very special. Next year, the basilisk will petrify one. He's not dead. Liusen agreed in his heart. Professor McGonagall looked at Liusen in distress and was very angry to find that the child was acting as if nothing had happened. She said angrily, but he also destroyed the school and those ancient portraits. This is the first night of the new school. It's outrageous. Liusen quickly said, I was acting in self-defense. Peeves attacked me. I didn't control my strength when I fought back. That's why it happened. Really, everyone can testify to that. After saying that, he complained in his heart, it's just a few paintings that no one sees. Hogwarts is a big company, and these are nothing. 3 years later, Sirius tore up such an important painting of the fat lady, and no one asked him to pay for it afterwards, right? Dumbledore uttered a groan. Liusen looked over, and it seemed that he had bitten his finger in order to prevent the cockroaches from escaping from his mouth. It's a bit dark, isn't it? He snapped his fingers and immediately the spare candles in the room were lit. Liusen thought, wandless spellcasting is so convenient. I want to learn it too. Oh, I remember that old Dumbledore had a very convenient light-off device. I really want to study it. After he died, he passed it to Ron. The hidden function seems to be a guide. Dumbledore frowned and thought, then said slowly, the important thing is that no one is injured or killed. In Hogwarts, every little wizard is safe, now and in the future, isn't it? Liusen thought, is it safe? This year, Voldemort possessed Quirrell, and Harry and the other two almost died. Next year, Voldemort's diary released a basilisk that petrified several students, and the 3 almost died. The year after that, Sirius came to catch Peter Pettigrew. Lupin lost control, the Dementors lost control, and the 3 almost died. The year after that, the Death Eaters pretended to be professors and disrupted the Triwizard Tournament. It was much more dangerous, and Cedric died. The worst was in the 7th grade, when the nosed monster brought his little Death Eaters to charge in, and the fight was like a demolition site, and one of the twins died. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. It gives me a headache. Clang. Dumbledore's goblet fell over, spilling juice all over the table. Ah, I'm so careless. When you get old, you need to rest early, otherwise you will end up like me, unable to even hold a cup steadily. He glanced at the clock and said in surprise, ah, it's so late. I think we should just leave it at that for now. Like Liusen said, everything was an accident. It was just self-defense. Liu-Sen quickly agreed, yes, yes, yes. I really didn't mean it. It was all an accident. But Liusen thought, hey, I did it on purpose. Did Peeves blame me for running into trouble? I've been wanting to test the power of my strongest version of lighting for a long time. And I also wanted to try whether ghost can be cut. But I didn't expect the power to be a little out of control, and the consumption was a little over the limit. Dumbledore put his hand on his forehead, looking a little tired. Professor McGonagall said worriedly, Albus, you look like you need to rest early. I'll leave today's affairs to you. I'll take the child back first. Dumbledore raised his head wearily and said, oh, of course. I mean everyone should go to bed early. Thank you, Minerva. Then children, have a good rest. I believe that the first day of class tomorrow will be full and exciting. Liusen nodded and said, thank you, Principal Dumbledore. I will study hard and make progress every day. Then I added in my mind, it will be exciting. Tomorrow Professor McGonagall will perform the online transformation of the expired cat girl. Professor Flitwick will fall off the podium when he reads Harry's name. And what is the first day of class? No, it seems that I forgot something very important. When the two were about to leave the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore suddenly said, please wait a moment, Minerva. I have a few words to say to you alone. It won't take up too much time, Professor. McGonagall glared at Liusen with a stern look and said, Mr. Liusen, please go back first. Please be more careful next time. Liu-Sen quickly made another promise and then quickly escaped from the principal's office. Chapter 7 How difficult can it be to find the way? When the ugly guardian monster squatted back to its original position, Liu-Sen appeared alone in the corridor. What? I don't know the way. Looking back at the gate beast, Liu-Sen thought, I'd better not go back. This is the principal's office. Old Dumbledore is very sinister. He arranged Harry very clearly from the beginning. It's too dangerous. Huh. Wait. Liusen's confused. Mind due to the explosion of magic power eased a lot. His thoughts gradually became clear, and suddenly he realized that he had forgotten something important. Damn it. Dumbledore can read minds. He's a master of legilimency. Oh no. Didn't I get exposed just now? Are you thinking about something crazy? After thinking for a while, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I can't remember what I was thinking about, but I had a severe headache just now. Oh. I hope Dumbledore's legilimency wasn't activated just now. It shouldn't be activated, right? Who would be so bored as to read the mind of an ordinary first-year wizard at any time? That's too perverted. Yeah, it shouldn't be exposed. Sen comforted himself while fleeing quickly. When he was panting and leaning against the wall to rest, he had forgotten how many floors he had climbed and how many corners he had turned. Hiss. Where am I? Which floor is this? Where is my dormitory? I'm definitely not a directionally challenged person. Oh, by the way, I haven't been to the dormitory. I'm not directionally challenged, I just don't know where my dormitory is. That's great bullshit. Late at night, Liu-Sen wandered alone in the intricate Hogwarts. Coincidentally, there were 142 staircases. Unlike what you might have thought, all the buildings in Hogwarts are not in one large building that goes straight up and down. Instead, they are divided into many towers, with long corridors and bridges in between. Often, you may need to go downstairs and walk through the correct corridor, then go up another staircase and turn into the correct road to get to the place you want to reach. When Liu-Sen returned empty-handed for the 6th time from the randomly searched staircase, he decided to ask someone for directions. Coincidentally, a ghost floated by in the distance. It was a female ghost with the appearance of a student. Hello, classmate. Do you know how to get to the Gryffindor common room? Liu-Sen asked, trying to smile kindly. The female ghost seemed unhappy, but also floated over in a daze. Liu-Sen was in a good mood. It seemed there was hope. Suddenly, the ghost's eyes widened, and she began to tremble in midair. She seemed to want to cry, but didn't dare to. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, and big tears rolled down. She was clearly a ghost, but she had forgotten how to float away. She fell in midair, her legs tightly clamped together. As the trembling became more and more intense, Liu-Sen was even worried that she would shake herself apart. I just want to ask for directions. You should be Myrtle, right? It's okay if you don't want to tell me. Don't cry. This ghost is Myrtle in the girls' room. She is the only young ghost with a ponytail, glasses, and school uniform. Her trembling had reached its extreme and then suddenly turned into a series of shaking. Liu-Sen saw a trickle of unknown liquid dripping from under her body. After a few seconds of silence, her crying finally broke out. Don't kill me. Woo-oh. I shouldn't have left the toilet. You killed Peeves. You scared all of us ghosts. Woo-oh. A lot of ghosts I don't know are hiding in my toilet, and I came out because I had nowhere to hide. Let me go. When Liu-Sen heard Myrtle's hysterical cry, his face was filled with black lines. He didn't know that the impact would be so great. His fame, his elegance and easygoing nature, this nasty Peeves, I really want to pull it out and chop it up again. It got it easy. Liu-Sen wanted to say a few words of comfort to clarify his great and glorious image, but Myrtle, who was crying up and down, rekindled her desire to survive. She turned around and twisted in the air like swimming. Of course, she didn't forget to cry and beg for mercy the whole time. Myrtle desperately waved her arms and swam forward, finally passing through a wall and disappearing. Liu-Sen was alone again. Finding his way in the corridor next, he set his sights on murals, but he still had a hard time making progress. No matter where he went, the portrait was empty. Even a chicken or a dog in the painting, as long as it was a living thing, would be taken away by the people fleeing. Fearing that Liu-Sen would leave no one alive, the sharp-eyed Liu-Sen discovered that, as long as he changed direction, he could still see the little people hiding in the picture frame in the distance. But they would immediately call their friends to run away. No matter which direction Liu-Sen went, there was nothing. What kind of question is that? There is nothing at all. At this moment, Liu Sen heard a clanging sound coming from the picture frame in the distance, getting closer and closer. Liu Sen suddenly became alert. I saw a short and fat knight in armor, riding a fat pony with dark grey stripes, trotting towards Liu Sen through the paintings. In a painting behind the knight, a person hiding under a table is still persuading him not to get close. When the knight's chubby horse passed by a landscape painting, it was attracted by the green grass on the ground. The sudden stop caught the knight off guard. He fell off the chubby horse in a very embarrassing way, and when he got up again, he spat out a mouthful of green grass. The knight began to pull at the fat horse's reins, cursing, but he failed. The fat horse was concentrating on eating grass and ignored him. The knight took a step forward helplessly and ran to the picture frame in front of Liu-Sen. Drawing one picture after another, he drew the long sword from his waist and shouted, "Is it you? Destroyed that dirty and noisy bastard. That scoundrel dog." Oh ha. Liu-Sen blinked and said, "If you are talking about Peeves, then it was me, but I was acting in self-defense." The knight let out a sharp laugh and swung his sword excitedly, but he didn't pay attention to his feet and fell flat on his face. His armor made a clanking sound, and he finally used his sword to support his body and staggered to his feet again. Liu-Sen asked, "Are you okay?" The knight said happily, "It's alright. I'm fine, comrade. My most loyal, reliable, bravest, and fearless comrade. I, Sir Cadogan, have finally avenged my great revenge. Peeves. What did he do to you?" Liu-Sen asked puzzledly. "That despicable rogue, that filthy raider. He always smears ink all over my paintings. And that cowardly bastard never fights me. Never." Cadogan gritted his teeth. Liu-Sen is not interested in their grudges, he just wants to find a way, so he tentatively said, "Sir Cadogan, right? Could you please help me find the Gryffindor common room?" "Oh, don't talk about trouble. My most brave and fearless comrade. Search. I'm very good at this task. Follow me closely, comrade. Let us overcome all obstacles and move forward," Sir Cadogan said passionately, and his whole body became excited. He struggled to pull out his sword that was stuck in the ground and began to lead the way. Liu-Sen felt that, although this knight was a little neurotic, like Don Quixote in the novel, it was still quite gratifying that someone finally led the way. Knight Cadogan found the fat little horse that was grazing, and after pulling and tugging he finally got the horse off the grass again. The knight on horseback was much faster. Liu-Sen had to stare carefully at the paintings on the wall and trot along to avoid losing the knight as he clanged through the picture frames. Behind the largest portrait in front is the Gryffindor common room. "My dearest comrade, we have successfully completed this mission. Don't forget that you will always have an upright, selfless, brave, and fearless comrade. Sir Cadogan is always willing to fight alongside you. Goodbye." Liu-Sen cooperated and said, "Goodbye, comrade. My name is Liu Senator. If you encounter evil enemies again, you can come to me. Thank you for leading the way for me." After bidding farewell to the crazy knight, Liu-Sen quietly looked at the corridor in front of him. There were a few faint snoring sounds coming from the picture frame over there. It seems that Liu-Sen just jogged all the way and got rid of the large group of portraits who were hiding and communicating with each other. This place is far away from the floor where Peeves was angrily cut, and it is also far away from Headmaster Dumbledore's office. It's great that the fear of the portraits didn't spread to this side. Liu-Sen walked up to the portrait of the fat lady, a fat noble woman wearing a pink aristocratic dress and an ugly curly wig. She had a natural blush on her face and her clothes were very old-fashioned. "Aha. Ahem. Good evening, ma'am. Could you please open the door?" The fat lady's snoring was interrupted. She closed her eyes with a hint of displeasure and said impatiently, "Password." Liu-Sen scratched his head and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, can you please be flexible? I'm a first-year student and I don't have time to learn the passwords. Please, give me the password. I just came back from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore wants to ask me something, and Professor McGonagall can vouch for me. No entry without a password." SEN knew that it would be difficult to convince this fat lady, but it would be rude not to try. It was already very late at this time. He was already sleepy and tired, and gradually lost his patience. Really? Can't open it. Everyone has to say the password. The fat lady said unhappily. No one can pass by me without the password. If you don't have the password, leave immediately. Don't disturb my rest. What time is it? Liu. Sen remembered that serious black threatened the fat lady to open the door by tearing up the canvas, so it seemed that he had to use some tricks. Ah, what a headache. In that case, fluorescent, shining, Sen took out his magic wand and activated the ordinary lighting technique. Thunder flame mode. He used the lightning sword as a lighting tube, approached the fat lady's portrait, and muttered to himself, I heard there's a pear in the painting. If you scratch it, the door will open. Where is it? The fat lady opened her eyes and sneered. Stupid kid. This is not the kitchen. Did you learn fluorescent glow from a muggle? My grandmother uses it better than you. Wait. What is this? The lightning flame on the sword is no joke. It was a high energy magic flame inspired by plasma. In addition, it was also filled with dangerous thunder. The temperature of this kind of lightning flame is very alarming. Liu Sen and his father Liu Guozhang have tested it and found that the temperature of the sword tip easily exceeds 1000. Even if you get close to the sword, the temperature emitted can ignite clothes and burn skin. The fat lady is a magical portrait, and the foundation and weakness of the portrait are the canvas and the frame. Take it away. I'm about to get turned on. For Melin's sake, Liu Sen acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to shine the light of Lei Yang up and down. Where is it? The hidden switch? As a Gryffindor student, I can't even open the door to the common room. I'll try to turn up the light. Afterwards, he slightly increased his magic output. The exhausted magic power had been restored a lot, and the ordinary thunder and fire mode could last for a while. The fat lady was so frightened that she started fanning her face with her chubby hands. Oh, it's too hot. I'm going to get roasted. It's so hot. Liu Sen waved the wand in his hand, seemingly nonchalantly, but in fact he unscrupulously stopped the fat lady who was about to escape. The fat lady's voice was panicked and excited. I know who you are. They said there was a new ghost killer. The portrait butcher. I thought it was a joke. Now I believe it. You are the scary Gryffindor imp. Liu Sen took away the wand in his hand. Who gave me this nickname? It's so ugly. I think the light of Gryffindor, the thunder of Hogwarts. Such titles are more in line with Loki and Sunny Heart. What do you think? At the end, Liu Sen seemed to inadvertently point the tip of Lei Yan's sword slowly towards the fat lady, who was trying her best to hide. The fat lady screamed, I'll open the door. Quick. Come in. Put away your flames. Liu Sen bowed with satisfaction, stepped into the common room, and then took a step back and said, Thank you, madam. But this is not fire. It's just a very common lighting technique. This transformation is Thunder Flame Lightning Sword mode. Good night. See you tomorrow. The door behind him slowly closed, and the fat lady's voice was heard complaining, Merlin. Thank God, the little devil is finally gone. Liu Sen was in a good mood at this time, and took a short walk around the empty common room. It's a bit old but very clean, and there are many sofas with backrests in the circular hall for little wizards to chat and relax. He sat for a while by the warm fire and stretched himself. Find your own bed. It's too late. Liu Sen walked up the stairs. The first entrance was the men's dormitory, and further up was the women's dormitory. The entrance to the men's dormitory is a corridor with many rooms with independent wooden doors, which is quite different from the movies or novels. Liu Sen was shocked. What kind of version is this? They are in separate dormitories. In the original novel, aren't all the boys together? Fortunately, there was a piece of paper posted at the entrance of the corridor, which stated which dormitory the first year wizards were assigned to. Liu Sen was looking for his name when suddenly the door of a room not far away opened. Harry showed half of his head and was putting on glasses. Hey, Harry, are you still awake? Liu Sen asked in surprise. With the help of his glasses, Harry finally saw who it was. Oh my god. Liu Sen, you're finally back. We were all worried that you might be expelled. Come in. Let's be in the same dormitory, Liu. Sen walked into the room, and it felt a bit like a university dormitory, but in a classical style. There were 4 single beds with crimson curtains with the help of the moonlight outside the window. Sen recognized the other 2 people as Ron and Neville. Yes, they were all acquaintances. Sen found his backpack beside the bed left for him. After changing into his pajamas, he went alone to the end of the corridor, where there was a washroom and toilet. After a quick wash, Sen lay on the bed and recalled carefully. It seemed that many details of Hogwarts were different from his impressions, including the appearance of Harry and others, which were not quite the same as in the movie. Turning over and closing his eyes to sleep, Sen thought, who cares? Don't ask. The only question is parallel universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Professor McGonagall and -039, S-Class. In the morning, Sen was awakened by a melodious harp music, which should be the wake-up bell for the students. Sen saw that his roommates were still asleep and Ron was still talking in his sleep, so he quietly did a set of punches by the window before waking them up. Following the senior students, Sen and his 3 companions walked through the complicated corridors and stairs and headed to the restaurant for breakfast. The route was a little hard to remember, and without the seniors leading the way, the 4 of them would probably not be able to get a meal. Several people were very concerned about Sen's experience last night. After all, he was called to the principal's office on the first day of school. Sen said happily, really, the principal is so nice. He even gave me candy. He didn't scold me or deduct points from me. After I went out and couldn't find the way, I happened to meet a beautiful female ghost who took the initiative to chat with me. Then there was also a passionate portrait who took the initiative to lead me the way, especially the fat lady. She was very considerate and opened the door for me. Oh, I forgot to say hello to the fat lady this morning. Not to mention Ron and Harry. Even the somewhat slow-witted Neville didn't quite believe what Sen said. Because along the way, every portrait they passed by would cause a commotion. The little devil is coming. Run. It's the portrait killer. Most of the portraits ran away when they saw Sen, and the few that did not run away were trembling with fear and did not dare to look Sen in the eye. The ghosts are even worse. During meal times in the academy, ghosts appear from every corner and hang around the little wizard's dining table, trying to make their presence felt. Today, only a few ghosts like Bloody Baron Air to show up. Sen also heard ghosts whispering in the distance. Peeves is dead. Really? Myrtle was frightened to death. Oh, how scary. Run. The ghost killer saw me. However, Sen did not attract the attention of all teachers and students. Many students were skeptical about Sen's feat yesterday, but they were all keen on another thing. Really? I saw his scar. Hello, Harry Potter. Welcome to Hogwarts. That's Harry. Look, Harry has lacked attention since he was a child, and he is not used to being like a star, with people watching and chatting him up. Wherever he goes, Ron said as a matter of course. So, I told you you're famous. During breakfast, Hermione kept chattering about how reckless Sen was yesterday, and how many school rules he had violated. I read in a history of Hogwarts that, Ron said impatiently. Alright. No one is going to read the thick school history, Hermione. Sen was really cool yesterday. Think about it, he hacked Peeves to death. That's the guy that everyone hates. Sen took a bite of toast and explained to his classmates, I was acting in self-defense. I didn't mean to do that. You know the situation at that time. And Headmaster Dumbledore said that Peeves won't die easily. It's very special, Hermione. Didn't argue any further as this year's timetable was handed out at breakfast point in the morning. There is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, which starts at 9 o'clock point. There is still time for the little wizards to go back to the dormitory to get their books. Liu Sen patted his backpack and said, I have all my books with me, but I can go back with you to get the books. I'll just consider it as exercise. That's nice of you, mate, said Ron happily. Harry sighed. The road is so hard to find. If it weren't for the senior students leading the way, I wouldn't have been able to have breakfast. Me too. Neville echoed weakly. Hermione shook her head and said, I'm not going back. It just so happens that the Elementary Transfiguration Guide is among the books I read for entertainment in the morning. Several people glanced at the thick pile of books on Miss Know-It-All's dining table, looked at each other, and expressed shock. You call that pile of books morning reading? Ron whispered. Of course, what he got in return was a roll of the eyes from classmate Hermione. At this time, chirping sounds and flapping wings came from above the hall. It was the owl delivering the letter. Hundreds of owls, big and small, threw letters and packages to the little wizard. Suddenly feathers and bad droppings flew everywhere, and letter paper and gifts fell to the ground. Neville, Ron and many other young wizards from wizarding families received letters from their families, congratulating them on their successful sorting. Percy also received a copy of the Daily Prophet, which many wizards who were interested in current affairs subscribed to. The animated news photos and changing crossword puzzles also attracted Liu Sen's father Liu Guozhang so much that he bought a lot of them before school started. However, this convenient way of delivering mail is not perfect. In addition to flying feathers and bad droppings, there are also careless birds that fall into the food plates. The process of delivering the letter also officially announced the end of breakfast. When the four boys stood up, suddenly a ghost behind them called Liu Senator Mr. Liu Sen, can I spare you a moment? They turned around and saw that it was Sir Nicholas, also known as Nearly Headless Nick. Good morning, Sir Nicholas. Is there anything wrong? I'm just going back to the dormitory to get a book. Liu Sen asked puzzledly. Nicholas was not as calm as usual and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, but I don't think I will take up too much of your time. There is something very important to me. Only you can help. Liu Sen became interested, and he roughly knew what was going on. Seeing that Nicholas wanted to talk to Liu Sen alone, Ron and the others had no choice but to follow the senior students back to get the books. Liu Sen also specifically reminded the three people, don't be late. That's Professor McGonagall's class. After saying goodbye to a few people, Liu Sen followed Sir Nicholas to an empty corner. Liu Sen asked first, Sir, please tell me, is there anything I can help you with? Nicholas looked at Liu Sen's bulging robe pocket and guessed that the special one should be in it. He made up his mind with difficulty and said, you know they call me almost Headless Nick, but this is not a good thing for ghosts. Liu Sen nodded seriously and asked directly, so you want me to help you separate your head, sir? Nicholas was a little shocked and said, oh, Merlin, you are such a smart boy. That's right. That's right. You know what? I have always wanted to apply to join the Headless Horseman Club, but they rejected me because my head is still connected to that nasty piece of flesh. In fact, before school started, Liu Sen wanted to explore the nature of ghosts and study whether they were special energy or something else. Now experimental materials are delivered to your door. It's like someone giving you a pillow when you fall asleep. Liu Sen thought for a moment and said, Sir Nicholas, you know, I was actually acting in self-defense yesterday, and it's hard for me to control that kind of magic. I'm very sorry and guilty about Peeves, Jazz. Thought Liu Sen was traumatized and hurriedly comforted him. Oh, of course. I really believe in you, my friend. Peeves' death is very sad for all of us, but also very happy. I mean, it does go too far sometimes. It embarrasses us ghosts all the time. But who asked it to pick on you? Right? You know, the situation at that time was that all of us ghosts were terrified. I heard they call me the ghost killer. Liu Sen said. Hearing this, Sir Nicholas shuddered violently, as if he had just now associated Liu Sen with this nickname. Ah, yes. You know, we are all ghosts transformed after death. and we have a deeper fear of death. Ghosts are already in the worst possible state, but who knew that you could actually, can you kill the ghost? Liusen asked for him point. As soon as these words came out, Sir Nicholas groaned and almost fell down, but he raised his head tremblingly. Actually, Peeves may not be dead. Liusen said quickly when he saw him so scared point to Sir Nicholas's shock. Liusen told him what Dumbledore said and also hoped to use Nicholas's words to ease the ghost's fear of him. So, my special wand combined with my own little magical mishap caused what happened last night point. Of course I'm willing to help you, but don't be in a hurry. You have to find Peeves first point. Let's see what effect my magic has on him, and then we can do the experiment on a safer level, sir. Nicholas thought about it for a moment and felt that he should not rush into asking Liusen to chop him down point, so he thanked Liusen and went excitedly to look for Peeves who might still be alive. Liusen glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since his conversation with Sir Nicholas, so there was still plenty of time before class. Harry and the other two should have gotten their textbooks by now. With his reminder, perhaps they won't be late and get scolded point. When he entered the classroom, many little wizards were already sitting in their seats. This class was taught by Gryffindor and Slytherin together. The glorious tradition of the two houses had been passed down from the first day. No one wanted to be next to the other. The two houses didn't get along with each other. The classroom was very large, and he chose a seat in the middle. Hermione, the top student in the front row, was nervously flipping through her books to prepare for her studies. Draco and his two followers in the back row saw him sitting in the front and immediately stopped playing around, opened their books seriously, and the glances they made at Liusen were even more complicated than when they were on the train point. When the bell rang, Professor McGonagall stood on the podium on time point. She warned the young wizard sternly, transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous course you will take at Hogwarts. Any student who acts naughty in my class will be asked to leave. Never be allowed to come back. Having said that, Professor McGonagall looked at Liusen meaningfully. Liusen, well behaved and obedient. She then gave a detailed and easy to understand account of the origin and development of transfiguration, and transformed the desk into a pig, and then back again in public. The students all applauded enthusiastically, and were all enthusiastic about transfiguration while everyone was copying the text. Professor McGonagall showed off her animagus transfiguration again. She turned into a cat. The class had already started for 20 minutes, and Harry, Ron, and Neville finally arrived. Liusen wanted to warn him, but Ron still thought that Professor McGonagall didn't come, just like in the movie point. As soon as he entered the room, he said in front of Professor McGonagall, "Kitten, luckily we made it in time. Otherwise, I don't know how ugly Professor McGonagall would be." As soon as he finished speaking, the cat on the podium leaped up, transformed in midair, and when it landed on the ground, it turned back into the ugly looking Professor McGonagall that Ron had mentioned. The little wizards tried hard not to laugh, including Liusen of course. It wasn't that he was cruel, but he had reminded these three idiots, but they were still late. After being severely scolded by Professor McGonagall, the three of them sat next to Liusen awkwardly. Transfiguration class was a 2-hour class. During the break, Liusen finally asked, "What's going on with you three? Why are you so late?" Harry and Neville immediately looked sad. "We are lost." "No way. Getting lost shouldn't make you half a class late. You still have plenty of time when you leave the auditorium." Liusen asked puzzledly. Harry, as we were walking, the stairs suddenly deformed. We were sent to the corridor on the 4th floor. We planned to wait until the stairs deformed back to their original shape before walking again, Ron went on, but who would have thought that the administrator named Filch would insist that we deliberately trespassed into a restricted area. How could we have known that was the corridor that Headmaster Dumbledore didn't allow us to approach? We didn't even notice it. Chapter 9, Charms and Herbology. Ron's appetite was as good as ever, but Harry groaned during lunch. "I thought magic was just waving a wand, but I didn't expect there were so many complicated principles to learn." Hermione, of course. We still have a lot to learn. In my opinion, magic is as complicated as science. Don't Lose heart, Harry. Apart from Liusen and Hermione, none of us have made any difference to the matches. Neville comforted Harry, don't worry, I bet you must have hidden talents that you haven't discovered yet. Everyone has something he is good at. Liusen also comforted him. He knew that Harry was at least good at Quidditch. Every little wizard here loves Quidditch very much, and you can hear discussions about flying broomsticks, whether they are eating or walking. For example, Malfoy boasted that he was good at flying, and almost crashed a Muggle helicopter. Of course, he was bragging. But Ron said that he almost hit a Muggle fixed wing glider when he was a child. The young wizards are passionate about Quidditch, a broomstick riding sport, as much as Muggles are about football and basketball. But this is a pain for Liusen. Before school started, Liusen bought a Nimbus 2000 in Diagon Alley, although the main purpose was scientific research. When Liusen got home, he found that he lacked talent in this area, as the current top-level racing broom, the Nimbus 2000, is first class in the magic world in terms of design, workmanship, controllability, and sensitivity. But when Liusen experimented in the basement, he found that he couldn't even make the broom float. I'm so angry. I really want to dismantle it. Lightwheel 2000, but I guess Liu Guozhan has already dismantled it many times. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. At Liusen's suggestion, Harry and his friends put all their textbooks in Liusen's backpack. This way, they didn't have to go back and forth, and could focus on dealing with the changing stairs and the steps that might disappear at any time. The first class in the afternoon was the charms class taught by Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, a short wizard with goblin ancestry who had visited the Liusen family before school started. How short is he? During class, he stands on a pile of books, otherwise he can't see the students. Not surprisingly, when Harry's name was read during the class roll call, Professor Flitwick fell down in excitement. Fortunately, his attainments in magic were very high, and his lectures were kind and humorous, so Liusen and the others listened very carefully. Another thing that made them happy was that they had this class with the little wizards from Ravenclaw. They were much kinder than the Slytherins, and they were all smart and eager to learn. Faced with a large number of competitors who loved studying as much as she did, the know-it-all Hermione still won 5 points for Gryffindor by actively speaking in class. Hermione seemed very happy after winning the game back. She was grinning from ear to ear, revealing her signature big buck teeth. Ron saw this and smiled secretly under the table. Liusen thought, brother, smile. Maybe these will be beautiful memories for both of you in the future. But what bothered everyone was that Flitwick wanted everyone to learn the basic theories of spells before they could actually cast them. It made sense, as according to the original book, they practiced the levitation spell on Halloween. You must know that the destructive power of the little wizard is still very strong. Wrong casting and careless attitude can make a simple spell have dangerous and deadly effects. For example, there was a wizard named Baruffio in history. When he was reciting the levitation spell, he made a mistake in pronouncing it, and ended up summoning a wild bull out of thin air that stepped on him. Hearing this, Liusen had a bold idea. Hehe. No, it's too dangerous. An adult bison weighs more than 1,000 pounds. If someone stepped on it, it would. With a kutchi, it would be crushed to pieces. After getting rid of the terrible, tempting thoughts in his mind, Liusen concentrated on learning theoretical knowledge. The last class of the afternoon was herbology. Liusen and all the students from the Lion Academy had to accept that this was another class they would take together with the Snake Academy. In the humid and warm greenhouse, the little wizards learned about many magical herbs, but there is basically no danger. For example, the crying of the mandrake can make people unconscious, and you have to be in the 2nd grade to come into contact with it. Malfoy grumbled in class, thinking that things like changing the soil and applying fertilizer should be done by servants wearing dragon skin gloves. The young wizards, under the guidance of the kind and plump Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, mixed dragon dung and wood ash into the soil pile to make a nutritious soil suitable for most herbs apart from having to endure the stinky smell. Most of the little wizards had a lot of fun. I wonder if there is a spell like the bubblehead spell that can filter out the smell. Liusen made a note of this and prepared to study it. He didn't want to endure this unpleasant smell. It was too addictive. After class, the first thing the little wizards did was to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. Liu Sen also noticed that Neville was particularly interested in the flowers and plants here, and remembered that he would take over Sprout's job in the future. After dinner, Ron took out a set of wizard chess. He was an expert at this. Harry and Neville were no match for Ron. The few chess pieces they had left were beaten to pieces by Ron. Wizard chess has the same rules as the chess played by muggles, but each chess piece is enchanted and can move and hit people. You just need to tell which chess piece to go where, and they will knock down the opponent according to the rules. Liu-Sen, do you want to play a game? Ron said happily. No, I don't want to be abused. You guys go play. I'm going to the library to check something. After saying that, Liu-Sen walked out of the common room alone, trying his best to put on a friendly smile along the way, otherwise the portraits on the wall would run away again. The library is located on the 5th floor. It has a huge collection of books, with thousands of bookshelves. Madam Pince is the librarian here. Not to mention destroying books. Anyone making a loud noise in the library will be immediately criticized. The study atmosphere here is quite good. Little wizards in groups of 3 or 4 are flipping through books attentively under the bookshelf. Many senior students are looking up information here and copying it down on parchment from time to time. Liu-Sen paced between the rows of bookshelves. There was a lot of information he wanted to look up, but there were 2 most urgent problems that needed to be solved. The first was brain occlusion. Occlumency is a kind of advanced magic, a special wandless spell that can block mind reading. Harry will learn it in his senior year to isolate Voldemort's detection. Professor Snape is a master of occlumency, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to act so well in Infernal Affairs under Voldemort. Secondly, Dumbledore must know how to do it, and it seems hard to imagine what magic Dumbledore doesn't know. But Liu-Sen definitely didn't dare to ask these 2 for advice. He knew how much dark history and sad things Harry had exposed when he was practicing occlumency. Speaking of Infernal Affairs, Liu-Sen remembered that the arrogant Malfoy also learned the brain block technique later. It was taught to him by Voldemort's capable subordinates. Let him attack Hogwarts from inside and outside. Liu-Sen didn't dare tell anyone about his identity as a time traveler. There was no way he could get over the hurdle of the sorting ceremony. In Dumbledore's office, he was in a daze and neglected to take precautions. Maybe he couldn't take precautions, but Liu-Sen still wanted to close his mind as soon as possible and lock all the secrets in his heart. The second point I want to solve is the problem that Liu-Sen has been struggling with since he entered the magical world. His rolling pin-like wand, although the power increase and lightning effects are awesome, the shape is far from that of Master. It would be nice if the appearance doesn't show it. Liu-Sen didn't know which book could record such obscure knowledge as occlumency, and he didn't dare to ask Madam Pince directly, even if she could give the answer in 1 second. There was no choice but to search slowly. At the deepest part of one of the bookshelves, Liu-Sen saw a senior student who was a head taller than him and had a sunny and handsome appearance. Reading a thick ancient book with great interest. Liu-Sen accidentally glanced at it and saw that there were actually drawings of magic wands inside, and there were many annotations. His attention was immediately drawn to it. It was obviously a book about magic wands, so he stood behind his senior and watched attentively. After a while, the senior picked up his notes and prepared to copy what he saw in the book into his own notebook. Then he noticed Liu-Sen behind him. "Oh, sorry senior. I saw the content about magic wands in a book when I was passing by, so I read it for a while. I hope you don't mind." Liu-Sen said embarrassedly. "Wow. Are you also interested in the structure of a wand? You're a first year," he said happily. "Gryffindor. First year. My name is Liu-Sen. Hello senior. Cedric. Diggory. Hufflepuff House. Hello. Oh, wait. Liu-Sen. I see. I heard that you killed Peeves." He was suddenly surprised to remember who Liu-Sen was, and through eye contact he indicated whether he had killed Peeves. "Regarding this, I didn't mean it, but Peeves shouldn't die. The principal said it's a special ghost," Liu-Sen explained, while looking at the senior in front of him again. Cedric, a true wizard tournament competitor. in a sense, the best student in all of Hogwarts. The light of Badger House. Ah, that's a pity. You know, everyone has been resentful of Peeves for a long time. If it never appears again, no one will miss it. But you are really amazing. Many people have tried to drive Peeves away and failed. There is no way to deal with him at all. Liu Sen and Cedric's conversation attracted the attention of Madame Pince, and before she got angry, the two quickly left the library point after running away. The two smiled at each other. Cedric continued, a long time ago, a former headmaster set a trap to try to capture Peeves. Guess what? Peeves was not only unharmed, but also used the weapon that caught him to cause trouble in Hogwarts. Liu Sen was also shocked. Is it so fierce? Yes. In the end, no one could subdue it, so the headmaster agreed to several conditions of Peeves, such as giving Peeves a beautiful hat and allowing him to swim in the boys' bathroom 1 day a week. Only then did Peeves stop. Since then, no one dared to catch it. So, buddy, I dare say that you will definitely be written into a history of Hogwarts in the future. Liu Sen laughed dryly and said modestly, it's okay, it was actually an accident. I don't know how I could use such a powerful move. Cedric suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, you were interested in this book just now, right? Then he handed the borrowed book to Liu Sen. Point appreciation of ancient wizard spellcasting props. Liu Sen took the heavy book, opened it and flipped through a few pages. It not only explained magic wands, but also introduced many strange and bizarre spellcasting props. Very good. This is exactly the book I'm looking for. You can read it first. Lend it to me when you're done. Liu Sen closed the book reluctantly. Cedric, it's okay. I've already read the parts I'm interested in. There are only a few pages about wands. If you only want to read books about wands, I can recommend you a few. Liu Sen was so happy. He was just worrying about how to find relevant books, so he hurried to express his gratitude. Cedric was a Hufflepuff seeker. He took some time to read a book and do some training. He made an appointment with Liu Sen to discuss this next time, and then left. Liu Sen returned to the library to find several books recommended by Cedric. The Development and Change of Magic Wands, The Most Loyal Companion, The Magic Wand, The Basic Structural Principles of Modern Magic Wands, Spellcasting Materials and Alchemy. Pack them all up and borrow them. Liu Sen walked out of the library with heavy steps. Thinking of the long journey back to the dormitory, he suddenly missed the backpack he forgot to bring. It's impossible to move the books back step by step over such a long distance. I'm a wizard. Liu Sen thought, putting down the pile of books in his hands that almost blocked his vision point. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. I can use a levitation spell. Seeing that no one was around, Liu Sen whispered the spell Wingardium Leviosa. The book was hit by the small lightning that shot out from Liu Sen's magic wand, but there was no reaction. Liu Sen was not angry. After all, the levitation spell should be practiced from light feathers. He felt it carefully and recalled the key points of the spell in the book. Concentrate, chant the spell again, flick your wrist, and release the magic. With Liu Sen's high concentration, he seemed to feel the whole process of casting the spell again. The magic power in the body is mobilized, refined, and restrained when passing through the magic wand, and when it comes into contact with the object being cast, the magic power unfolds into a complex magic operation structure, and a mysterious rule can be vaguely felt. The book then broke free from gravity and floated up. As if it was supposed to point for some reason, Liu Sen let out a sigh of satisfaction, feeling a sense of pleasure at having found order at this moment. A miserable cat cry sounded not far away. Hiss. Whose cat's meow is so unpleasant? Liu Sen got goosebumps in the blink of an eye. A skinny cat with messy fur and bloodshot eyes was looking at Liu Sen fiercely at the corner. Mrs. Norris. Liu Sen knew about this cat. Harry and Ron had encountered it before, and the twin brothers had also mentioned it. This cat was very clever, and it would immediately discover any illegal behavior of the little wizards, and then, meow. Mrs. Norris turned around and ran away to inform the caretaker Filch. Damn it. This prodigal cat. Did I make any mistakes? Liu Sen looked at himself, then at the book floating in the air. Chapter 10 Filch cries. I forgot that magic is not allowed in the corridor. Liu Sen controlled the floating book and ran away. When he ran down the far corridor and was about to turn into the Gryffindor common room, he heard Filch's voice around the corner. Dear, how far is it? Filch panted, and the keychain on his waist jingled. Liu Sen's position would be seen by Filch if he took one step forward. He couldn't help thinking it would be nice to have an invisibility cloak, or even the ability to turn invisible. He adjusted his posture, quickly controlled the floating books, and slowly placed them on his arms. The weight of the books made Liu Sen stagger. By this time Filch had passed the bend and found Liu Sen under the guidance of Mrs. Norris. Filch may be only in his 60s, but he looks very old and has nothing like the tall, white-bearded grandfather like Dumbledore. Filch is more like a shrewd old man in a remote mountain village in the Middle Ages, with sparse hair, broken and yellow teeth, dirty and ragged clothes, and he always likes to look at every little wizard with a sly smile. Filch was holding a dirty chandelier, and the flickering yellow flame made him look even more eerie. He looked at Liu Sen with a bad face and asked his cat with a smirk, Dear, is that him? The little wizard who did something bad. Liu Sen said calmly, as if nothing had happened. Good evening, Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. What's the matter? Filch used his oil lamp to shine up and down at Liu Sen at close range, trying to find any clues that he had done something wrong. Haha, the naughty wizard was caught by my Lady Loris. No matter how deep he hides, or how secretive he is, it won't work. He looked down at the cat and said, Right, dear. What came in return was a horse cat's meow. Liu Sen said calmly, I'm afraid you have misunderstood, Mr. Filch. I'm just carrying a pile of books and preparing to go back to study. I haven't violated any school rules. Filch said viciously, You are full of lies. You damned little wizard. I really hope the headmaster will allow me to use a sling and those cute little torture instruments, hang you up, and give you a few good whippings. Then you will tell everything. Liu Sen smiled, and he continued to argue, I'm afraid that lynching students is against the rules and laws, Mr. Filch. If there is nothing else, I have to go. These books are not light. Filch, however, arrested Liu Sen without further ado and dragged him all the way to his office. Liu Sen helplessly put the book on Filch's desk, shook his sore hands, and looked around. This is a small room behind the stairs on the first floor. It has no windows and is dark and dirty. A dim oil lamp above illuminates the low ceiling. Along the wall was a row of filing cabinets filled with records of the little wizard's misdeeds and confiscated contraband. I don't know how the Weasley brothers found the Marauder's map among so many cabinets. Besides, in a few years, the Weasley twins' confiscated items will fill up 2 whole cabinets. These 2 guys are really talented. On the other wall of the room were hung various handcuffs and torture instruments, each of which was polished to a shine by Filch. Liu Sen was amazed, and his nose wrinkled as he smelled a strong smell of grilled fish. Ah, Mrs. Laura's only snack is grilled dried fish? No wonder she is so thin and weak, and her fur color is not good. Liu Sen said as he fanned the smell from his nose. Filch was stunned for a moment. What? How do you know? Oh, that's none of your business. My Mrs. Norris likes to eat grilled dried fish. Filch hung the oil lamp on the low ceiling with great effort, then turned around and said viciously, Alright, kid, now tell me, what good deed have you done? Mrs. Norris saw it all when Liu Sen saw him clumsily hanging the oil lamp and thought of how hard he tried to clean the huge school with his bare hands. He couldn't help but feel that the old man was a bit pitiful. Mr. Filch, it's really not easy for you to endure the pranks of little wizards in a magic school. I mean, everything has to be done by hand, right? If you use magic, it can be done with a wave of your hand. But Liu Sen's sympathy did not earn him tears of gratitude. Filch's face flushed, his fists clenched, and he shouted excitedly, You damned brat. You. How dare you say I'm a squib? I'm going to take you to see the headmaster. You unreasonable guy. I'm going to hang you upside down and whip you. Liu Sen was so angry that he laughed. He thought that there must be something hateful about pitiful people, so he stopped being friendly. Filch, I was just chatting with you out of pity for you. How could you make up something I didn't say? Besides, I didn't break any school rules, but you dragged me so far. Do you know how much of my precious time you wasted? Filch remained unmoved. He shouted with a red face and thick neck that he wanted to find the principal, spitting out saliva. Liu Sen quickly dodged, looking for the headmaster. Are you going to go find him? It's not like I haven't met Headmaster Dumbledore before. Professor McGonagall even took me to see the headmaster last night. And guess what? The headmaster even treated me to candy. And then everything was fine. You're still scaring me with the headmaster. Liu Sen wanted to continue speaking, but found that Filch had stopped spitting. He blinked his eyes tremblingly, as if he just saw clearly that there was another person in his room, and his expression became increasingly excited. Liu Sen was frightened by the stare, so he took a step back, and took out his magic wand. Hey, let's talk it over nicely. What are you looking at me with? Unexpectedly, he became even more excited, pointing at Liu Sen's wand with both hands, tears in his eyes, but laughter coming out of his mouth. Liu Sen was stunned. No, are you under too much pressure? How about I take you to the infirmary? Filch came to his senses at this time, and saw that Liu Sen was no longer full of malice, but looked like he had seen a relative. You are the ghost slayer. It was you who killed that damn villain Peeves. It was you. Ha 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 ha. Liu Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, you are talking about what happened last night. I was right. He looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said in a pretentious manner, I was the one who killed Peeves. Filch held Liu Sen's hands without saying a word, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. Liu Sen's thoughts were scattered, and he somehow remembered a sentence. Silently, with tears in his eyes, the sound of camel bells rang in his ears. He broke away from Filch, looked at the other's enthusiastic face, and understood what was going on. Peeves has been causing you a lot of trouble, right? Filch gritted his teeth and said, it's been a lot of trouble? Everything it does is a mess. For so many years. I have tolerated it for so many years. Oh, the abominable thing is finally dead. At this point, old Filch shed sad tears again. Thanks to you. Thank Melon. Thank God. It's dead. Ha ha ha. Your name is Liu Sen, right? Master Liu Sen. I really don't know how to thank you. Last night was the happiest night I have had in all these years. Isn't it, Mrs. Loris? The old man was so excited that he picked up the skinny cat and stroked it a few times. Liu Sen thought for a moment and decided to tell Filch about the situation. I'm sorry, Mr. Filch. I did chop Peeves to pieces last night, even though it was an accident. But the point is, Headmaster Dumbledore told me that Peeves won't die easily. It may still be alive. When Filch heard the news, he seemed to be suddenly petrified. He stood there in disbelief until Liu Sen waved his hand in front of his eyes again and again. Ha. Cough cough cough. Is this true? Master Liu Sen? Are you kidding me? That bastard is not dead. Filch woke up, as if from a dream, and asked quickly. Liu Sen calmly pushed him away to prevent his saliva from flying everywhere. I'm afraid it's true. Sir Nicholas talked to me about this morning. I've asked him to help me find Peeves' whereabouts. I guess we'll find him in the next 2 days. But don't worry, if Peeves dares to make trouble again, I'll take action. Liu Sen pinched his waist and felt like a hidden master, but in front of the weakest fighting force in Hogwarts, it shouldn't be too much to brag, right? Hope appeared in Filch's eyes again. He unconsciously straightened his tattered clothes and bowed slightly to Liu Sen. That's great, Master Liu Sen. That's great. If there were no Peeves in Hogwarts, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Then he muttered in a much smaller voice, it would be even better if there were no Weasley twins. Liu Sen chose not to hear the second half of the sentence and smiled gracefully in embarrassment. When you don't know what expression to use, smile. Knowing Filch's attitude towards him, the subsequent conversation became much more harmonious. Can you tell me how Peeves died? Filch's eyes lit up, his pupils full of desire to hear. Then, let me explain briefly. Ahem. That Peeves. With a green face and fangs. He stood in the middle of the road and robbed people. Anyone who dared to disobey would be shot with arrows. The little wizard sit here and there, looking so embarrassed. That Peeves was so arrogant and domineering. At this moment, I shouted in the crowd, "Hey, that Peeves, come and die." 20 minutes later, Liu Sen sat on Filch's desk, and Filch moved a stool and sat down to listen. It has a body of steel and is not afraid of harm. It took more than 300 of my moves and still tried to struggle. I raised my foot and stepped on its face. Ho, monster, today is the day you will die. In a flash, I use the evil tiger's heart ripping move. Then I use the monkey's peach stealing move. 30 minutes later, that guy fell in a pool of blood, still swearing at me. I raised my wand and shouted, "Watch out for the sword, thief." After another 10 minutes, Filch said anxiously, "What happened next? What happened next? Master, please drink some water and speak slowly." The dog turned to ashes, but I was afraid that he was still dead, so I scattered his ashes. Then the ghost disappeared into thin air. Disappeared. Great. So satisfying. So exciting. The young master is really promising at a young age. He has great magical powers. Filch applauded excitedly. Point note, the above is a retelling of Mrs. Laurie's cat language. If there is any inconsistency, please use your imagination. Point. After listening to Liu Sen's brief statement, Filch wished he could watch the whole process on the spot, so he tried his best to write down the exciting fight and savor it later. This old squib, who had been tortured by Peeves for a long time and had no place to vent his anger, hated him 100 times more than Cardo and the Jazz Cadogan, as a painting is just a residence that has been painted over and has nowhere to live, while Filch has to wipe Peeves' butt every day, day after day, year after year, and the principal and professors all ignored Peeves. Whether it was graffiti or vandalism, the professors could easily deal with it in a second by waving their wands, but Filch, a squib with no magic, had to work until midnight to finish the job. Point. When Filch learned that Peeves had been killed, he thought he was dreaming. After getting the professor's confirmation, I immediately shed 2 tears of joy. I was extremely grateful to Liu Sen for his feat. At this time, Liu Sen's position in his mind even surpassed Dumbledore. Liu Sen looked at his watch. It was already past bedtime and the little wizard should have gone to bed by now. "Oh, it's so late. Mr. Filch, I really have to go this time." "Oh, of course. Master Liu Sen. I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest. And you can call me Argus," said Argus Filch. In Europe and America, if people call you by your first name instead of your last name, it means that the relationship is in place. "Okay, Argus." Liu Sen jumped off the desk and moved a pile of books with great effort, but he didn't notice that his wand fell on the table. Point. Argus Filch quickly and tactfully went to help Liu Sen get his wand. "Master Liu Sen, you forgot your wand." "Oh, it's so special. Was it the one that killed Peeves?" Filch held Liu Sen's rolling pin wand in both hands and handed it over respectfully. Point. Liu Sen blinked. "Argus, how do you feel holding my wand, old?" Filch was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Liu Sen meant. He thought he was dirty, so he quickly wiped it with his sleeve, carefully handed it back, and observed whether Liu Sen was angry. Point. Liu Sen put down the book and found another experimental material. "Master Liu Sen." Filch was a little at a loss. "Argus, it's nothing. Just squeeze your wand harder and see if you feel anything. I want to do a test." "Don't worry." Filch was a little nervous. He held his wand tremblingly, at a loss. "How does it feel?" Filch's face flushed, as if he was holding a heavy dumbbell in his hand. Point. After a few breaths, Filch held both ends of the wand with both hands and returned it to Liu Sen respectfully. "I can't feel anything, Master Liu Senator." He was obviously a little frustrated. Point. Liu Sen was not surprised at all. Filch had been a squib all his life and had never shown any magical talent. Point. He retrieved his wand, looked at the thick stack of books, and then looked at Filch. Point. He said tentatively, "This book is very heavy. Can I take it?" He wanted to ask if he could use a levitation spell, but Filch said enthusiastically, "Of course, Master Liu Sen. I'm happy to help you." The old man wants to move all the things back to Liusen. At Liusen's insistence, Filch was honored to pick up half of the book, grunting and leading the way, escorting Liusen back to the dormitory point. When Liusen finished washing up, his roommates had already gone to bed. He took the wand in his hand and whispered, "Fluorescence, shine." The wand did not emit a flashlight-like beam from the tip, but the whole wand was like a glow stick, emitting a soft light. Illumination, glow stick mode. He then combined the levitation spell with the Chinese object control technique, causing the wand to float on its own and become a nightlight point wand. Liusen, you are already a mature magic wand. How can you let your parents hold you all the time? You have to learn to fly on your own. Lying on the bed, Liusen looked at his magic wand floating beside him and illuminating it, and smiled with satisfaction. Even a child can be taught. Harry got up to drink water and was shocked. Liusen, hush. Good evening. This, just some ordinary lighting techniques and some ordinary Liu style spell casting tricks. Liu.Sen read the book he borrowed from the library for a while, and didn't feel sleepy at all. So he took out paper and pen, and practiced drawing talismans for a while. He felt that he was about to master the basics of the talisman, and it would be just around the corner to open the hidden surprise that his uncle had prepared for him. Chapter 11, The Pressure of Defense Against the Dark Arts. What are you fiddling with? Ron asked Liusen while eating pie at breakfast. This is a ballpoint pen, a pen commonly used by muggles. I want to disguise it as a quill pen. Liu.Sen cut a feather pen with a knife and inserted the ballpoint pen refill into it. Ballpoint pen? What is that? Isn't a quill pen good? The tip of a ballpoint pen is a very small ball, so the ink won't spill out, and you can write for a long time without dipping the pen in ink. Zuber explained, playing the role of a know-it-all. Harry nodded. He couldn't explain it any more clearly. Mission accomplished. Liusen showed the Sen style feather pen in his hand to several people. Ron took it and tried it on the paper curiously and introduced it to George and Fred sitting opposite him. Liusen put away his knife and glue, muttering that he had to quickly learn the cutting spell and the bonding spell. Senior grade spell. The morning class was Professor Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and all the young wizards were looking forward to it. Several people arrived at the classroom early and smelled a pungent smell of garlic. As soon as they opened the door, it is said that Professor Quirrell encountered a vampire in Romania, and the garlic smell was to prevent the vampire from coming back to catch him. Liusen chose a seat in the last row amid the puzzled looks of Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville. I can't stand the smell of garlic. The back seat is better. You guys can sit in the front. Liusen made an excuse. He doesn't care about others, but Kieluo has to be careful and stay as far away from Liusen as possible. As for the final exams, was there anyone marking the Defense Against the Dark Arts papers? The bell rang for class, and Professor Quirrell, wearing a turban, walked into the classroom nervously. He almost tripped over the flat ground, causing the little wizards to laugh. Professor Quirrell first stumbled over a brief self-introduction, and then began to call the roll. When it came to Harry, Professor Quirrell's stuttering became even worse. Harry Potter. When they reached Liusen, Professor Quirrell almost dropped the roll call. Liusen. Ah, very, very good. Let's start the class. According to Professor Quirrell's story, he once rescued a prince of a small country from a resurrected zombie, and his turban was the gift from the prince to thank him. At this time, Seamus Finnegan asked impatiently, "Professor, can you tell us how you defeated the resurrected zombies?" But Quirrell's face turned red with holding back his words. He stammered and couldn't say anything, and finally changed the subject with the weather. What disappointed the young wizards even more was that the entire class was conducted with Professor Quirrell reciting the text in a mosquito-like voice and stumbling over it. Liusen almost clapped his hands in his heart. Such acting skills. The Oscars owe you a little golden man. He ignored all that and happily read the extracurricular books he found from the library in the back row. When he saw something that would help him with his research topic, He would write it down in his notes using his Mori-style quill pen point. The young wizards were extremely uncomfortable with Professor Quirrell's teaching by reading the text and the defense against the dark arts, which everyone had been looking forward to, turned out to be a joke. Liu Sen found some clues about how to practice brain occlumency in an extracurricular book. That is, you need to master legilimency first, or be trained by other wizards, before you can practice. This was undoubtedly bad news for Liu Senator. Where could he learn legilimency? Such dangerous things were obviously in textbooks, and there was no way he could find them in the ordinary areas of the library. Should he go to the restricted books section? Being read by someone is even more impossible. Liu Sen must be mentally ill to allow others to read his mind. He can't hide it. Dumbledore, Snape, Bellatrix Lestrange, the Death Eater who taught Malfoy occlumency, and the madwoman who tortured Neville's parents are known to have legilimency. Who else? Oh yes, and Voldemort. At this moment, Professor Quirrell happened to have his back to everyone, controlling the chalk to write the key points of the class on the blackboard. In an instant, an extremely dark and evil thought glanced over. The brief moment made Liu Sen's thinking sluggish and a gap appeared in his mind, but the magic wand in his pocket instantly released an electric current, which made Liu Sen feel pain. A warmth protected his mind. Liu Sen's pupils shrank suddenly. He lowered his head quickly and cursed in his heart. Stupid Kieluo, this class is so boring. It's just a pile of shit. It's more interesting to find a camel tied to the podium to study than his lectures. It's nothing. A big liar. While Liu Sen was complaining and cursing wholeheartedly, that evil thought never appeared again, but he still insisted on cursing in his heart until the end of the get out of class. At the dinner table, Liu Sen ate a lot more than usual, almost catching up with Ron. He had to calm down. Voldemort, in his residual soul state, should be in a semi-asleep state at this time, and his strength is still very weak. Originally, Liu Sen would not pay attention to the little wizard's thoughts, but he happened to read Voldemort's name in his mind at that time. This made his subconscious mind send out a conditioned reflex to explore. It can only be said that Liu Sen was too careless and too unlucky. Silently patting the magic wand in his pocket, Liu Sen said to himself, "You are still reliable at the critical moment. From now on, I will never call you a rolling pin again." At the same time, he was also thinking, could it be that his magic wand has the ability to defend against legilimency? On second thought, I thought it might be because the thought that was probing me was too evil and caused the wand to react. After all, the combination of lightning and lightning-struck peach wood is the best for restraining evil. That's what my grandfather wrote in his notebook. Liu Sen reflected deeply. He was really careless this time. First of all, he shouldn't have mentioned his name in front of Leofu. Even if he was a remnant soul, most wizards didn't dare to mention his name, and there was a reason for that. Liu Sen made up his mind to put other subjects aside and focus on the mental defense. At noon, Liu Sen simply did not go back to the dormitory to rest. He checked a lot of information in the library and even strolled around the banned book area. However, he was watched closely by the administrator and had no chance to get in. In the afternoon there is another herbology class. As a very important basic course, and also a prerequisite for potions, the young wizards have to spend 3 classes in the greenhouse every week. Liu Sen was absent-mindedly studying the classification and maintenance of herbs, and was still thinking about the problem of brain closure in his heart. The second class was History of Magic taught by Professor Binns, the only class taught by a ghost. Back then, the elderly Professor Binns fell asleep in front of the fireplace in the teacher's lounge. When he went to class the next day, people were horrified to find that he had forgotten to bring his body with him. I don't know if it's because he is too old, the number of years he has been alive plus the years he has been a ghost, or because that's how he taught in his time, but all the little wizards fall asleep as soon as he starts teaching. It's always a flat tone and a narration without emotion, telling the history of magic like a lullaby. The already complicated history of magic, those tongue-twisting names and strange events are really overwhelming. For example, many young wizards confuse the evil man Merrick with the weird man Ulrich. Liu Sen suspected that Professor Binns had almost lost all his humanity after becoming a ghost. He was more like a machine. Even the name of Liu-Sen, the ghost killer, was not a ripple. However, Liu-Sen didn't care about his lessons or tone. He still devoted most of his attention to thinking about his own topic point in the evening. Liu-Sen hurriedly finished his dinner, packed some midnight snacks, and went straight to the library point. When Liu-Sen met his senior Cedric again, he shared a lot of his ideas with him, and took out his wand to study. Cedric used it for a while, and with the advance warning, he was not electrocuted like Hermione. But the effect of the magic also surprised and frustrated Cedric. It's so sensitive. How should I put it? It doesn't seem very stable to me. I don't know how you can control it. But the lightning effect is really cool. Liu-Sen found an opportunity to ask Cedric implicitly if he knew how to learn occlumency, but even the studious senior didn't know such an unpopular magic point. Liu-Sen had to settle for the second best and studied magic alchemy items with Cedric, hoping to find an alternative solution and see how to make mental defense items. The two of them kept looking through the materials until the librarian kicked them out, and then each of them left with a pile of books. In the evening, Liu-Sen would still read some materials and practice drawing talismans for a while. He discovered that the mind clearing talisman in the basic spells seemed to help one clear the mind and might even be able to resist legilimency. The next day, Liu-Sen was still the same, using all his time to study his own things he always hid in the last row in class, which made Hermione very disappointed as she thought she had found a competitor. There was her biology class in the morning and defense against the dark arts in the afternoon. After Liu-Sen sat in the last row, he quietly stuck a heart clearing talisman that he had drawn last night behind his head. I don't know how effective the defense against mind reading is, but it can help Liu-Sen stop having wild thoughts. He doesn't dare to greet Voldemort's name in person. Wednesday is special because after a history of magic class in the afternoon, there is also the first astronomy class of the semester in the evening. Unlike Harry and Ron, who were yawning and wanted to sleep, Liu-Sen, who practiced boxing and meditation every day, was not sleepy at all. But although he likes astronomy, he is not in the mood now. He wants to go to the library. He wants to practice drawing talismans. He was extremely unhappy about classes disrupting his daily activities. So Liu-Sen, who was in a bad mood, took out his brass telescope and then brought out a set of modern catadioptric astronomical telescopes. Compared to the slender brass telescopes of the little wizards, Liu-Sen's is shorter, but quite thick. If others have long guns, his is undoubtedly a short cannon. It is no exaggeration to say that the imaging effect crushes all the telescopes present. Even astronomy teacher Aurora Sinistra wanted Liu-Sen to help her order one after seeing it. The female teacher with skin color matching and European and American political correctness. Unfortunately, the electronic star chasing system above cannot work properly due to the interference of Hogwarts magic. However, the wizard's brass astronomical telescope is not as ordinary as it seems. It can also use magic to automatically track stars and adjust. Liu-Sen planned to combine the modern astronomical telescope with the telescope commonly used by wizards when he had time, but considering his busy study time, Liu-Sen decided to write a letter to his father Liu Guozhan to modify it. He would definitely be happy. On the astronomical tower, where the cool breeze was blowing, Liu-Sen looked at the stars with a modern telescope, but recorded the movement of the constellations in a wizard's way. Liu-Sen couldn't help but wonder, why didn't the magician explore other planets? Magic can easily solve many problems such as acceleration, oxygen supply, temperature isolation, etc. But wizards have no intention of developing into outer space. What a pity. After returning from get out of class, Harry, Ron, and Neville, who shared the same dormitory, fell asleep one after another. Liu-Sen let the magic wand float above his head to provide light, then walked into his expansion backpack and practiced basic spells. The systematic magic learning in school these days has not only strengthened my understanding of magic, but also confirmed some of the contents of my grandfather's notes. As the saying goes, different paths lead to the same destination, and one can learn from others' experience. By learning from Western magic, LIUSEN also gained a deeper understanding of Chinese magic. The crooked characters drawn on the paper seemed to turn from a flat plane into a three-dimensional form, and the originally unrealistic spell structure also became traceable. LIUSEN painted one picture after another, each one infused with magic more smoothly than the last, and every stroke united the essence, energy, and spirit. Chapter 12 Harry, trust me, potions class is not scary. On Thursday morning, Professor McGonagall left a lot of homework after class, and it was due next week. The little wizards were all dejected, except Hermione and LIUSEN. The former just complained that the homework was too little, and the latter LIUSEN. He hadn't recovered from the massive amount of information he received last night. Last night, I first practiced the basics of the spell, and successfully found the correct way to open the door. Then, I couldn't handle the Chinese policy of universal cultivation revealed by my uncle. When the letter was read for the 6th time, the trembling LIUSEN suddenly realized the technique of drawing talismans from a distance, and urgently cast a mind-clearing talisman for himself. LIUSEN, determined to take the risk, staggered to the study, intending to see what China's training materials looked like. Then he saw a bookcase full of books. First Grade Magic, Part 1991, People's Cultivation Education Press. 4th Revised Edition Basic Physical Training for 6th Graders, Part 2, Basics of Imperial Instruments for 2nd Grade Junior High School Students, Part 1, The Complete History of China, Junior High School Grade 3, The Fundamentals of Alchemy for 1st Year Senior High School Students, Part 1, Linkeo Biology 3-year College Entrance Examination 5-year Simulation 28. 1 Linear Algebra Huanggang Question Bank 2122. Uncle, thank you. In the afternoon there was a spells class and an indoor flying theory class. Mrs. Hooch, the flying teacher, insisted that the young wizards familiarize themselves with flying precautions and accident cases that occurred when riding a broomstick without following the correct steps. This caused many young wizards who usually boasted about how well they could fly to complain. The little wizards can only look forward to the outdoor flying class next week. In the original book, the flying class is in the 2nd week, which makes sense, since the driving school has to learn the first subject first. LIUSEN did not go to the library in the evening. Cedric had Quidditch training today, and there was a whole bookcase of Chinese textbooks waiting for him to explore in the small villa inside the gate given to him by his uncle. I actually found something useful in the refining textbook. Ancient sorcerers used pendants or earrings as carriers, and carved concentration spells and similar talismans inside. It played a role in clearing the brain of distracting thoughts, and preventing enemies from snooping. After having a direction, LIUSEN began to look for the concentration spell mentioned in the book. I started looking for it when I was in elementary school, and I kept searching until junior high school, but I still couldn't find it. He did see a lot of interesting and practical spells. LIUSEN tried to practice them, but it turned out that his foundation was not solid, so he had to start from scratch. Chinese magic is mainly based on gestures and drawing talismans. Compared to the Western method of waving wands, it can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Advanced spells are also difficult to perform instantly, and one must master the complex hand seals and talisman drawing techniques. Thinking of this, Western magic seemed attractive again. LIUSEN felt conflicted. After searching for a long time, I finally found the concentration talisman in the high school textbooks. This is an upgraded and enhanced version of the Kinkson talisman. Not only does the talisman have more strokes, but the writing speed, strength, rhythm, coordinated mana output and mental formulas are also very complex. There is still a long way to go. LIUSEN, who studied until midnight, walked out of the villa and found that Hedwig, who helped him deliver the letter last night, had brought back the reply. He opened the letter and found it was written by his father Liu Guoshang. Son, I have handed over the letter to your uncle to the cultivation related department of the Chinese embassy. I heard from your uncle that many government departments in China have spiritual practice departments, but ordinary people cannot see the hidden signs there and generally think that they are idle departments for retirement. Pretty clever, isn't it? I really hope the UK can learn from this, but guess what? The ashram office staff told me I could use the fax machine. I have already finished talking to your uncle on the phone. They received the letter directly via fax. I made it too complicated. I'm going to make a magic tool for instant messaging. Phones are too disruptive in the wizarding world, so I can't contact you directly. Or make an anti-interference device. Chinese magic has much less interference with electronic products. I'll ask your uncle how they solved it later. Your uncle didn't write back, so we talked on the phone directly. He asked me to tell you that you are learning very fast. He asked you to keep working hard. He invited you to come back to China during the holidays. I didn't agree directly. You decide. When you come back, tell him the telescope thing is simple, and your suggestion of opening a shop specializing in selling modified muggle items is worth considering. We may have to apply to the relevant department of the Ministry of Magic though. When we make some products we can choose a shop to sell them. Also, can you ask your mother and uncle to slow down their investment? Diagon Alley doesn't dare to sell real estate to them anymore. That's all for now. Keep in touch. The next morning, it was breakfast time in the auditorium. By the way, Harry, Hedwig came back last night, but she didn't want to go into the cage, so she flew away again. Liusen said while eating toast. Oh, don't worry about it. It doesn't like the cage. It will come back by itself when it has had enough fun. Harry turned his head and said. Ron said, don't worry, every owl is like this. My Errol always flies out to play by himself. When I was a child, he would often bring back mice and small snakes to show off to us. But now he can't catch mice. He is too old and often bumps into the glass windows. At this time, the sound of an owl flapping its wings was heard overhead. Liusen and many other little wizards immediately protected their food. To Harry's surprise, Hedwig brought him a letter for the first time. It landed smoothly next to the jam plate and placed a note on Harry's plate. Ron was surprised and said, Harry, someone wrote to you. Harry opened it with surprise and saw that the handwriting in the letter was very sloppy. After reading it, he said to the two of them, it's Hagrid. He invited me to his cabin at 3 p.m. 40 and chat. Ron's eyes lit up. Cool. Can I come with you? Okay. Harry answered readily. Liusen was feeding Hedwig toast. He thought for a moment and looked up and said, add me. I want to go too. Of course, Harry readily agreed. He borrowed Liusen's pen and quickly wrote a reply on the back of the note and asked Hedwig to deliver it. After breakfast, they headed to the potions classroom. On the way, Liusen was holding a copy of Huazia's Spiritual Herb Biology and reading it while walking. What is this? Ron asked curiously. Liusen was not worried about the Chinese cultivation method being leaked out because it was unlikely that Ron could understand simplified Chinese. It's a gift from my uncle. This book is equivalent to the Chinese herbal medicine plus the protection of magical animals. Cool. I wish I could understand that, said Harry. So, this is Chinese writing? I also saw pictures with hand gestures. What are they for? Ron asked curiously. Hermione, who was standing next to them, glared at Ron and Harry who were approaching, and asked tentatively, so, is this a Chinese secret technique? I don't know if it counts, but it shouldn't be. China is quite open about these things. And these are all introductory subjects in China. I can teach you once I have figured them out. Liusen said generously. He was very sure that China's elementary school textbooks did not have any confidentiality regulations. As they were walking and chatting, they didn't notice a greasy teacher with a gloomy face walking towards them and almost bumped into him. You guys. This person turned out to be Snape. He was obviously not happy. When he saw Harry's eyes, he seemed to pause for a moment, but soon saw the scar on Harry's forehead and said coldly, Potter, and the rest of you, so impetuous. Deduct 1 point from Gryffindor. Humph. He didn't seem satisfied yet and glanced at several people, trying to find some more problems. Liu-Sen. What's that in your hand? No extracurricular books are allowed in the corridor. Gryffindor will lose another point. Liu-Sen was furious. He even made up the rules. Even Deng Xiaoping didn't do that. What are you doing, you idiot? Excuse me, teacher, which one is it? Before he could finish his sentence, Ron quickly nudged him with his arm. Harry and Hermione also made eye contact, signaling Liu Sen not to be stupid. Liu Sen gave up, but Snape caught him. Talk back to the teacher and lose another 2 points. Liu Sen laughed out of anger, thinking to himself, "You idiot, when you are killed by Voldemort in the future, I will distort those touching memories of yours and tell them to Harry. Let you, an old bat who has been thinking about someone else's mother for decades, jump out of your grave. I remember watching a funny video on Coin Station in my previous life. You, the old bat, traveled back in time and beat up James. You also kidnapped little Lily, who still loved you in Girls' Generation. Ha ha ha. It's a crime. Scum." Liu Sen, who had a divergent mind, had his thoughts working quickly, and in an instant he was no longer angry. But Snape seemed to be in a very bad mood, but his face was gloomy and greasy every day, so few people could notice it. He looked at Liu Sen deeply again, turned around and left. Only when his footsteps faded away did the little wizards around him breathe a sigh of relief. Ron patted Liu Sen's shoulder and said indifferently, "Don't take it to heart. Fred and George are often deducted points by Snape." Of course, Hermione responded with a disdainful look. She thought those people were just children who had not grown up. Ron started out well, but he took his credits too lightly. "I earned them bit by bit." Harry was a little timid but better than Neville, who was shaking like a quail. Liu Sen was too impulsive. Childish. No one knows the top student's mental activities, but Liu Sen is still upset about the points deducted by the old bat. He looked at Harry with a half smile, which made the latter break out in a cold sweat. "Harry, dress up as a woman." "No, I mean, I want to give you something good." As he spoke, Liu Sen pretended to be mysterious and took out a piece of paper, quickly wrote a few lines, folded it, and stuffed it into Harry's hand. "Harry, do you believe me?" Harry was bewildered by the look. He held the paper in his hand and stammered, "I believe it, just trust me. I've recently learned some Chinese key reading techniques that can predict good and bad luck, and predict disasters and fortunes. I can predict 100 years ahead and 30,000 days behind." Ron asked with interest, looking at the key. "Is it similar to divination?" Hermione said in disbelief. "Tsk, why didn't you see Snape just now?" Neville, still in shock, echoed, "That's right. Don't worry about the details. Prophecy requires inspiration." Liu Sen looked at Harry mysteriously and continued, "Harry, I can't tell you the details. If I reveal the secret, it won't work. Anyway, take the paper I gave you. If you have any difficulties, I can help you through it." Thinking about what was about to happen in the movie in his previous life, Liu Sen pulled Ron, who had nothing to do with it, aside and muttered to him some of the plot he remembered. He thought, "I have to find a witness. Otherwise, how can I pretend to be cool?" Ron was skeptical and couldn't figure out where Liu Sen got his confidence from. Even a prophecy couldn't be so comprehensive, right? Several people went down the stairs and came to the potions classroom on the basement floor. The dark underground classroom was already creepy enough, and the entire wall in the back row covered with bottles and jars of animal specimens made it even more eerie. Malfoy and his 2 followers sat in the first row for the first time. It seemed that he was quite confident in his potion skills or his position as dean. Chapter 13 Rock Pie Tragedy. Watching Hermione walk away angrily, the 2 straight men, Ron and Harry, didn't care and continued their discussion. Harry was puzzled and said, "By the way, Liu Sen, you predicted the answers to Snape's first few questions very accurately, but did you make a mistake in the end?" He didn't ask the 4th question, Ron also recalled. "Yeah? What's the answer to you have your mother's talent? Is it related to potions?" Liu Sen just wanted to encourage Harry. Unexpectedly, Snape thought that Harry was too shy and wrote the answer on the paper. That sentence that seemed like self-encouragement instantly made Snape overlap Lily's figure with Harry. Liu Sen felt that it was not yet time for Harry to know these secrets, so he left a sentence. "The secret cannot be revealed." There were no classes on Friday afternoon, and Ranger Hagrid had already inquired about this in advance, so he couldn't wait to chat with Harry about how his week had gone. Harry and Ron played chess for the whole afternoon, while Liu Sen finished all his homework for this week, so that he could do whatever he wanted on the weekend. The glorious tradition of the flower-growing family, first bitter and then sweet. When it was almost 3 o'clock, Ron and Harry finished another round of wizard chess with yawns. The result of the game was of course that Ron unilaterally defeated Harry. Liu Sen suspected that Harry was having so much fun just to watch the moving wizard chess pieces fight each other. At the appointed time, Liu Sen and the other two left the castle and went to the cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid. Follow the path all the way and there is a fork in the middle. One side leads to Hagrid's house and the other side is a public owl tower. Liu Sen was very glad that he could borrow Harry's Hedwig, otherwise he would have to climb up the tower in the smell of bad droppings to see which owl was willing to deliver the letter. Nearing Hagrid's hut, the three saw a vegetable patch in front of the house. They didn't know what planting techniques Hagrid used, but the pumpkins in it were bigger than each other. The cabin is made up of two small pointed roof roundhouses connected together, and the outer walls are made of stacked stones. There is a stone crossbow at the door, which should be used by Hagrid when he went to the Forbidden Forest, hunting. With Hagrid's size, he doesn't seem to need this thing for self-defense. Several people knocked on the door, and Hagrid's hound Fang came over to block the way, forcing Hagrid to pull its collar. Fang, stand back. Come in. Yeah. Is a pitch black hound. Contrary to its tall and mighty appearance, it is very hospitable and clingy. As soon as they found a place to sit down, Fang, who was released by Hagrid, immediately rushed over and licked Ron's ears. Liu Sen looked around. The room was rather messy, which was consistent with Hagrid's rough style. There were hams and unharvested game hanging from the rafters, as well as a number of other things Hagrid had collected from the Forbidden Forest. For example, that long wisp of silver hair that shimmered. Liu Sen recognized it as the tail hair of a unicorn. It was a great core material for making a magic wand. It was also a very precious potion material. This stuff is sold by the stick in Diagon Alley. 10 galleons a stick. Even Ollivander the Wand Master doesn't have much in stock. Under Liu Sen's surprised gaze, Hagrid grabbed the strand of unicorn tail hair and swept the small wooden table with it. This thing works surprisingly well. The dust disappeared instantly. Then Hagrid threw the unicorn tail hair aside and placed the snacks on the clean table. You're welcome. Try it. I just baked it. Liu Sen subconsciously picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Hagrid actually used bundles of unicorn tail hair as a feather duster. With a click, Liu Sen woke up suddenly. He covered his mouth and looked at the intact pastry in his hand. What? Hagrid's signature dish, rock cake, also known as hard crust cake. He glanced around and saw that Ron and Harry also silently put down the rock cakes they were holding. Harry then introduced Hagrid. This is Ron. Hagrid took the boiling copper kettle off the stove and noticed Ron's red hair. Hello. Oh, it's another Weasley, right? Your twin brothers are always causing trouble. I've been on my guard against them these past few years. They always try to run into the Forbidden Forest when I'm not paying attention. Ron shrugged, looking like this was normal. Harry continued to introduce. This is Liu Senator. Hello, Hagrid. Liu Sen greeted. Hagrid almost dropped the teapot when he heard this. After he steadied it, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I've heard about you. The ghost killer. The Hogwarts devil. Lots of gossip about you. But if you ask me, you did a great job with Peeves that time. Haha, people who give me those nicknames don't understand me. I'm actually very gentle and easygoing. Do you want to make tea, Hagrid? Try mine. Liu Sen opened his backpack and took out a can of Chinese jasmine tea, which was what he liked to drink at home. Oh, what kind of tea is this? It smells nice. Hagrid brewed the tea and poured a cup for each person. A few people took sips of the tea and praised its taste. Hagrid asked Harry how his week had gone and whether he was happy or not, while Liu Sen picked up the rock biscuit and looked at it. The rough surface of the cake is dotted with various nuts and snow white sugar grains, and it smells like cinnamon and fruit. Liu Sen actually wanted to try this kind of snack baked by Hagrid in his previous life. But now Liu Sen has a new understanding of its hardness, and his teeth almost broke when he took a bite. But he is a magician, so Liu Sen took out his magic wand while everyone wasn't paying attention and whispered a spell, cut it quickly, as Liusen waved his magic wand slightly. An invisible sharp blade accompanied by tiny lightning fell on the rock cake on the plate. Liusen didn't dare to hold it in his hands to cut it. The rock cake opened with a sound, and a scent of milk and butter emanated from it. Liusen's nostrils twitched, and he felt more motivated. He looked up and observed that Hagrid and others mentioned the campus administrator. That old idiot. He only cares about useless things. And his skinny cat follows me every time I go into the castle. It must be Filch who sent him there. Liu-Sen casually agreed. Yes, that's right. That's right. The rock cake was rearranged, and this time he kept making noises in his mouth. Slicing, in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen newly learned cutting spells had been released. Crunch. Delicious. Liusen finally ate the rock cake, but now it might be more appropriate to call it rock crispy. What is butter, milk, a variety of nuts, cinnamon and ginger powder, and a little freshness? When Hagrid saw that Liusen had tasted the ingredients of the rock cake, he said happily, haha. Finally someone likes my rock cake. Oh, I added lemon peel. Not bad, right? It's delicious. Very rich in flavor. Fragrant but not greasy. Did you add salt, Hagrid? Oh my. Just a pinch of salt. To embellish it. Otherwise it would be too monotonous with just sweetness. Ah. I didn't expect you know how to cook. Hagrid said happily. Ron and Harry looked at each other. They didn't understand how Liusen was able to bite. When Liusen put another piece of thinly cut rock cake into his mouth, the two of them picked up a piece at the same time. After eating it, they suddenly discovered a new world. Hagrid was very happy to see the three little wizards fighting for the rock cakes on the plate. Haha. I baked a lot more. Each of you can take some back later. When he turned around to pack up the rock cakes, the sliced rock cakes had already been distributed. The three of them looked at each other and stacked the other pieces on the plates together tacitly. This thing is impossible to chew without cutting it, but it tastes so good after cutting. Liusen licked his lips. Hagrid was really good at making baked snacks. Apart from the hardness, the taste and ingredients were impeccable. Then, Liusen recited the cutting spell at the urging of the two, and in his mind he measured the magic output intensity required to cut a whole stack of rock cakes this time. But just as the last word of the spell was uttered, air suddenly ran over. The stacked rock cakes on the plate suddenly became shaky. The sudden appearance of the dog caught Liusen off guard. This was the cutting spell. It was ready to go. At the critical moment, Liusen suddenly raised his magic wand upwards, and under the tension, the output of magic power suddenly lost control. There was a loud bang, followed by the sound of a large amount of bricks and stones falling. Hagrid, who was holding a large plate of rock pie, turned around and was stunned. Ron and Harry looked at each other. At a loss, Liusen patted the rubble on his head, used his index finger and thumb to pinch the rubble to create an imperceptible distance and said, well, I just wanted to cut some cookies, and there was a little accident. Even though Hagrid was a thick-skinned man, he was still frowning. He pointed at the hole on the roof that was as thick as a water tank and almost split the whole house, and the half-smoking beam, and said speechlessly, you call this a small accident? 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall came running over, panting, followed by Professor Flitwick, whose calves were struggling. Merlin's bit. What happened here? Hagrid, are you okay? Professor McGonagall said worriedly as she opened the door. Wait for me, Minerva. Oh, Hagrid. We saw a flash of lightning rising into the sky above the castle. Your cabin. Flitwick squeezed past Professor McGonagall and said into the door. The two professors stood there in shock. Almost half of the house was exposed to the open air. Next to the ruins, Liusen was roasting ham and pheasant by the surviving stove. Harry, Ron, and Hagrid were eating barbecue with a plate each. 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall put down the fragrant cup of tea in her hand. She was still angry and wanted to drink, but was not in the mood. Next to her was an open-air ruin. So, Mr. Liusen, after you blew off Hagrid's roof, you ate your barbecue, as if nothing had happened. Liu Sen laughed dryly and said, "We grilled the meat because the ingredients hanging on the beams happened to be cooked by the aftermath. It would be a pity not to eat them. They smell so good. Eat them while they're hot." Liu Sen's voice gradually became smaller as he saw Professor McGonagall's eyes becoming more fierce. Hagrid wiped the oil off his beard and said stiffly, "Professor, that Liu Sen didn't mean to do it. He was just careless at the time. Accidentally. Do you know how dangerous his spell is? Did you see what happened to the ceiling on the 3rd floor of the castle? The protective magic of Hogwarts was like paper. Peeves was blown to pieces." Professor McGonagall almost drawed. Professor McGonagall glared at the 4 people sitting in the ruins eating barbecue and said incomprehensibly, "For Merlin's sake, can't you clean up?" As she spoke she waved her wand, apparently intending to cast Restore as before. Liu Sen and his companions seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and dared not utter a word. To Professor McGonagall's surprise, only 2 or 3 bricks on the ground flew up and returned to the position of the gap in the roof. The repair effect was almost non-existent. Flitwick was a little surprised by this, as in his impression, Professor McGonagall's magic almost never failed. He immediately took out his wand from his arms, and after some attempts, he was shocked to find that the repairing spell, which had always been effective, had no effect on Hagrid's roof. The 2 professors exchanged glances and the atmosphere became more serious. Liu Sen whispered, "Is it because my cutting spell was not standard that caused the accident, Professor?" McGonagall said coldly, 2 magical accidents, and both of them blew off the roof. Making the same mistake twice can't be called an accident, Professor. Flitwick whispered below. In fact, these 2 times are not the same magic. You know, you can tell from the magic fluctuations. His voice also became smaller and smaller under Professor McGonagall's gaze, and finally became silent. Chapter 14 Hagrid, please just make do with it. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick left. They were going to report the situation to the headmaster and let him make a detailed decision. Harry, Ron and Hagrid looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort each other. Liu Sen held his magic wand in his hand and closed his eyes blankly. Hagrid thought for a moment and broke the silence first. "You know, they put a crime on me and broke my wand. I was so sad at that time. I mean, I can understand your feelings, but think about it on the bright side. At least you still keep it, right?" Liu Sen opened his eyes, looked at Hagrid and the 2 little ones behind him, then looked at the wolf's messy hut, and sighed. "Hagrid, my wand has only minor problems. It's okay. But your house." Seeing that Liu Sen was not discouraged, Hagrid was relieved and said nonchalantly, "My house is fine. I didn't know how to build a house back then, and I did it brick by brick. It collapsed many times. It was really embarrassing at that time. In the end, it was Dumbledore and the professors who helped me repair the house." As he was talking, Hagrid thought of the many sad memories of building the hut. He wasn't sad at first, but the more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. The 3-meter-tall hairy man was about to cry. Liu Sen touched his chin and took out his door from his backpack. "Wow. It's so big in there. Bigger than my house. Do you practice magic in here at night?" Ron exclaimed, feeling a little sour at the end. Liu Sen. "The decoration here is quite modern. Really nice." Harry found that this place was more like a muggle's home, but unlike the Dursleys' house, it was simpler, without any fancy and useless decorations, giving people a warm and refreshing feeling. The height of the villa inside the door was very high, so Hagrid would not hit his head if he stood inside. In the living room, several people brought in the pheasants, rabbits, hams that were roasted by the aftermath of the magic, and food found in the ruins. Liu Sen found the cumin, sesame and chili powder, and sprinkled it with the seasoning to make it even more fragrant. The refrigerator in the cottage was powered by runes, so they had iced cola, Arctic Ocean and Giant Libeo. But Hagrid was not used to drinking, so he found some wine from the ruins and drank it himself. How to relieve worries? Only eating and drinking. A few people ate barbecue, sang songs, and continued to talk about the first week of courses. Harry said, "I didn't expect that Snape's potions class isn't as bad as everyone says. I feel like he takes good care of me." Hagrid took a sip of his wine and said, "Of course, because, He didn't dare to look Harry in the eye and turned his head to look elsewhere. But Harry followed his gaze relentlessly, leaving Hagrid no way to avoid it. Okay. Maybe it's because you have a talent for potions? Yes. You have your mother's talent. Hagrid said suddenly with an idea. But this sentence made Harry and Ron's eyes widen, and they said excitedly, Liusen, did you hear that? Your prophecy. It's the last sentence in your prophecy. Liu-Sen, who was watching the fun, didn't expect that the fire would suddenly burn him. He put down the rabbit leg in his hand and said, is it such a coincidence? I just wrote it casually. Hagrid was confused. What prophecy? Whose prophecy? Ron immediately became alert. As a witness, he knew the whole process best. After he finished describing in vivid detail what happened in the potions class, Hagrid immediately looked at Liusen again. You can also predict? Hagrid asked in surprise. Liusen was embarrassed and made up a story. I know a little bit about the Eastern art of looking at ki, which sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, Ron said with an exaggerated expression, but what you said that day was alright. Super accurate. Ah, what a pity that your predictions require inspiration, right? Hagrid also became interested. Do you have any inspiration now? Can you give me a prophecy? Liu-Sen tilted his head and thought about it. What Hagrid said. Can you say something? Ahem. Hagrid, I'm going to ask you a question, but you don't have to answer it. Several people sat upright, wanting to hear what predictions Liusen would make. Hagrid was particularly serious. He moved closer to the table, as if he felt that he could predict more accurately if he was closer. Go ahead. Liu-Sen pretended to be profound and asked, Rubo Hagrid, what do you want most? Hagrid blinked, and then he looked up in thought, his expression changing, sometimes in surprise, sometimes in yearning. After a while, he had determined the answer. He wanted to raise a dragon. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered that he couldn't say it, so he quickly covered his mouth with his big hand. Do you have an answer? Liusen asked. Seeing Hagrid nod, Liusen thought for a moment, picked up a few bones he had gnawed, shook them in his palm a few times, and threw them casually on the table. The three of them kept their eyes focused on Liusen's hand. After the bone fell on the table, the three of them leaned over to observe it carefully. This made Liusen feel that it was quite interesting to pretend to be a charlatan. He fiddled with the bones a few times, pinched his fingers, and chanted, the King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth, and the pagoda suppresses the river monster. If you want to see farther, you must climb to a higher level. These sentences were spoken in Chinese, and the people felt even more awe-inspiring. Liusen wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and said to Hagrid, who was looking forward to it, congratulations, Hagrid. What you want most will soon come to you automatically. But remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If you get what you dream of easily, you must listen to the advice of your friends. Hagrid seemed to understand, stroked his beard, and felt that Liusen's prediction was not very reliable. Ron and Harry came over excitedly, both wanting a prediction. Liusen said, I have run out of inspiration. I will definitely talk about it next time, and then change the topic. After a while, a piece of paper stuck under the roast chicken caught Harry's attention. It was a note Hagrid cut out from the Daily Prophet, and brought in by several people when they packed the food. Gringotts has refused to reveal what was inside the vault that was broken into, and has stated that the contents were removed early on July 7th. Harry muttered to himself what he had read in the newspaper, remembering that he and Hagrid had been to Gringotts that day and had taken gold galleons from Harry's parents' vault and a small cloth bag from number 731. But Hagrid immediately changed the subject and talked about Ron's brother who raised dragons in Romania. Harry frowned at the abrupt change of subject. He felt like something was wrong. After eating and drinking, Liusen got back to the point. Just listen to me, Hagrid. I'll leave the door here. You can live here for the next few days. I'll repair your cabin as soon as possible. It won't cost much. Look. He pointed to the 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms and continued, my financial conditions are here. Why are you being so polite, Ron enviously said. I don't know how much money your family has, but it's definitely not less than Malfoy's. Hagrid, just listen to Liusen. Harry himself is also a wealthy man. He has recently come to know the purchasing power of gold galleons. Compared with Liusen, who is many times richer than him, he is also very confident. Hagrid, I also think Liusen is right. You must at least have a place to live. Seeing that Hagrid was a little shaken, Liusen quickly said, it's settled, Hagrid. The accident was caused by me. You have to give me a chance to make up for it. Hagrid shook the bucket-sized wine glass in his hand and poured the last sip of wine into his mouth. He burped and made up his mind. Okay, but I only need to sleep in the hall at night, and I have to watch the woods at other times. In fact, it's really not necessary. I can sleep outside, and the house is not completely collapsed. Of course, the last words were completely denied by the three little wizards. Several people used the shrinking spell to move Hagrid's bed into the door and sorted out the items in the ruins. It was almost completely dark before they returned to the castle at Hagrid's urging. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. My friend, your equipment doesn't match. When Liusen returned to the dormitory, he immediately wrote a letter to his family, telling them the whole story of the accident he had caused. As he was writing, Liusen had an idea. He wrote quickly and told his family the general plan. Still borrowing Harry's headwig, the little one really loves delivering letters. Harry didn't give it any tasks. The owl got fat. Although there is no door to compress the space, Liusen still has a backpack. He entered the backpack space along the ladder he hadn't walked on for a few days, shook his head and said, it's too small, only the size of 2 rooms. Let's make do with it. He took out his wand and felt it carefully again. The seal set by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick kept the wand firmly under control. The feeling of blood connection between Liusen and the magic wand was still there, but he couldn't cast a single spell, no matter how hard he tried. Liusen did not give up. He used the Chinese technique of controlling objects to sense it, and at the same time, adjusted the magic power in his body to further communicate with the magic wand. Soon, Liusen concentrated his energy to the maximum. The magic power surging in his body even made the compressed space unstable, and the wardrobes and shelves inside began to shake. Harry heard a voice from above. Liusen, are you okay? Your backpack is shaking so much. Liusen smiled. He felt the wand's response. Moreover, under the effect of the seal, the fleeting magic power circuit when releasing magic turned into slow motion. He seemed to feel the inner principle of each magic. I'm fine. I'm practicing magic. Liusen said happily. Could this be the legendary blessing in disguise? Climbing out of the backpack space, Liusen picked up a book about magic wands and opened it. He wanted to study the principle of this seal. After a while, he gave up. How could he find the seal that 2 magic masters had jointly cast in an ordinary book? Even if he found it, it would be hard to study it. He was just an ordinary first-year student. Liusen doubts that even the magic stone doesn't have such a powerful sealing method. He held the wand and chanted the spell. Fluorescent flash. It was still a familiar feeling, and I could feel the trajectory of the magic power more clearly than usual. But under the effect of the seal, the thunder flame lightning sword did not activate. This feeling is very strange. If he closes his eyes, Liusen can even be sure that the magic is released successfully. But in fact, there is no reaction. After carefully studying the trajectory of the magic, Liusen suddenly had an idea and said, Ron, lend me your wand. Although Ron was confused and worried that Liusen might do something wrong, he still took out his wand. Well, you won't be used to it. It's definitely not as good as the one you have. This one is very old. It was used by my second brother Charlie. As he spoke, Ron's face turned slightly red. This wand is indeed very old. The paint on the wand body is severely peeling, and the tip is broken, revealing the core inside. Liusen took the wand and did not rush to do the experiment. Instead, he checked it up and down in a very professional manner. This was thanks to the several books on wands he had studied, and the guidance of his senior Cedric. 11 inches. Ash with unicorn tail hair. Ron nodded in surprise and said, right. You can see that. Liu Sen gently bent the wand again. It has moderate elasticity. I guess it is made by our lavender. It was originally a good wand. Is your brother Charlie straightforward and never gives up on anything he does? Ron was even more shocked. How did you know? Did you predict it? No, only people with this kind of personality are suitable to use this wand. Liu Sen squinted his eyes and held the wand upright in front of his eyes to check whether it was bent, and then said, dude, this wand is not suitable for you. Ron blushed and said embarrassedly, I don't want to use it either, but I have 5 brothers and a sister. The burden on my family is quite heavy. Liu Sen used Ron's wand to chant into his pillow, Wingardium Leviosa. The pillow floated up and down, but it was weak and fell back onto the bed in a few seconds. What? I mean it has recognized your brother, and no one can use it. Liu Sen said. Ron was confused. He glanced at Harry, who was also confused, and waited for Liu Sen to explain in confusion. Liu Sen poured another stream of clear water into the cup, but the water column he summoned out of thin air was intermittent. He shook his head and continued. Ash represents integrity and loyalty. A wand made from it will only recognize its original owner. If the core material is unicorn tail hair, which represents justice and purity, it will be even more troublesome. The wand's loyalty to its owner will reach the extreme. Liu Sen held his rolling pin in one hand and Ron's in the other, carefully feeling the difference between the 2. He used the rolling pin to carefully cast the levitation spell in the clear water like a spring twice, not missing any details of the magic working inside the wand. After gaining some results, he used Ron's wand again, and was surprised to find that the effect was much better this time. Liu Sen instantly felt that the rolling pin was really fragrant. No, we have to change the name. Call it the Thunder Wand. I'll get angry with anyone who calls it a rolling pin again. Thunder Wand. Once unlocked, it's a killer weapon. Once sealed, it's a learning machine. It's absolutely amazing. The fighter among magic wands. After the comparison, Liu Sen returned the wand to Ron and continued, brother, you need to change your wand. You can't use your full ability with this one. At this time, Neville, who was lying on the bed reading the herbology textbook, raised his head and looked at his wand thoughtfully. Neville is also a miserable kid. His parents are both members of the Order of the Phoenix and have been fighting on the front line against Voldemort. Later, Voldemort's #1 fan, Bellatrix Lestrange, captured and tortured the couple. Although they managed to survive, they were mentally traumatized and lost their ability to respond to the outside world. Like vegetables, they lay in beds in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. 4 years. Neville grew up under the care of his elderly grandmother and was given high expectations since childhood. His grandmother often sighed, firstly because she sided the fate of her son and daughter-in-law, and secondly because she felt that Neville was so much worse than his father, growing up in such an environment. Neville naturally hoped that he could become a great wizard like his father, so he inherited his father's magic wand and let his parents accompany him at all times, which also motivated him to study hard. Liu Sen sat down next to Neville and said to the depressed Neville, do you mind if I see your wand? Neville subconsciously held the wand and dodged backwards, but after seeing Liu Sen's calm and sincere eyes, the fat man pondered for a moment and solemnly handed the wand to Liu Sen. Still observing carefully, Liu Sen sighed and said, another inappropriate wand. Neville, nostalgia is good, but the score is important. The wand is too important for wizards. Don't let an inappropriate wand delay your future. Having said this, Liu Sen patted Neville on the shoulder and left him to think on his own. Harry was the only one in the dormitory who had not appreciated anything. He generously took out his wand and wanted to see what Liu Sen had to say. Harry's wand was the only one of his 3 roommates that matched its owner. Holly. Wood. 11 inches. Phoenix tail feathers. Right. It suits you very well, Harry. Very well. As Liu Sen said that, he used Harry's wand to cast a transfiguration spell on the water cup, but it was not very successful. I originally wanted to turn the straight tube water cup into a high-heeled glass, but what appeared in front of me was a cup with a thin waist, which was far from the desired effect. My question, Liu Sen shook his head. The mismatched wands were difficult to use, and magic that one was not proficient in would be more likely to go astray. After changing to his own thunder wand, Liu Sen cast the transfiguration spell at the cup again. Under the puzzled gaze of his roommates, Liu Sen cast it many times in a row, and finally, under the effect of the seal, he had a deeper understanding of the operating structure of the transfiguration spell. Using Harry's wand to cast a spell again, he finally succeeded in changing the cup into the desired shape. He shook Harry's wand and felt that his heavy wand was more secure. How much he disliked it in the past, how much he cherished it now. He took out his own magic wand and played with it. The shaft was made of thunderstruck peach wood and the core was made of lightning. Low-key and luxurious, calm, and majestic. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Not only can it roll noodles, but it can also chop enemies. It can also speed up the learning of magic. Suddenly, Liu Sen thought of a question. What do you think? What effect would I get if I cast the illumination spell with Harry's wand? Harry, Ron, and Neville looked at each other, their curiosity aroused. Ron, I don't think that's possible. Our wands don't have thunder cores, and for you, before he could finish, Liu Sen whispered, fluorescent, shining. Suddenly, a solid beam of light different from that of a flashlight illuminated the faces of several people. Oh my god. It really works. How is this possible? Amazing. Wait. After the friends were shocked for a second, the lightsaber mode released from Liu Sen's hand began to flash, and it kept shrinking from 1 meter until only 10 centimeters remained. Liu Sen was speechless and said, the sword turned into a dagger. Dare you make it smaller? As soon as the words fell, the small flame dagger flickered a few times, and then like a lighter that had run out of gas, it went out, went out, went out. Chapter 16 My magic wand is a learning machine. On Saturday morning, Liu Sen received a letter from home, saying that his business development had encountered some difficulties. He tapped his fingers on the table. While thinking about solutions, suddenly he thought of something and asked knowingly, Ron, your father works for the Ministry of Magic, right? Ron and Harry were scratching their heads while doing their homework. When he heard Liu Sen's words, he put down the thick reference book and replied, yes, you know, the misuse of Muggle artifacts department. What's the matter? Liu Sen snapped his fingers and said happily, great. My uncle has something he wants to consult. I wonder if you can introduce him to someone. Ron was confused. Consultation? What? About Muggle items? There is some connection. If you want to do something with Muggle products that involves magical modifications or something, you have to get approval from professionals. Liu Sen said. Oh, that's no problem. But what about going directly to the Ministry of Magic? He goes to work almost every day. Ron asked, puzzled. Liu Sen smiled and said, things are rather complicated, so I want to speed up the process. Ron thought for a moment and said, I don't know if it will work. My dad is always single-minded, and he works very hard, but in the end, Liu Sen used his homework as a stepping stone and convinced Ron to write a letter of introduction to Mr. Weasley. Liu Sen basically spent the 2 days of the weekend in Hagrid's hut. He would write and draw around the hut from time to time and chat with Hagrid about his daily life habits. Liu Sen also wanted to follow him to patrol the Forbidden Forest, but unfortunately he was not allowed. Bored, Liu Sen had to practice Chinese magic in the pumpkin field. His results were gratifying, and Liu Sen learned a few more small spells, such as the calming charm, the hemostatic charm, the reinforcement charm, the waterproof charm. Liu Sen's fingers cramped from practicing, and he missed the magic wand even more. Monday finally arrived, and the first class was Transfiguration. Liu Sen handed the wand to Professor McGonagall with great anticipation. Liu Sen, well behaved, sensible, and obedient. Professor McGonagall had a complicated expression. She only unsealed the wand in the second half of the practical class, and warned him again that he must not do anything out of line. Otherwise, he would be turned into a toad on the spot. Liu Sen felt relieved to regain control of the fully sealed wand. It gave him a sense of deja vu that he could finally play video games during the Chinese New Year. Many magic tricks that have been silently practiced countless times with the Thunder Wand finally have the opportunity to be put into practice. As a result, the overly excited Liu Sen completely stole the limelight from Miss Know-It-All and completed the transformation magic operation assigned by Professor McGonagall in excess. This transfiguration class required the young wizards to turn water into juice, but Liu Sen was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. He performed magic one after another on his glass of water like a string of cannonballs. I saw his water turned into watermelon juice, then orange juice, then mango juice, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple. All colors were played with. We are not satisfied with the rainbow fruit cocktails, so we have a colorful black plum juice mix, but Professor McGonagall turned a blind eye to Liu Sen's fancy moves. No matter how perfectly he performed them, or how smoothly he changed them, he would not get any extra points in the end. It was Miss Know-It-All who won 5 points for Gryffindor with a glass of bright red and tempting pomegranate juice. When the get out of class was over, Liu Sen walked out the door while pretending to seriously discuss transfiguration with Harry and Ron. But Professor McGonagall coldly stopped Liu Sen, who wanted to slip away, and hooked his hand. Liu Sen was still complaining during lunch. Is it that necessary? Are you guys that serious? You're guarding against me like a thief. I'm so studious, so motivated, and I study and practice hard. 500 words omitted here, but you sealed my wand. I've behaved so well. Give me some advice. Ron ate his chicken pie in big mouthfuls while comforting him. Come on, buddy. We still have charms class in the afternoon, so you can still use your wand for a while. Harry also came over to offer comfort, but was interrupted by an explosion. When they turned around, they saw that Seamus Finnegan's head was smoking. His face was black, and he looked very embarrassed. He wanted to turn his water into wine, but something obviously went wrong. Liu Sen smiled unkindly. He was good at magical little accidents. In the afternoon's charms class, Flitwick's attitude was much better than Professor McGonagall's, but Professor Flitwick insisted that the young wizards first master a solid theory of charms and then arrange practical classes later. Liu Sen lost his luster in an instant and became a colorless black and white man. Liu Sen, feeling depressed, turned his dissatisfaction into motivation. To dig in the next herbal medicine class, he kept digging and digging in the small flower pot, planting small herbs and starting, but he accidentally damaged the herb seedlings and was scolded by Professor Sprout. In the evening, Liu Sen found his senior Cedric in the library and complained to him. Cedric tried hard to hold back his laughter and suggested that Liu Sen change his wand or make a temporary one for himself. Liu Sen returned to the dormitory and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He took out the Thunder Wand and began to practice magic. In the eyes of others, he was just waving at the air, but in fact, only he knew that every magic was absorbed by the seal chain and the wand. What was left for him was a slower magic running line and a clearer casting feeling. Rolling pin learning machine. Oh no. Thunder Wand learning machine. The fighter among learning machines. On Tuesday, Liu Sen changed his bad mood and decided not to use the Thunder Wand for the time being. For now, he would just use it as a learning machine. As for daily use, we are Chinese. What's there to be afraid of if we know spells? So Liu Sen's psychological activities are like this. First class, defense against the dark arts. Pretty good. No wand. So what? The gals they talked about were just a spell to suppress demons. The spells were awesome. Second class, herbology. It's okay not to use a wand. In herbology, you're not allowed to use one. A wand is optional. Lesson 3 History of Magic. Ancient European wizards relied too much on wands. I'm determined not to follow the old path. Combining Chinese and Western cultures. Learning from each other's strengths is the best way. Thursday. Yay, yay, yay. It's transfiguration time again. After class, I feel like I have no desire to live. I have to wait until Monday to use my little thunder again. Unlike LIUSEN who was struggling internally, the students were all very excited today because they could finally take flying lessons. The second class in the afternoon was an outdoor flying class. The little wizard was already eager to try riding a flying broom. The first year wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered in the outdoor playground, eager to discuss with each other. When Mrs. Huoki reiterated the flying class discipline, LIUSEN suddenly remembered something. But after taking a look at his position and thinking about the sealed wand, LIUSEN had no choice but to put his hopes on Harry and Ron. But after thinking about it carefully, Harry and Ron didn't know anything yet. He had no choice but to change to Hermione. "Hey, Hermione." LIUSEN whispered to the top student next to him. Hermione had never ridden a broomstick before and was silently reciting the key steps in the flying manual. She was a little displeased by being interrupted by LIUSEN. She glanced at Madam Hooch, who didn't look in her direction, so she asked impatiently, "What, LIU?" said in a mysterious tone. "I got an inspiration. You know what I mean." "What? You don't understand." LIU.SEN. Chapter 17. Come on Hermione. The decision is yours. LIUSEN saw that Hermione never liked prophecies, so she deliberately refused to cooperate. So he gloated, "Don't try it later. The academic master doesn't have the talent to ride a flying broom." Hermione glared at him immediately, and LIUSEN, who wanted to survive and call the police, hurriedly said, "Someone is going to fall down soon." No, it all frowned, and she didn't care about being angry anymore. "Who? We should tell Madam Hooch." LIU.SEN glanced at the nervous little fat man at the far end of the queue, then looked at Madam Hooch in the crowd, who was demonstrating how to ride a broom without falling off. LIUSEN snorted, "It's useless. She's nothing. I'll have to rely on you later, Madam." Hooch turned around and walked away, talking about how to hold hands. When she finally moved away again, Hermione hurriedly asked, "What should I do?" LIU.SEN said calmly, "Listen to my command and cast the levitation spell. When the time comes." He glanced at Harry across from him again and said with a smile, "Dude, congratulations in advance." Harry and Ron looked at each other, somewhat expectant but not understanding what he had predicted. Although Hermione was unsure how accurate LIUSEN's prediction was, she still looked around nervously. Mrs. Huoki has finished explaining the precautions, and the next step is the actual practice. Step 1. Summon a broomstick to float in your hand. People like Harry and Malfoy who have excellent flying talents can summon it successfully very easily. When it came to the two top students, they shouted several times before the broom finally came into their hands. LIUSEN was mentally prepared for such a strong contrast, but Hermione was immediately shocked. The two people's talents in this area seemed to be divided into wisdom. When all the students were ready to ride, Madam Hooch began the countdown. But just as she counted to 2, Neville in the queue flew away because of nervousness. He took off wobbly, flying higher and faster. Madam Hooch could only shout, but did nothing. Seeing Neville tumbling up and down in the air, almost everyone's heart was in their throat. Only Malfoy and his gang, who were gloating over his misfortune, didn't care at all and took the opportunity to laugh wantonly. LIUSEN was not sure where Neville would fall, so he suddenly had an idea and quickly drew talismans on his hands. After a few breaths, he clapped his hands and 2 talismans fell on Hermione. Hermione's face was full of question marks, but the next moment she felt her body lighten, and then her legs were filled with strength. LIUSEN did not explain, his eyes fixed on Neville in the sky. At this time, the fat boy had fallen off the out of control flying broom and was hanging on the spikes of the statue. If it was slightly off by 10 centimeters, Neville might have become a skewer. "Now, come on Hermione. It's decided to be you." LIUSEN shouted. The situation was critical. Hermione ignored LIUSEN's strange tone and ran towards Neville. The students were shocked to see a beautiful figure flash by, and in the blink of an eye, the other person was already more than 10 meters away. Light body talisman plus speed talisman plus female academic master low end Wonder Woman. The sense of deja vu was fleeting, and Hermione had already taken out her wand when she reached the bottom of the statue. She skillfully fired a Wingardium Leviosa. Unfortunately, he missed Neville, who was slipping as the tear in his robe grew bigger and bigger. Neville screamed and fell off the statue. Hermione took a step forward, aimed again, and cast another levitation spell. When Neville was halfway down, finally, the little fat man floated in the air at the critical moment. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they discovered that the levitation spell was actually acting on Neville's sweater. His buttons were popping like popcorn, and he was about to fall from more than 5 meters in the air for the second time. Seeing that the situation was not good, Liu Sen added 2 runes to himself and hurried to Hermione's side point. He pushed Hermione, who was right below him, away, and the next second, bang, Neville slapped the ground. Huh? Why doesn't it hurt? Neville asked in surprise. Get up quickly. I'm going to be crushed to death by you, said someone who was pressed underneath weakly point. Neville was filled with gratitude. After thanking Hermione, he and Liu Sen supported each other and went to the infirmary. Mrs. Huoki, who could only speak with her mouth the whole time, simply gave instructions and left with the 2 of them, completely unaware of what would happen next. After pulling Hermione away, Liu Sen subconsciously tried to catch Neville, but he was beaten so hard that he even broke 2 ribs. Arriving at the infirmary, Liu Sen cast a healing charm on himself, which worked, but it was nothing compared to Pomfrey's healing magic. It only took him a second to fix Liu Sen's bones. Liu Sen took this opportunity to ask some questions about medical magic. Madame Pomfrey was very happy about this, as there were not many young wizards who were interested in medical care. They used a ready-made guinea pig, Neville, for on-site teaching, and Liu Sen felt that he benefited a lot. When the 2 left the school hospital, they barely made it to dinner time. There were only fruits and desserts left on the table, and their friends were no longer among the few people still eating. Both of them were starving. Neville was afraid that the remaining food would disappear as well, so he stuffed strawberry pudding into his mouth desperately. Why don't you eat? You'll be gone in a moment, Neville said incoherently with food in his mouth. Liu Sen felt that he should have a proper meal for dinner, as snacks would not fill him up. Under Neville's puzzled gaze, he took out a pen and paper and wrote quickly, I'm hungry. Give me a grilled steak, a chicken pie, and a glass of orange juice. What do you want? Liu Sen turned his head and asked. Neville was puzzled and said, that won't work, because, well, just be the same as you. Liu Sen corrected the quantity and placed the note on the plate, which only had food scraps left. In less than 5 minutes, dinner time was over, and the remaining food on the plate along with Liu Sen's note disappeared instantly. Although Neville didn't think it would work, he was still looking forward to the appearance of food. After a few minutes, there was no response from the empty table. When Liu Sen was about to give up, suddenly, 2 large plates appeared in front of them, with the meals they ordered on them. In the empty auditorium, the 2 happily had a hearty meal. When he was about to leave after eating, Liu Sen suddenly had an idea, and took out a pen and paper and wrote, it's delicious. Liu Sen. Putting the note on the plate, Liu Sen turned and left with Neville, who looked puzzled. Instead of explaining the house elves' hard work down there, he glanced at his watch and made plans to head over to Hagrid. Neville, I'm going to go to Hagrid's hut. You haven't been there yet? Come with me. Neville thought about it and agreed. His grandmother said that she hoped he would integrate into the group and play with his friends more. The 2 of them ate some more octopi chips in Hagrid's hut, of course. Liu Sen stood outside the hut and sliced them with Neville's wand. At around 8 o'clock, Liu Sen received an owl letter telling him that everything was ready, except for the nods from a few key people, including the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Liu Sen saw that there was still time and decided to go find Dumbledore now. Although Aoden can read minds, is treacherous, and arrange people, Liu Sen thought, I can draw the concentration talisman now. Now I should be able to resist the other party's investigation. What am I afraid of? Right? Chapter 18. Return to the Principal-039's office. After returning to the castle, Liu Sen first sent Neville who couldn't find the way back to the corridor on the 8th floor leading to the Gryffindor lounge, and then turned and went to the headmaster's office. Lemon, tea, mint candy, pile of cockroaches. Liu Sen muttered the names of no less than 50 kinds of snacks and desserts to the ugly guardian beast, but he didn't get any of them right. Just as he was about to continue racking his brains to think of the command, a voice appeared behind him. "Ah, you looking for me, Kit?" Liu Sen turned around and saw that the person coming was the most outstanding headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. "What? A coincidence, Professor Dumbledore. I was looking for you. But when I got here I remembered that I didn't know the password at all. The password changed that day," Liu Sen said in a relaxed tone. Dumbledore smiled and whispered, "Sizzle honey candy." The ugly gatekeeper beast responded, jumped to the side, and revealed a spiral staircase behind it. "Please, come in, Mr. Liu Sen," Dumbledore said enthusiastically. "Please, go first." Liu Sen replied obediently. Dumbledore didn't insist and walked in first. Liu Sen followed closely behind, but when the other person turned his back to him, he took out the prepared concentration talisman from his pocket, gently patted it on the back of his neck, and covered it with his collar. After getting ready, he followed Dumbledore with confidence and took the spiral staircase into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was like an old grandfather. Next door, he kindly poured a cup of hot cocoa for Liu Sen and handed him a plate of small desserts. Of course, he did all this by waving his hands and using magic point. If Liu Sen hadn't known that Leo Deng was very good at scheming people, he might have expressed his gratitude with tears. "Then, Mr. Liu Sen, you came to me not to care for the elderly and widowed people, right?" the principal joked. "You're joking. Actually, I have something to discuss with you." Liu Sen took a sip of hot cocoa and found it quite delicious. He continued, "Professor, I'm sure you already know about Hagrid's hut. I didn't damage it on purpose, but I have the materials and supplies ready for reconstruction at home. But there are a few minor issues." Dumbledore opened his favorite pile of cockroaches and chewed one, nodding as he signaled Liu Sen to continue. "First of all, his cabin had some structural defects when it was built, so there is no need to renovate it. I plan to tear it down and rebuild it. Here are my design drawings. Please take a look." Liu Sen took out the drawings sent from home from his pocket and handed them to Dumbledore. The old principal stroked his half-moon glasses and took the drawing. Are you sure you didn't take the wrong drawing?" the principal said in disbelief. "Since we are rebuilding, we must strive for perfection. I think this design barely fits the noble and elegant temperament of our Hogwarts. After all, the Ranger's hut is also part of the school." Liu Sen explained. Although the principal had seen a lot of storms, he still took off his glasses, put the drawings on the table, tapped them a few times, and fell into deep thought. "Please, rest assured, I will take care of all the materials and expenses required. Neither Hagrid himself nor the school will have to spend a penny." Liu Sen added, "But, Kit, what you destroyed is just a small stone house. But isn't the new one you are going to build too expensive?" The old principal thought about it. Even though he had no concept of money, he still wanted to confirm whether he was right. No. This is what I should do. It happens that my family has just established a new construction company. It is my honor to do something insignificant for my alma mater." Liu Sen said. While the principal was lost in thought, Liu Sen continued, "So, I came here today to ask you for instructions. If you can issue a permit to start construction, then we can start construction as soon as this weekend." Dumbledore crossed his hands and looked at the blueprint intently, his two slender thumbs overlapping and circling each other. After thinking for a while, he looked up and said, "I'm afraid I have to get the approval of the school board. This is a new building after all. I don't know what to say about these old antiques." Liu Sen said confidently, "I wonder how many gold galleons it will take to join the school board. We are willing to pay the membership fee." Dumbledore was a little shocked, but he had to say, "I'm afraid that joining the school board is not something that can be solved with gold galleons. It also requires sufficient status. I'm sorry, but I will discuss the building matters with them. I believe the school board will give an old man like me a little face. Liu Sen certainly understood that the school board was composed of well-known figures in the magic world, and at least you had to be from an ancient pure-blood family. But he was just expressing his attitude, and there was no rush. There is one more thing I need your help with. Hogwarts is in a special location after all. It would be very troublesome to transport supplies using conventional means. So I was wondering if I could apply to use the Hogwarts Express. The principal sat up straighter. Wow. I must say, you've got quite a few surprises for me, Mr. Liu Sen. This is no small matter, but it shouldn't be difficult for you. As the greatest wizard of our time, the best wizard in Hogwarts. Liu Sen wanted to repeat a few more of Dumbledore's well-known titles, but was interrupted by the other party. Okay, I see. This is really an idea I've never thought of before. I can write a letter to Minister of Magic Fudge to apply, but I'm not sure if it will work. You are too modest. Everyone knows that Minister Fudge will consult you whenever he has a question. Your little request will definitely be responded to. Liu Sen said happily, after getting the answer he wanted. At the same time, I thought to myself, Fudge listens to you now, but he will be different in 2 years, when he grows stronger. He will turn a blind eye to Voldemort's return in the future, and will send Umbridge, that toad, to be the headmaster, making the school a mess. Fudge keeps making stupid moves. He is just a two-faced ostrich. Dumbledore paused, blinked, and said, is there anything else I can do for you, old man? Liu Sen rubbed his hands in disgust. Although the construction company has magicians operating, rebuilding the Rangers' hut also has some commemorative significance. Can we let a teacher who is free lend a hand when the time comes? Hehe. It won't waste anyone's time. The new technology will be super fast. The principal agreed readily this time. Sure, I'll tell the teachers. After all, we helped build the hut back then, so they probably won't refuse a hand. Liu Sen suddenly had a bright smile on his face. It was worth it to go to the principal this time. All the problems were solved, and he got some for free. No, he got some top-notch labor for free. Strike while the iron is hot. Liu Sen handed over his wand and said in a calm tone, also, the seal of my wand. No, that's great. Huh? No? Liu Sen didn't react and thought the principal also agreed, but he was happy for nothing. Liu Sen did not give up and reorganized his words. You know, if the little wizard only relies on the short time in class to practice magic, it will be difficult for him to master the content of the class. But from what I understand, you learn quickly and are very active, Dumbledore said as he fiddled with Liu Sen's wand. But without a wand, life would be very inconvenient, right? How can a wizard be without a wand? Liu Senator, but you know Chinese magic. Basic problems can be solved with magic, but Liu Sen lowered his head in thought. He couldn't come up with a reason to fool the other party, but when he thought of the residual soul of Voldemort behind Professor Quirrell's head, and that he was now so close to the three little ones, he would inevitably face danger in the future. Liu Sen felt overwhelmed. Professor, can you open up some daily magic? Like illumination? Liu Sen looked at Dumbledore expectantly, thinking that without this rolling pin, he would be very weak in front of the boss. What roles? Quirrell, Voldemort. This year has not started well. Dumbledore thought for a moment, took out his own wand, and tapped the rolling pin a few times, and the seal chain inside suddenly emerged. He smiled and looked at it for a moment, as if he was appreciating a work of art. Under Liu Sen's puzzled gaze, Dumbledore whispered a few magic runes, and without him clicking a few times, a few silver magic coins emerged from thin air, and disappeared into the golden rune chains. Okay, if you encounter special situations, you can use the illumination spell. Dumbledore smiled and returned the wand to Liu Sen. Liu Sen couldn't believe his ears. They actually agreed. I can use the lighting spell, but before Liu Sen could cheer, Dumbledore's voice spoke slowly. There is a limit on the number. You can only use it 10 times. Otherwise, Minerva and the others will notice. After saying that, the principal blinked at Liu like a child. Chapter 19. Chatting and laughing with Dumbledore. Liu tightly grasped his wand. He felt that he could vaguely communicate with the seal chain. Thank you. I will use it carefully. I mean, shine it occasionally. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. A gleam of light reflected from his glasses as he suddenly said, "Show me, Mr. Liu, Senator Liu." Sen was sweating profusely and pretended not to understand. "What are you showing me, Professor?" "I observed the ceiling of the corridor, and the magical traces you left are very special, but it should be a magic similar to illumination, if I'm not mistaken," Dumbledore said slowly and calmly, which made Liu terrified. But he changed his mind and thought, since Old Deng had allowed him to show it, and even opened a corner of the seal, then there should, possibly, be no problem, right? My impression is that, although Dumbledore arranged Harry, Snape, himself, and Voldemort, it seems that he never fought against each other over a disagreement. Thinking of this, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around quietly again to make sure that Dumbledore showed no signs of murdering him. "Since you already know, I'll show you how ugly I am." Liu didn't waste any words and whispered, "Fluorescent shine." Suddenly, a blue-purple flame about 1 meter long was emitted from the tip of Liu's magic wand. The intense heat of the sword body caused a density difference in the surrounding air, thus distorting the light. This gave the thunder flame lightning sword a hazy and dreamy feeling, not to mention the purple gold arcs lingering on it, which added a third of majesty and oppression. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp and serious. Even though he was knowledgeable, he was still shocked by the scene before him. He slowly stretched out a hand, and the closer he got, the more surprised he was at the amazing energy emanating from it. As the principal's hand came too close, Liu moved his lightsaber back slightly to avoid burning the other person. Dumbledore suddenly woke up and retracted his hand. That felt the heat, but the reflection in his pupils still flashed with a flame, proving that his gaze had never moved. Seeing that the principal was in a daze, Liu maintained the output of magic power and just held the thunder flame lightning sword quietly. Until the temperature in the room was as scorching as a hot summer day, and the former headmasters in the frame gradually dispersed from the whispering onlookers, and Liu's magic output was almost unsustainable. Dumbledore let out a long sigh and came back to his senses from his meditation. "Don't stop yet, Liu." Sen was about to disperse the lightsaber in his hand when he heard Dumbledore say, "Point." As soon as he finished speaking, the principal came over from behind his desk and used magic to condense a small silver shield with a wave of his hand. The shield had mysterious ancient magic words and beautiful ancient patterns, shining brightly and reflecting the cold light like a substance. "Chop it, let me see, Liu." Sen glanced hesitantly at the principal's office, then at the thunder flame lightning sword in his hand. "Professor, are you sure? Is it here?" Dumbledore smiled confidently, raised his wand above his head, and turned it gently in a circle. Suddenly, a translucent barrier surrounded the open space where the two were like a bubble. "Don't worry, it'll be okay." After receiving the assurance from the owner of the room, Liu felt relieved, took a deep breath, adjusted his spirit, and then simply shouted, "Coming." The lightning sword in his hand instantly struck the silver shield. Unlike the sound of metal clashing or hot knife cutting butter that Liu had imagined, the lightsaber and shield collided with each other and made a hum sound. Then a wave of vibrations visible to the naked eye vibrated out, and Liu felt his magic wand tremble a little, and the thunder flame lightning sword could not break through at all. As his magic power increased, the lightning sword became more violent, slowly transforming into the 40-meter sword mode. But Dumbledore's shield also became brighter, with the magic patterns on it flickering and changing, and he resisted it effortless. After a while, Dumbledore smiled and said, "That's it, then." There was a crisp sound, and the shield and lightsaber shattered together. The energy burst out was like two grenades exploding at close range. The swelling airflow made Liu unable to open his eyes, and his cheeks felt stinging. But the next second, everything suddenly returned to calm. Liu Sen opened his eyes and saw Dumbledore holding his collar and gently putting him down. Liu Sen felt that he must have been cast under a levitation spell, and his body was light. Looking back, I saw purple lightning and silver light still flashing in the bubble-like barrier, but as the barrier shrank, it became dimmer and dimmer and disappeared after a few breaths. Liu Sen looked at the principal in surprise, who was looking at him with a smile. It's a rare, very rare talent. I couldn't do this when I was as young as you. Liu Sen said embarrassedly. It's okay, I just changed the frequency of magic output and then came up with this plasma-like structure in my mind to produce this effect. Dumbledore chuckled and pointed out the shortcomings of Liu Sen's spell casting. You thought too much about the result of the spell, which only fixed the magic in the imaginary mold without telling her who she is. Liu Sen's first thought was, is there any difference? But after careful consideration, his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why his magic was always out of control. This sentence was like the finishing touch, and it made a breakthrough in the problem that had troubled Liu Sen for many days. After thinking for a moment, Liu Sen couldn't wait to activate the Thunder Flame Lightning Sword again. This time, the lightsaber became smooth and solid, with a distinct tip and blade, like a divine weapon. Although the surface no longer emitted amazing heat, the energy inside was even more terrifying. Dumbledore clapped his hands elegantly and said, "Congratulations, Liu Sen. Your magic has improved again. Very good, thank you. Your words are more useful than reading a whole library of books." Liu Sen extinguished the flame on his wand and praised sincerely. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Reading is very useful. Remember the Muggle saying, books are the crystallization of wisdom. I think it makes sense. Liu Sen nodded in agreement, then thought for a moment and decided to try out several other uses of lighting techniques that he had figured out and ask the principal for some pointers. Fluorescent glow. Liu Sen's wand emitted a soft white light. Lighting spell. Glow stick mode. Thinking of the secret that Dumbledore had just mentioned, Liu Sen carefully adjusted his magic power and rethought the direction of improvement in his mind. Soon, the glow stick became slightly dimmer towards the user and brighter on the outside, which made the lighting range wider and the user's vision would not be affected in the slightest. Liu Sen extinguished the spell and looked at Dumbledore hopefully. Dumbledore is worthy of being the greatest headmaster. He has taught for decades and his guidance and teaching level is extremely high. More importantly, his magical attainments are at the pinnacle. He saw the deep use of this small application at a glance. He said slowly, unique application method. What surprised me even more is that you didn't focus on transforming magic into a weapon that only focuses on lethality. Very valuable. So, you have discovered the method just now. The spell does not have to be fired forward. The direction is in the human heart, not in the magic wand. According to this idea, maybe you can make some other discoveries. Liu Sen lowered his head in thought, recalling the feeling of casting the spell and expanding his imagination according to the prompts. Assassin's Alliance. Bullets that can turn. Domestic 008. A gun that shoots itself in reverse? No, this is wrong. Men in Black laser guns. Star Wars. Star Destroyer? Exclamation mark. Huh. It seems that something strange has sneaked in. Alien Prometheus, a self-flying illumination probe ball? This is possible. The principal watched Liu Sen rubbing his hands with interest and suddenly said calmly, 7, Liu Sen. There are 7 more to go. Liu Sen. LLL. Chapter 20. An unexpected night out. Liu Sen walked alone in the silent castle. It was already late when he left Dumbledore's office. There are still 7 times left. Liu Sen fiddled with the wand in his hand in frustration, but when he thought about Dumbledore's guidance, he still felt that he had gained a lot. Liu Sen was very crazy when he learned that performing spells in front of Dumbledore was also counted as within the 10 times, but the headmaster explained that if the seal was changed any further, it would be discovered by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. So this was the only way. However, Liu Sen, who had suffered a loss, certainly could not let it go. Not only did he beg Dumbledore for a long time and asked him questions about spells, he also practiced the illumination spell with Dumbledore's wand for a while. Liu couldn't remember whether that wand was the Elder Wand among the three Hallows, but it felt okay, similar to his Zyrolei, just with a different style point. Just as Liu was thinking about whether he should make a few makeshift wands to play with, he had arrived at the door of the common room. Big nose. Liu thought about the problem and said the command from a few steps away, but then he almost bumped into the picture frame. He stepped back a few steps and tried to repeat the command, but found that the fat lady was not there. Liu looked around depressedly, but found a curled up figure in the corner. He was even more surprised when he got closer. Neville. The person lying on the ground was the little fat boy Neville. When Neville opened his eyes, he saw his good roommate Liu coming, and he was immediately overjoyed. Great. I've been waiting for a long time and no one has passed by. Why don't you go in? Oh well, the fat lady is out for a stroll. Fat lady? She's here? But I forgot the password. Oh my god. Where did she go? As the little fat man spoke, he also noticed the empty picture frame. Let's look for it. It's past bedtime, so who would pass by here? Neville hurried to catch up with Liu Senator. He said with some fear, at that time I saw the bloody Baron floating over. There were other ghosts. They seemed to be looking for something. It was so scary. Fortunately you came. To left the door and searched for the fat lady in one painting after another. After searching the entire floor and finding nothing, Neville began to yawn. Liu took off his backpack and said, Neville, don't worry, I have the backpack with me. If it doesn't work, we can live in the backpack for a night. Neither of them planned to search on other floors, so they went into the backpack space to rest. Neville soon began to snore, but Liu was not sleepy at all. He first wrote a reply letter to his family and then sent it with Hedwig. After returning to the dormitory. Next, he took out his notebook and wrote down what he had learned in the principal's office, while at the same time organizing his thoughts and researching other uses of the illumination spell. When Liu yawned, he found that it was almost midnight. At this time, voices were heard outside. Liu hurriedly climbed up the ladder and heard a few people arguing. You go back quickly. How am I going to get back? The fat lady isn't here. You shouldn't have come out. Now be it. Listen, you were the one who insisted on following us. This is none of your business. You two are so irresponsible. If you get caught, I don't know how many points the school will lose. Those are all earned bit by me. That's none of your business. What are you doing? Don't follow us. We are going to duel Malfoy. Naive. It's obvious that he lied to you. I have no choice but to follow you. Or else should I just wait here for Filch to catch me? It was Ron and Hermione's voices, and they were shouting very loudly. What are you arguing about? Liu climbed out of the backpack and asked, Liu Sen, why are you here? We can't find you anywhere. Are you an evil discharged from the hospital? Harry asked in surprise. Madame Pomfrey healed us in less than a minute. After that, I took Neville to Hagrid's for a cup of tea, but when we came back, we couldn't get in. We couldn't find the fat lady. What are you doing? Liu asked confusedly at the end. They're going to the trophy room. Malfoy lied to them and said they were going to duel there. It's hilarious. Can't you predict the future? See how many points they will lose. Hermione was like an angry goose. She was so mad at the two of them. Ron said excitedly, we have been looking for you. Liu if you were here, the coward Malfoy would not dare to duel with us. But it doesn't matter. Calculate it for us. Will he be beaten to a pulp by the two of us? Harry also said with anticipation, yes, give us a prophecy. After hearing the three people's explanation, Liu understood the current situation. According to his memory of his previous life, the three little ones should mistakenly enter the room guarded by the three-headed dog. If he interfered at this time, it would be troublesome. If something went wrong. He thought about it and compromised. I didn't see Malfoy appear, but tonight should be safe and sound, and it will be worthwhile for you, Hermione's eyes widened immediately, and she said angrily, "Liusen. What do you mean? You should stop them," Ron said proudly. "Okay. Some people should stop blocking the way. We are safe tonight. Let's go, Harry. We are going to be late. Liusen. Do you want to join us, Ron?" And Harry walked away stubbornly, and Hermione followed closely behind, muttering, "I'll keep an eye on you. If I run into Filch, I'll tell him the truth. I'm following you, because I'm exposing you." Liu Sen was still hesitating whether to follow or not, when the dazed Neville heard the sound and crawled out. "What's wrong, Liu-Sen? Where are they going?" Neville asked, rubbing his eyes. "They are going to duel with Malfoy, but I don't think Malfoy will go." "Well, I have to follow them, just in case. You stay in the backpack and look after it," Liu-Sen said as he was about to catch up with the people in front. "No, I'm going to. The ghosts might come back. Don't leave me," Neville said in panic. Liu-Sen thought about it and agreed. He put on his backpack and trotted with Neville to catch up with the three little ones. Harry whispered, "Liu Sen. Great. You're here too," Ron also said happily. "That's nice of you, buddy. This way we are sure to win. I bet Malfoy will be so scared that he'll drop his wand when he sees you." "Neville? Why are you here too?" Hermione said with an unhappy look on her face. "Ha. The great prophet is here too, and brought Neville with him. Do the math and see if you guys will be expelled," Ron said angrily. "Shut up. You're such a jinx. You shouldn't be here. If you hadn't shown up, we would all thank you." Harry was afraid that the noise would alarm Filch, so he whispered, "Shh, stop it. Be quiet." Several people walked briskly through the corridor. The bright moonlight shone through the glass windows onto the ground, forming silvery white strips of light. Walking on them was very artistic. Liu-Sen suddenly felt that a night tour of Hogwarts was so interesting. Liu-Sen, who was in a playful mood, recalled the classic scene in Flirting Scholar, where the four stupid thieves who broke into the palace at night were circling under the leadership of Tang Bohu. Their funny and hilarious movements should be like this, right? It seems like Tom and Jerry is like this. Hermione looked back and saw Liu-Sen holding his hands in front of him like Jerry the Mouse, with his feet rising and falling lightly, which she found very funny. "Tsk. Childish." Hermione shook her head in disbelief, not bothering to pay attention. Liu-Sen's heart sank instantly. "It's over. My glorious image is completely ruined." Arriving at the agreed prize display room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ron and Harry looked around, but apart from various beautiful trophies and medals, there was no sign of Malfoy in the trophy display room. "What did I say? This is just a lie," Hermione scolded in a low voice. Ron was about to retort when he heard Filch's voice coming from the next room. "Give it a good sniff, honey. They should be near the trophy room." They all felt that something was wrong. Ron sat down on the ground dejectedly, thinking that this was the end. Neville was also frightened and lost his mind, trembling and unable to stand steadily. Although Liu-Sen was not afraid of Filch, he did not want to be caught. He pulled Ron up, supported Neville, and was ready to run away at any time. At this time, Harry fearlessly stuck his head out of the side door. Seeing that Filch did not come over, he hurriedly greeted everyone. With their hearts pounding, several people tiptoed out through the side door and then ran away. On the way, Neville knocked down a piece of decorative armor beside the corridor, and the clanging sound immediately echoed in the empty castle. Several people quickly quickened their pace, and Harry led them through corridors one after another. After they were far enough away, Hermione continued to scold a few people breathlessly. Harry and Ron now believed that Malfoy had lied to them, but neither of them was willing to give in. Ron said in shock, "We have to get back to Gryffindor Tower." But just as they were about to return, a silver white head suddenly popped out from a door. Neville shouted in panic, "It's a ghost." The ghost's head. Everyone was surprised to see a ghost with only a head, and felt it looked a little familiar. The most shocked person was Liu-Sen, because he was the first to recognize the other party. It was Peeves. Chapter 21 Peeves returns. "You are not dead after all," Liu-Sen said. Peeves, with only a head left, is still as annoying as ever. When he saw the little wizard wandering at night, he gave a wicked smile, and it was obvious that he had no good intentions, but he was suddenly stunned because he found that the person talking to him was Liu Sen. Ah, it's the little devil. Don't kill me. Help, help. Someone can save me. Peeves let out a deafening cry and fled through the wall in panic, and his voice had been heard by Filch and his cat. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Run. Harry took the lead and found a direction to run point, but Neville sprained his ankle when Peeves appeared just now. It hurt so much that he couldn't walk. Liu Sen hurriedly took off his backpack and helped Neville hide in at point. Filch was already not far away, searching every room, and Harry and the others were immediately as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Liu Sen said, "It's too late. Run." Harry wanted to take Liu Sen with him, but Neville was limping and had a hard time walking into the backpack space. Hermione grabbed Harry and Ron and said, "Run. Otherwise we will be caught." Liu Sen said anxiously, "I have my own way. What are you waiting for? Run." The trio then escaped. Neville was only halfway in at this time, and Liu Sen quickly stood up to block the backpack. The next second, Filch turned around with his cat. "Aha. I caught you. The little wizard who sneaked out of bed." Filch said happily, "It's me." Liu Sen. Filch was startled. He raised the oil lamp and asked curiously, "It's Master Liu Sen. Why are you here instead of sleeping?" Liu Sen saw Filch's light flickering around and checking the situation here, so he quickly diverted his attention and said, "Argus, I'm looking for Peeves." This sentence was indeed a bombshell to Filch. His face changed instantly, and he raised the oil lamp in front of Liu Sen. You mean he is really alive?" "It's absolutely true. After I received the news, I went out to catch him overnight. After a night of searching, I have locked his location, and I just saw him with my own eyes." After Liu Sen finished speaking, he felt that the backpack behind him was no longer moving. Neville should have climbed down safely. "Oh, no, Merlin. He's really not dead," Filch said, gritting his teeth. Just then there was a noise not far away, and Filch turned his head instantly. "What's that sound? Is that Peeves over there?" As he said this, he picked up the oil lamp and ran towards the direction of the sound. After running a few steps, he did not forget to turn back and use the oil lamp to light the way for Liu Sen. "Master, this way. Don't let the ghost get away." Liu Sen picked up his backpack helplessly and followed in small steps while thinking about how to divert the other party. However, when the two came near the place where the sound came from, they did not see anyone. Liu Sen felt that several people might be hiding in a room nearby, so he quickly said, "Listen, there's movement over there." He immediately took the lead and ran in a random direction. Filch had no doubts and followed quickly, panting. After running around in circles for a while, old Filch began to wonder if Liu Sen was teasing him when Mrs. Rollis called out. Filch looked in the direction his beloved cat was looking and saw a floating ghost head flash by. "It's Peeves. There. I'd recognize him, even if he turned into ashes." "Master, we found him," Filch said in surprise. Liu Sen also saw that the remaining head of Peeves disappeared behind a classroom door. Just as the two were about to go and check it out, they suddenly heard a few whispers nearby. The voice was different from the idle chat of the little wizards and seemed somewhat empty and vague. Soon the two saw several ghosts floating out from the wall beside them, led by Sir Nicholas, whom Liu Sen was familiar with. "Good evening, Filch." "Oh, why are you here too, Mr. Liu Sen?" Nicholas greeted. "Good evening, sir. Filch and I saw Peeves. He's right behind the classroom in front." Liu Sen said straight to the point. Jazz was pleasantly surprised and said, "That's great. Are you looking for him too?" Through a conversation with Nicholas, Liu Sen learned that Peeves' whereabouts began to be discovered by the ghosts this week, but he had been running away and no one could see his condition clearly. After discussing it, several people decided to find out what was going on. Liu Sen thought about it and reached out to take out a stack of yellow talismans from his backpack. His wand was sealed, and the precious number of uses could not be wasted here. and even if it could be used, he couldn't kill Peeves with a sword in front of the ghosts. Nicholas and several other ghosts who were participating in the search looked over curiously, but they all moved away in panic, just like Ron seeing the spider. What is this? Unbelievable. I actually got a creepy feeling. My eyes. I felt like I was stabbed just by looking at them, like the scorching sun. But it makes me more uncomfortable than that. The ghosts commented one after another. This is a ghost exorcising talisman used by Chinese sorcerers to deal with evil spirits. Liusen introduced. The ghosts all gasped, especially for dealing with ghosts. How scary. Although Sir Nicholas was afraid, he still managed to remain calm and said, "That's good. This way we will have a better chance of catching Peeves." Under Liusen's command, he and Filch entered through the main gate, while the ghosts surrounded them from all sides. He counted down silently in his mind, and when the agreed time came, Liusen pushed open the classroom door and rushed in, followed closely by Filch with a lantern. Peeves tried to escape when faced with the two men, but was blocked by the ghosts who surrounded him. What are you doing?" Peeves said in panic. Filch was in a good mood when he saw that Peeves was only left with a head and was so panicked and terrified. He grinned and said, "Damn Peeves. Today is the day you die." Liu-Sen and the ghosts looked at each other, feeling that old Filch had misunderstood something. But Peeves didn't know their purpose and was spinning around in fear. "No. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The desperate Peeves had experienced Liusen's horrific attack and already knew the horror of death. He was born from the minds of young wizards. He is a special spirit who has never experienced death and has never received any education before his death. Born to be mischievous and destructive. He is also a powerful and special spirit, which further fuels his lawless character. But he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended not long ago. He knew what it meant to be hurt. What it meant to die. Big tears flowed from Peeves' eyes. He was really scared. After being hacked to pieces, he fled in a panic, having lost most of his body and the ability to control objects. He hid in the sewers and dark corners all day long, and only recently dared to come out. Liusen felt pity, and was unable to bring himself to do it, while holding the talisman. At this moment, Pippi rolled his eyes, shouted, and rushed towards Liusen with a fierce look. Liusen sneered in his heart. Sure enough, being kind to this enemy is being cruel to oneself. It's just in time. It's not my fault. Liusen chanted the spell, and the talisman in his hand suddenly lit up red. The talisman paper suddenly stuck to the top of Pippi's head, causing him to scream in pain. Damn. It hurts. What is this? Peeves' head trembled, and he was horrified to find that he could not move. Liusen struck while the iron was hot and pasted another circle of talisman paper on his head. He was almost like a dumpling. The wailing continued, but the sound became smaller and smaller. At first there were some curses, but in the end there were only whimpering and begging for mercy. The person who was most happy to see this scene was Filch. This scene, which he had never dared to imagine in his dreams, made him ecstatic, and he danced and clapped his hands. Liusen glanced around and saw several ghosts who were searching for Peeves turning their heads away reluctantly, feeling a sense of grief for the loss of a rabbit. When Peeves, who was wrapped in the spell, was completely quiet, Liusen said seriously, "Peeves, the punishment you are receiving now is all your own fault. You have been doing evil and making trouble all these years. All the people and ghosts are fed up with you. That's why you are in this situation." As soon as the voice fell, a low crying sound was heard in the quiet classroom. "Wow, Peeves knows that no one likes me, but I'm too boring. I can only play pranks. I also want to play with everyone. I want others to look at me straight in the eye. But the ghosts think I'm a freak. The little wizard also thinks I'm ugly. I have to act naughty to attract your attention. Woo woo woo." The scene was somewhat silent, and even Filch frowned in thought as he thought of his own tragic childhood. "Everyone looks down on me. I don't want this to happen. For many years, Peeves has had no friends. Let me go. I will behave myself. I will never play pranks again, or else just kill me. Woo woo woo. Stop torturing Peeves." The ghosts looked at each other in bewilderment at Peeves' crying. They had indeed never considered him as one of their own kind, and they hated him to the core. No one had ever tried to make friends with him, of course. Peeves never spoke or communicated with people honestly. Point among the onlookers, the first person to plead was the one that no one expected. Master, let him go. Give him another chance. I'm willing to believe him once. Filch squeezed out these words with difficulty, pleading with a complicated expression. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have unloaded a burden, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Peeves no longer had the previous resentment. Liusen glanced at Sir Nicholas and the other ghosts, and seeing them nodding, he said, Peeves, we accept your regret and mercifully give you a chance to be a ghost again. You must mend your ways. After saying this, he formed a seal with one hand and lightly tapped with the other hand to remove the spell on the talisman paper. The talisman paper started to burn, and within a few breaths it turned into dust and fell off. Peeves slowly opened his eyes, fluttered them twice in surprise, and immediately shed tears of joy when he found that he was free again. Liusen said to Peeves, who finally calmed down, you have to thank Argus Filch very much. If he hadn't begged for mercy, I would have turned you into ashes today. Upon hearing this, Peeves looked at Filch with gratitude. This old squib, whom he had played tricks on countless times, actually saved him. Liusen said sternly, I will watch you from now on. If you dare to act naughty again, you know the consequences. Peeves shivered and hid behind Filch, not daring to look Liusen in the eye. Filch subconsciously protected Peeves behind him, then tentatively patted him on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, the feeling was pretty good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Classmates should love each other, right Malfoy? When I released Peeves and returned to the dormitory, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Liusen released Neville from the backpack, and the two of them quietly lay back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Liusen was awakened by his powerful biological clock. He got up in a daze and did a set of boxing to refresh himself. Then he woke up his friends, and Harry and Ron immediately told him what they had been holding back all night. As expected, after separating from Liusen, the three little ones accidentally entered the room of the three-headed dog Luwei. The three frightened people ran away for their lives and ran back to the common room in one breath. The careful Hermione also noticed that the huge three-headed dog seemed to be guarding something, because she saw an entrance under the dog's paws. This allowed Harry to connect all the discoveries together: the small package that Hagrid retrieved, the intruder in Gringotts, the entrance guarded by the beasts, and of course Hagrid's attempt to cover up his mistake. Harry and Ron had already guessed that the small package was hidden under the secret door guarded by the three-headed dog. Then the two of them told Liusen what happened after the flight class. It was basically the same as he remembered. The only difference was that he and Hermione's brave act of rescuing Neville was seen by Professor McGonagall. The usually strict deputy principal gave Hermione 10 points for her wit, bravery and excellent levitation spell. Liusen also gave her 5 points for his assist and bravely serving as a meat shield. However, Liusen guessed that there might be some other reasons behind the generous bonus, such as finding a rare seeker. Nothing else went wrong. As soon as Madam Hooch took Liusen and Neville away, Malfoy came out to cause trouble. He picked up Neville's drop memory ball and planned to hide it, but Harry asked for it back in vain, so the two of them put on a broomstick stunt show. As the child of destiny with the highest talent for flying broomsticks, Harry, at the critical moment, dived down, made a sharp turn, tumbled and accelerated for 2.5 weeks, and then suddenly stopped and turned Z. In short, he handled it with ease and in a thrilling manner, and caught the flying memory ball in the air without any danger. This scene was captured by Professor McGonagall, who was concerned about the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and was instantly overjoyed. The team is saved. Slytherin House has dominated Quidditch for 7 years. I was scared when Professor McGonagall called me away. I thought she was going to expel me. I was wondering if your prediction was wrong. Why were you congratulating me when I was about to be expelled? Said Harry. Ron continued excitedly. It turns out that Harry was chosen as the Gryffindor Seeker. Captain Oliver Wood said that Harry is the youngest Seeker in a century. The two chattered away until, during breakfast, a group of owls joined forces to drop a long thin package at Harry. Liu Sen knew that it was the latest flying broomstick that Professor McGonagall had given Harry, the Nimbus 2000. Sure enough, after the package fell, an owl immediately delivered a letter. Fortunately, Harry opened the letter first, because Professor McGonagall didn't want him to show off his new broom in public. Harry and Ron, whose minds were completely focused on their brooms, finished their breakfast in a few bites and couldn't wait to pull Liu Sen to the dormitory. They wanted to find a deserted place before class to open the package and take a look at the Nimbus 2000. Liu Sen had no interest at all. He bought one before school started. After trying it, he just wanted to open it and play with it. But his roommates were so enthusiastic that Liu Sen had to follow them slowly. As soon as Harry and Ron passed through the hall, they were blocked by 3 people on the stairs. The leader was Malfoy, who deceived them yesterday. Malfoy couldn't believe his eyes. He looked down at him and said, "Potter, Weasley, I'm surprised you weren't expelled." Ron laughed and said, "Are you disappointed, you coward? How dare you lie about something like a duel? Shame on you. And you still say you're a noble pure-blood wizard?" "Pa," Malfoy countered, "you are the ones who are stupid. You knew it was against the rules to come out in the middle of the night, but you still dared to agree to it. And I'm not the one who should be ashamed. Some purebloods have fallen to the point of not having new clothes to wear, and they are hanging out with dirty mudbloods. That is a shame." Ron heard Malfoy's sarcasm about his family and his disrespect for Hermione, and was about to punch him. Harry stopped the furious Ron and said to the arrogant Malfoy and his gang, "Get out of the way, Malfoy. Do you want to duel here?" Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle were still blocking the road with their arms around each other's shoulders, and said with a sly grin, "I noticed someone has violated the school rules again. Weasley, did you bring your broken broom? Did you forget that first year students are not allowed to bring flying brooms? Be careful or I'll tell the teacher." Ron retorted on the spot, "This is not some crappy broom. This is the latest model, the Nimbus 2000. Have you seen it, Malfoy? Remember you boasted that you had a Comet 260? I bet the Comet can't even catch up with the tail of the Nimbus." The annoyed Malfoy's eyes turned red with jealousy. As soon as he waved his hand, the 2 followers immediately reached out to grab the new broom. Just as they were about to get into a mess, Liu Sen walked up the stairs slowly. He looked at Malfoy with contempt and said, "Hey, isn't this Master Malfoy? You still look so bad? What's wrong? Are you not used to the school food? Or do you only like to eat leftovers?" Malfoy clenched his fists and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I eat leftovers? If you dare to insult the noble pureblood wizards again, I will." Liu Sen slowly took out the pitch black thunder wand, and the other party was immediately stuck in his words. "What are you going to do? Eat a lot? Or bleed in public to prove that your blood is golden?" Liu Sen said as the magic wand in his hand slowly floated up under the control of the Chinese weapon control technique, and the next second it flew towards Malfoy like a sharp sword. No. Malfoy panicked and put his hands in front of him, too scared to open his eyes. After a few seconds, Liu Sen said with a smile, as if nothing had happened, "What's wrong, classmate Ma? It was just a joke. I hope it didn't scare you." Malfoy opened his eyes and saw Liu Sen's wand slowly flying back, and then he caught his breath. He took a step back in embarrassment and almost tripped over the stairs. Let's go." Malfoy ran away with the help of his followers without even looking back, and this time he didn't even say a polite word. Ron and Harry were a little unsatisfied and didn't understand why Liu Sen let the other party go so easily. But the next second, Professor Flitwick walked down the stairs. Professor Flitwick was not surprised to see Harry carrying a broom, as Professor McGonagall had told him about that, and he even asked with interest what model. It was after the professor walked away, Ron was surprised and asked, "Liu Sen, you knew the professor would come, right?" "No, I just think that classmates should love each other," Liu Sen said seriously. Harry, Ron PFFT. Just kidding. Malfoy's lucky. I heard someone upstairs greeting Professor Flitwick. Otherwise I would beat the shit out of him. LIUSEN couldn't help laughing. Chapter 23 Snape's Temptation. After they had admired the flying brooms, they met Hermione on their way to class, but she ignored them, and she had a complete falling out with them. Hermione even changed her seat, moving away from Harry and the others, and running to Neville's table, which made the fat boy very happy. There was only one potions class on Friday. Ever since the note caused Professor Snape to misunderstand him, his attitude towards Harry was no longer as hateful and disliked as before, but caring and tolerant. This made potions almost Harry's favorite class besides flying class. LIUSEN found out sadly that Snape seemed to have turned his dislike target into him. Although he was not afraid to ask questions, and his strong psychological quality would not let him knock over the crucible with shaking hands because of the other party's harsh words, but being stared at and targeted was really not a good feeling. So LIUSEN, who was full of resentment, smiled on his face, but in his heart he kept thinking about the difficulties and hardships that the old bat would encounter in the future, as well as the various jokes about him that he had seen on the internet in his previous life. In order to relieve his wounded heart, at the end of get out of class, Professor Snape assigned a large amount of weekend homework amid the students' groans and sighs when everyone was leaving. LIUSEN was unexpectedly stopped. LIUSEN. What's going on in your cauldron? Stay and clean it up before you leave, Snape said with his hands behind his back and a stern look on his face. LIUSEN clearly remembered that his cauldron had been cleaned up very well, although it was a cleansing spell cast using Seamus's wand. The friends were all very worried about LIUSEN, but under Snape's scary gaze, they could only leave in a hurry with a look of take care of yourself. When the classroom quieted down, LIUSEN said without fear, Professor, what do you want to talk to me about? Snape stood on the podium, turned around and said condescendingly, Mr. LIUSEN, you are very active. As a first year student, your performance is indeed better than many idiots. But I hope you can focus on the textbooks instead of some crooked, evil ways. LIUSEN was not impressed by Snape's whispering way of speaking that could scare the little wizard, and he continued to wait calmly for what to say next. This calmness made Snape very unhappy, but he continued, it is rumored that you have learned some oriental magic, and you are smugly performing in public. Then Mr. LIUSEN, tell me, what skills do you have to show off? Little magic to coax girls, unpopular knowledge from the east, or little tricks of prophecy? When LIUSEN heard this, he vaguely guessed the other party's intention, but he was not sure. He tightened his collar and felt that the concentration talisman attached to the back of his neck was still firmly attached there, and he immediately felt relieved. Professor Snape, I have always regarded the school textbooks and courses taught by teachers as my primary learning tasks, but as far as I know, the school does not have a clear rule prohibiting the learning of knowledge outside the school, right? LIUSEN paused. He really wanted to see something on Snape's face, but unfortunately he got nothing. He continued, as for what you call showing off, it's not really like that. I was just exchanging academic ideas with my classmates. You know, there are many differences between the knowledge systems of the East and the West, and they can refer to and verify each other. I have some Chinese books on potions. If you are interested, I can translate them and show them to you. They are quite valuable for research. As for other alchemy, history, boxing, and key reading techniques, I guess you are not interested. Snape's expression changed when he heard the word aerodynamics. In my opinion, they are all useless things. Hogwarts has everything you want to learn. For example, the e-realism you mentioned. Isn't it divination? We also have astrology and arithmetic divination. Is the so-called de-realism in the East accurate at all? LIUSEN understood in his heart that this guy must have heard about his prediction ability and was talking to him. He thought about it and felt that being a charlatan was quite fun. Since you want to get the prophecy for free, just wait for the surprise. So LIUSEN pretended to be angry and said, Professor, knowledge knows no borders. China's magic culture has a long history and is broad and profound. I'm just getting started in the art of looking at key, but I can already foresee many things. Seeing that the topic was successfully introduced, Snape continued with contempt. How can prophecy be so simple? As far as I know, most of the so-called prophets and seers are just in name only. Even the teacher, someone is just using the name of his ancestors to cheat people. LIUSEN, you should use your limited IQ on textbooks. Don't waste your time on the beginner's art of key reading. What can you predict? Predict one for me to see. LIUSEN was furious. You old bat. If you want to provoke me, then do it well. You dare to slander me? Fine. Let me see how I can fool you. He deliberately cooperated with an expression of defiance. Professor, the art of looking at key is not a lie. And I feel that I really have the gift of prediction. My great-grandfather Liu Sen was a great wizard in China like Dumbledore. He was a legendary prophet. My art of looking at key is a secret art written by my great-grandfather. It's very accurate. Snape was excited, but his acting was excellent. He remained calm and even showed disgusting contempt and disdain. He said in his signature low voice, "Really? Then show me." Liu Sen smiled evilly in his heart, but said sincerely on the surface, "Professor, what do you want me to calculate? The art of looking at key can predict the past and the future, can predict good and bad luck, can find objects and treasures, can." Snape interrupted Liu-Sen. "You can predict anything you want, if your ridiculous trick can really predict something." Liu-Sen pretended to stare at Snape carefully while making meaningless hand seals. After a moment, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Strange, am I seeing things?" Then he fiddled with the hand seals again. He said nervously, "Well, Professor, you may not believe it, but from your face, I can see." Liu-Sen deliberately looked flustered, hesitating and not daring to say anything. "What?" Snape asked coldly. "Judging from your facial features, you will have a bloody disaster in the near future." Liu-Sen said. Snape said disdainfully, "What nonsense. It's just a trick." Liu-Sen said anxiously, "No, Professor. I really saw that you would be injured one night soon." Snape stood on the podium and looked down at me. "Injured? Do you think I, as a professor, will get hurt in Hogwarts? I haven't shed a drop of blood in 10 years. You should save your little tricks to scare little girls." Liu-Sen pretended to be at a loss and said, "But I really saw you bleeding. How should I put it? I saw some scenes. Hell. Yes, it's related to hell. Don't disbelieve it. There is another Roman. Let me see. The person you least want to see is about to come. That's right. It's the person you really don't want to see." Nonsense. I think you can't even make up a story. Use your Chinese secret book to burn for firewood. You might as well take a look at the tales of Beedle the Bard. Okay, I finally see your talent. Mr. Liu-Sen, use your pitiful little wisdom on textbooks, and don't waste your time on these things. Go away. Snape said angrily. Liu-Sen wanted to explain, but Snape had already walked away in disappointment. Seeing the other party leave, Liu-Sen showed a smug smirk. When Snape finds out that the prophecy has come true, he will come to find him again. Liu-Sen finished his homework alone in the afternoon, while Harry and Ron spent the whole afternoon around the Nimbus 2000. They couldn't wait to try out the performance of this broom. Harry would have his first Quidditch practice tonight. However, Liu-Sen also encountered a happy thing in the evening. He received a reply from Dumbledore. Dumbledore's efficiency is still acceptable. Last night I asked him to issue a document allowing construction to begin, and he also applied to the Ministry of Magic for permission to use the Hogwarts train to transport construction materials, and everything was done. Dumbledore seldom speaks, but once he does, the school board and the Ministry of Magic have to give him enough face. Needless to say, Minister of Magic Fudge now consults Dumbledore whenever there is something. And he immediately nodded in agreement for such a small matter as using the train. The school board meeting was a little troublesome, as each member had to write a letter to Dumbledore, but most of the school directors supported Dumbledore and signed the consent form without hesitation. A few school directors who like to stir up trouble saw that they didn't have to pay for it themselves and that everyone else had signed, so they reluctantly accepted it. Liu Sen immediately informed his family of the good news through Hedwig. The school also made preparations. The next morning, the following notice was posted in the auditorium and public lounge. Attention students of all grades, the Ranger's hut is about to be renovated and off-campus personnel will come to work on it. For safety reasons, no one except relevant personnel is allowed to enter the construction site. Just after breakfast, the first construction manager arrived. This was the best candidate carefully selected by Liu Sen. Chapter 24. My CEO is Lupin. Hagrid, Remus. Long time no see. Why are you here, Rubber? It's been a long time indeed. This person was none other than Remus John Lupin, who was going to be the professor of defense against the dark arts in 2 years. He is well read and has a good level of magic. He is also upright and good at teaching. He is also good at modifying and using magic items. It can be said that he is almost perfect, except for one little secret. Every full moon night, he will turn into a magical creature extremely dangerous to humans, a werewolf. This makes his life full of hardships in his early years. Lupin's father offended the notorious werewolf, Griffin Greyback, who broke into Lupin's house on a full moon night and bit the young Lupin, causing him to be transformed into a werewolf. Lupin's family tried everything they could to reverse the result, but failed. So Lupin was left with the tragic fate of transforming into a werewolf every month. Fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore was willing to create learning opportunities for any young wizard, and he overcame all difficulties to allow little Lupin to enter Hogwarts. Dumbledore also built a secret passage for him to the Shrieking Shack and planted a rare homping willow at the entrance. This way, Lupin could go to the Shrieking Shack alone on a full moon night and hide without hurting others in his werewolf form. During his school days, Lupin was lucky enough to meet 3 good friends: Harry's father James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. The 3 of them discovered his secret, and in order to accompany Lupin in the werewolf state through the painful transformation period, the friends secretly learned the difficult transfiguration technique that can transform into an animal form, animagus. After that, the foursome happily toured the campus at night. Later, they worked together to create a live map that showed all the secret passages in Hogwarts and everyone's location, but the happy times were short-lived. After graduation, Lupin's life became even more difficult. He simply couldn't find a decent job who would be willing to hire a werewolf. Only Liu Sen knew that Lupin was the most normal, capable and respected professor of defense against the dark arts in the next 7 years. So when he planned to set up a construction company, the first person he thought of was him. After Lupin and Hagrid had a cordial hug, he turned around and saw Liu Sen and greeted him. "So I guess you are Master Liu Sen." Liu Sen smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Liu Senator. Also, has anyone ever told you that you have a teacher's temperament? I think you are very suitable to be a professor." Lupin was a little stunned. This was the first time he heard someone talk about him like this. Although one of his dreams was to become a teacher, he thought that there was no hope for him in this life, given his werewolf background. Liu Sen looked him up and down. Lupin looked much older than people of his age, with some grey hair. His face was a little haggard, but his eyes were gentle and bright. Hagrid noticed the change in Lupin at this time. He knew that he had not had an easy life. Even though he was careless and never paid attention to his clothes, he found that Lupin was wearing a brand new fashionable windbreaker. The leather shoes on his feet were also shiny. The whole outfit was brand new and high-end goods. "Remus, you haven't told me why you came to Hogwarts. Are you here to visit the professors? And I have to say, you look good." Haha. Hagrid laughed heartily. Lupin first looked at Liu Sen happily, then said to Hagrid, "I found a good job recently." As he said that, he took out a beautiful and exquisite gold-stamped business card from his pocket. The card was too small for Hagrid, so he pinched it carefully between his fingernails and read, "Galactic Group, CEO, Remus John Lupin, HMM. What's a CEO? What does this galactic group do?" Liu Sen explained. "The chief executive officer is referred to as CEO. He is the most direct leader of the company. He is directly responsible for all business and operational management of the company. After hearing this, Hagrid used his big brain to think for a long time and said in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing. Remus. So you are the biggest in the whole company. Then, you opened this galactic group." Lupin smiled and said, "This kind of company management model is the first time I heard of it after I was hired. But the company is not mine. I'm just an employee. As for the biggest boss in the company, look, it's this gentleman." Hagrid turned his head following Lupin's gaze and asked in confusion, "Liu Sen, Liu Sen said a little embarrassedly, "It's me. But I'm just a hands-off boss. My family funded the establishment of a group company, which is registered under my name. Remus is an elite that we finally found after much investigation. The development of the company depends on him." Lupin said sincerely at this time, "Master Liu Sen, okay, I was wrong again. Mr. Liu Sen, the establishment and development direction of the company are all determined by you. I just need to do what you arrange step by step." Liu Sen knew the other party's character and ability and encouraged him. "Remus, the company has just started and many things are done by trial and error. What I say as a child may not be right. In actual operation, I still have to listen to you. I believe in you." Lupin had been running into obstacles everywhere for many years and was suddenly entrusted with an important task, so naturally he faced it with all his might. He took out the documents and drawings from his briefcase and pulled Liu Sen aside to discuss carefully. Then, under the guidance of Hagrid, he went around the cabin to conduct a careful on-site inspection. "By the way, Remus, isn't Mr. Weasley here?" Liu Sen asked. "He has other issues to deal with in the ministry, so he can't come with us. However, he was the first to review the modification of the train and the Muggle items that the company will use. He has been busy in our company for some time." Lupin replied while measuring point. Liu Sen felt that Lupin's magic level might be more advanced than what was shown in the original plot, and the magic he used was something Liu Sen had never seen before. Lupin first used a magic that was much more accurate than the guiding spell to determine the exact location of the construction, and then drew many pale golden lines floating in the air with a wave of his hand. Those lines quickly intertwined with each other, outlining translucent walls and roofs. The building on the drawing appeared in the air like a three-dimensional projection. Liu Sen only felt that the other party seemed to use the magic wand as a pen to draw a picture in the air. Then Lupin waved his wand very coolly and erected several leafy branches to be inserted around the construction site. As he chanted the spell, the small branches grew rapidly and in a moment formed a fence that surrounded Hagrid's hut for 30 meters. These should be a kind of rose, because beautiful flowers soon bloomed on them. "That's wonderful. Mr. Lupin, I think your salary is too low." Liu Sen applauded. He was indeed a little shocked. It turned out that a wizard's civil engineering could be so poetic. The 3D planning map drawn by Lupin in the air emitted a beautiful faint light and was surrounded by fences with blooming flowers. The picture was like a dream and pleasing to the eye. "Wait, this doesn't seem right." Hagrid just realized what was happening and asked in confusion, "Remus, Liu Sen, did you make a mistake? Aren't we supposed to repair the roof?" Chapter 25. Civil engineering is like this. Liu Sen had been hiding the blueprints from Hagrid and had not shown them to him until now. Lupin looked at the two of them and guessed what Liu Sen was thinking. He cooperated and said, "Hagrid, repairing the roof is too unchallenging. And I'm afraid there is no need to repair your house. The galactic group will build a new one here, as you can see." Having said that, Lupin pointed to the three-dimensional picture he drew. Hagrid blinked and shook his head. No, this is so different from my hut. Liu Sen, how many gold galleons will this cost? You are so ridiculous. The projected building is certainly not Hagrid's simple residence consisting of only 2 round houses. It has a high spire similar to the style of Hogwarts, and also has the simplicity and grandeur of postmodernism. The entire building covers an area of more than 600 square meters, with a garden in the front, a courtyard and a stable in the back. The doors are tall, the columns are gorgeous, the windows are bright and shiny, and it is elegant and grand. Lupin was very happy that Hagrid was about to live in a beautiful and comfortable new house, and gave a brief introduction to the building. He then explained, "Don't worry about the money. The financial strength of Galaxy Group is beyond your and my imagination. And this time we are not only building the Ranger's hut, but also showing everyone the company's capabilities." Liu Sen continued, "Yes, Hagrid. Dumbledore has agreed, so what are you worried about? We can use your cabin to advertise. We can also practice the company's new construction business, brother." He hesitated and said, but I won't be used to it. It's too big." "It's okay. See the room with many windows on the side? It will be arranged according to your original cabin, and you can get used to it slowly," Liu Sen said. After comforting Hagrid, Lupin went to the castle to hand over the construction documents to Headmaster Dumbledore, and also caught up with the professors. Lupin had lunch at the Gryffindor table, and the young wizards kept whispering about his weather-beaten face and elegant clothes. The Weirlight twins even came up to him and asked him questions. Lupin had a kind of affinity. He quickly became friends with the young wizards and won everyone's smiles and respect with his profound knowledge and humorous conversation. Of course, there were people who didn't welcome Lupin, such as Snape, who was sitting in the staff seat. Liu Sen noticed that his eyes were always looking over here, and he seemed to have a grudge against food today. The knife he used to cut the steak made a harsh sizzling sound against the plate from time to time, causing Professor Flitwick and Professor Quirrell next to him to turn their heads and cover their ears frequently. Liu Sen smiled secretly. Snape was like an enemy meeting, and was extremely jealous. After lunch, Lupin, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and other teachers went to Hagrid. The twin brothers tried hard to come along. And finally Dumbledore discussed with Professor McGonagall and decided to allow the interested little wizards to go and watch, but they had to keep a safe distance. The little wizards readily agreed, and the team came to Hagrid's hut in a mighty procession. Lupin first explained the construction process and where he needed the professor's help, and then, in front of many of his teachers, he took the lead in using his magic wand to control the deformation of the soil. I saw big rabbits and little wild boars made of soil jumping up from the ground and then lined up to go deep into the forbidden forest. Soon a deep pit appeared on the ground. Lupin turned around and looked at Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick expectantly, like a child waiting for praise. Professor McGonagall was impressed by this clever student, not only because of his special background, but also because he was smart and studious. He was the quietest and most diligent child among the 4 mischievous children back then. She smiled and nodded at Lupin, which was her grade. But then he and Flitwick looked at each other, raised their wands, and started a new round of teaching. A huge mound of earth suddenly appeared where Professor McGonagall's wand was pointing, and then a dirt snake as thick as a chair rose from the ground. The giant snake's head slowly turned dark green, its scales were clearly visible, and its scarlet forked tongue hissed, causing the little wizards to exclaim. The giant snake slowly crawled out of the ground and also crawled towards the forbidden forest. Its body made of earth seemed endless, and it took away a lot of earth and rocks every second. On the other side, a hand made of mud stretched out from the ground, followed by an arm and a body in armor. This was a medieval knight made of mud. The knight turned around, squatted down, put his hand into the ground, and pulled up. There was another identical soldier. In just half a minute, rows of mud knights formed a queue. They marched in unison into the depths of the forbidden forest. The other teachers were not to be outdone, and they transformed the soil into small animals, including wild boars, deer, horses, monkeys, and mandrakes with legs. When various plants, animals, snakes, and soldiers transformed from soil into the depths of the forbidden forest, the magic will be automatically lifted, and the soil will be spread harmlessly in the forest. Efficient and harmonious. Some senior wizards were itching to join in, but they all stood outside the fence and cast spells properly, because almost all the teachers of Hogwarts were inside. Liu Sen was also eager to try, but his magic wand was sealed. At present, besides being able to release the lighting technique, it was just an advanced learning machine. Feeling anxious, he picked up a branch from the ground and chanted a spell towards the pit. The friends noticed Liu Sen's actions, but none of them believed that a branch could perform any magic point. However, Liu Sen was also studying Chinese magic while learning Western magic. Under the influence of Chinese magic, Liu Sen had a better understanding of spellcasting. Spellcasting props. You can have them, but they are not necessary. The ability of the small tree stick to conduct magic power is limited. After Liu Sen cast a transformation spell, green smoke began to come out of the small tree stick. Just when the friends thought the spell was dead, a small tank crawled out of the pit. It was the size of a suitcase and made of soil particles. The small tank followed the large group with a stumbling motion, and just as it entered the edge of the woods, it fell apart with a plot point. Liu Sen was not discouraged and picked up another disposable magic wand. So strange things mixed into the soil moving team. Jeeps, tractors, tricycles. They were all small and had a very ugly appearance, dropping soil as they moved. But Liu Sen himself was having a lot of fun. Hermione took out her wand unyieldingly and recited the spell seriously, but such advanced transfiguration was beyond the ability of a first-year wizard to master. She finally had to use the levitation spell to make a large ball of mud float up and control it to fly towards the forbidden forest point. Many young wizards who were not good at transfiguration immediately followed suit and used the levitation spell to contribute their own efforts to the civil engineering project point. After a magical exchange, a huge pit of more than 30 meters long and wide and 7 or 8 meters deep appeared on the ground. This completely exceeded the requirements of the design foundation. When the little wizards thought the show was over, suddenly a paper crane flew over Lupin's head. He opened it and saw that it was a notification that the supplies had arrived. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.